What is going on? We're back today doing some reaction content. I know, original idea. Um, but yeah, I've got a lot of stuff that I've been meaning to watch, and I figured I'd watch it all on stream because why not? Um, we've got a pretty big lineup. We're gonna be starting with the new I Did a Thing just released a new video. We're gonna start with that. Oh yeah, let's just jump into it, I guess.
How you going? Welcome back to another episode of How Many Things Can I Make That Kind of Resemble Something Illegal But Definitely Aren't? Before I get arrested. And today we've got every Japanese gamer's wet dream. A headset that kills you if you die in game.
God.
Alright, now if we do a little bit of research together, you'll find someone already did this. The creator of Oculus Rift apparently made it. But did he really? All I can find is this one concept art looking image, which has these rods with nothing in them and no mechanism to fire them. And also, he is still here. So if he did make it, it didn't work that well. But I'm not going to trash talk him too much. I've recently learned to hold my tongue. So I'm just going to copy his design. And first to work out is the spiking brain problem. And I reckon I'm going to try use some pneumatic cylinders, as they look similar to the concept and should be easy, but I've also never played with them before. So I bought a bunch of different ones and immediately came across my first problem.
Oh, you're not working.
This switch. Once I fixed that, I found my second. Pneumatic cylinders at this bore and length ain't going to get through rubber, let alone a skull. For some reason I thought they would work, like in No Country for Old Man. No matter how thin I make the spike, or the skull, they just don't.
I love that after testing it on the head and seeing it didn't go through, he was like, let me make sure this would actually not go through, and he immediately tested it on himself. Like, yeah, let me just make sure this thing won't put a hole in my leg by trying to put a hole in my leg. Very smart man.
Don't work.
Does not work.
Blank rails.
How did it go off?
But since I
You
already
hit it
bought
the
some
wrong
pneumatic
way.
cylinders and I like the aesthetic of having air hoses poking out everywhere, I'm going to use them to hit the rounds.
Nope.
And the little ones don't work, so I decided instead of
loves
just
these
trying this
things.
perfectly fine bigger one here, I would just make my own, which shoots this round bar into this round, which nicely clips into the end. And after 2 hours of trying, worked like 10% of the time. And when it did, it blew itself up.
Give me just a second. You know, I wonder when this guy inevitably ends up, like, blowing himself up or something, if he's gonna have, like, one of his buddies upload the video that killed him.
So I tried the big one, with an attachment you're not meant to be seeing as I haven't made it in the video yet.
I also love when he breaks the fourth wall like that. It's always so goofy.
That's pretty deep. Not through my head.
And that worked, which is weird, as the inner diameter is the same as this one, so they're meant to have the same force output, but I guess this one's just better. And now that I know they'll work, I need to make the bit you just saw to hold the round and spike, which means I need to clean up my lathe.
Oh!
And turn down this pipe to dock perfectly inside this pipe. And for the barrel, I've made the mistake in the past of using mild steel, which is not the best, as it's mild, and stretches under extreme forces.
Just like your mom.
So I got this stuff, 4140 steel, which is extremely tough and very hard to work with. But what I found helps is jazz and lubricant, which covers up the sound of you ruining your carbide bits. And often while making projects like this, I often find myself frustrated that not a single manufacturer in Sydney makes a pipe with an inside diameter that perfectly fits around. But there probably is a reason for that. Okay, that fits. Now I just need another docking hole for the spike. I also reckon I need an exhaust port, an access hole in the side here. Is if I don't make this, if the round backfires, all the gas is going to shoot the pneumatic cylinder in the opposite direction I want. Alright, now I need to work out how to attach this to that. And what I think would work really well is some of the ugliest welds you've ever seen on this nut. Which will allow me to screw this bit on. And for the firing pin, the easiest thing I could think of was just to put a weld blob on top and then grind that into a sharp point, which is actually exactly how the Australian Army produces their weapons. Now I just need one more. And to save me the trouble, I just bought one off Amazon. Now I need my headset, and this Oculus Rift has been with my family for generations. My grandfather used it on the boat while migrating to Australia and passed his time in the rough wavy seas by watching VR porn, and I've been using it ever since. And to attach the spiking rods, I just put some PVC pipes on some flanges and painted them black, and then also spray painted the pneumatic rods, and luckily ran out of paint just in time before I get cancelled. And these fit nicely. So now I need to work out the hard bit. How do I get the computer to talk to the pneumatic rods to fire when I die in game? But I think I have a solution.
I can use this large computer and this cable to talk to this even tinier computer, as they both speak the same language.
I see.
So I'm just going to attach this solenoid, which opens the air with a relay. But I have a problem. This solenoid runs on 12 volts, but the Arduino only produces 5 volts. So I need to stick a 12 volt power supply in here as well somehow. And I really don't know why no one produces a 5 volt solenoid. I haven't looked if they have, but I'm still really annoyed I don't have one. Also, I need to do some coding.
If command equals 1 in commas.
Which is a little above my pay grade. But I did manage to have a pretty productive conversation with my boss. And I increased my pay and figured out the code.
Yo.
Should flash on and off. Yes.
And after a process of elimination of jamming wires in random holes and placing alligator clips on random pins, I've got this.
And now when I tell it to open on the computer by pressing 0, it should trigger the cylinder. So let's test it out with a nail.
Oh, I hate this. 3, 2, 1. Holy shit.
And even though I remembered to
kill
put an
him?
exhaust port on the metal pipe,
Oh, it
I forgot to put it on
exploded.
the headset and blew it up. But it works, and drove the nail into the mannequin's head, but not that deep. And I think that's because my firing pin is too aggressive and breaks the round, letting a lot of gas escape out the back, hence the pipe exploding.
And the pipe exploding is something I really should have planned more for. Same with my life, although my online business was easy to run and more organized. But I can with the sponsor of today's video, Odoo. Thanks to Odoo, you've got an all-in-one
Yeah,
management
that's
software
crazy.
platform that simplifies day-to-day management of any business. With their suite of applications, you can track project progress, deadlines, budget, resources, and collaborate in real time. Focusing on Odoo's CRM application, it is a comprehensive, customer-centric tool that helps you manage all your business needs. With it, you can easily track your leads, manage communication with clients, get accurate forecasts, and close those money-making sales.
Jerry.
Yes, quite, I see.
Feel right now.
Using the Kanban view, each opportunity is presented as a card with all essential information in the front. Each stage provides an overview of expected revenue, and you can easily drag them from one stage to another like a board of sticky notes. When talking to your client
Yes,
about
I
pitching your
definitely
business and
am
closing
paying
those
attention to
deals, you
this.
can send emails, schedule calls and meetings, and have internal exchanges all from within the app, ensuring easy
Right.
access to discussion history. You can also forecast and track your results with revenue forecasts. So no more juggling a million platforms just to get a job done with Odoo CRM
Whoa.
application, you can do everything. The best part is you can use the CRM app for free since Odoo's first app is free for life with unlimited hosting and support. So get your business organized today by clicking on my link in the description to get
point.
started for free with Odoo.
So I remade the pipe and cut some exhaust holes and tried again.
3, 2, 1.
They're gonna blow up again?
I love doing projects that involve coding because when stuff doesn't work, I can just blame it on the code and not the fact that I'm bad at making the other things.
3, 2, 1.
And the shell still blew out the back, but at least the pipe didn't blow up.
It blew
So
its
I'm gonna
back
move on.
out?
Didn't explode.
Then I just strapped the solenoid to the back, but didn't leave enough room for the hose fitting. And I should just move it, but I could also just... And now, because I'm using 2 pneumatic pistons, I think normally you would use 2 solenoids, but I'm saving this one for a very special occasion. So instead I'm just going to use a splitter on the air pipe, but I don't have the correct size pipe, so I need to cut one of my own. And now this looks awesome and really sinister, like something out of the Matrix. Speaking of which, red pipes or blue pipes? I think blue looks better. Okay, now it's time to test it with both rounds and nails.
God.
3, 2, 1.
Nice. That went perfectly if I wanted it to not work. And after some testing, something is very wrong with the solenoid, and it's letting air out before I open it.
It's not meant to do that.
And I was going to buy a new one, but decided to open it up first. And I'm not sure what idiot put that piece of tape in there, but if you look very closely, they left me a clue. Their fingers were covered with paint. And if we follow that clue, they went downtown,
Who could have
where their
possibly
trail
done
was
that?
starting to run out. But luckily they stocked up on more paint before heading east and getting into an altercation with a gang, where they seemed to limp off, injured. But that's where my investigation went cold, as they ditched their fingers at the scene of the crime.
Crazy.
So I took the tape out and tried again with 2 rounds and 2 nails. And they both fired, but that's weird, I can't see the nails. So either they travelled all the way through the head, or I purposely forgot to put them in, as I want you to wait till the end of the video to see what they do to a watermelon. But also the reduced pressure from the 2 pipes now strikes the round with the perfect power, and they don't break out the back anymore. Now, if you're smart, you'll realise I still haven't
No
addressed the
more
telling the
blowing the
computer
back
to
out.
fire these when I die in game. And that's because I'm an idiot, and I'd rather put on this headset than attempt proper coding. So I need someone that knows about coding and bullets. Code bullet, everybody.
Hello, I'm Code Bullet, and I've
Oh.
been tasked to write a program that can tell when we die in Minesweeper. Alright, now you're gonna need to pay attention, this gets complicated. We look at this pixel here, and if it's yellow, we're alive. And if it's black, we're dead. That's it. That's the whole program. It's honestly super embarrassing that Alex needed help with this. It's literally looking at a single pixel.
And I have no idea what that man just said, but let's see if the program works.
I just copy pasted your code into ChatGPT and said do this in Python.
Okay.
And we'll see.
That guy... I've watched that guy a few times. He never looks how I expect him to.
And the first problem we ran into was that we couldn't click on the specific pixel on the smiley face that alerts the code on when we die in game. But we managed to shrink the size of the mouse, which worked.
If we die.
So we should hear a click, right?
Well,
There's no blank rounds.
Oh, okay. Like, I don't want to get covered in watermelon juice. No, it's not.
And that click means it's time to play my favorite Cambodian child simulator
What?
game.
Hold on.
Mine.
Wait, hold on.
And that
What is this? It's printed something on the screen. That looks like a face, I think.
click means it's time to play my favorite Cambodian child simulator game, Minesweeper.
This is paper rock. Yes!
Also, there's a chance that the first one I could click could be a mine. So we're playing now?
We're on.
Is it Russian roulette?
Wait, this is so stressful.
Wait, do I go now?
Wait, do you want to go?
But it's...
There's no way to know.
Well, I think... I'm just gonna... Yeah, actually, I'm just gonna send it somewhere else.
Yeah, okay.
That's not helpful at
Technically, I know that only one of these, so I have a 1 in.
8.
Oh, I just gotta click elsewhere, don't I?
You gonna what?
I'm just gonna click elsewhere.
Yeah.
I hate this so
Oh,
much.
shit.
I hate this. Oh, I'm just gonna click elsewhere. 1 in. Oh, I just gotta click elsewhere, don't I?
You gonna what?
I'm just gonna click elsewhere.
Yeah.
I hate this so much. I hate this.
Oh my god! Why is it so bad? Normally you have so many clues. I'm risking it. Only one of these 8.
Yeah.
If I get the bomb out of the one of the 8.
That's wild. Jesus.
And only one of the rounds went off, and it almost went through the watermelon. But
Oh
again,
my
it's because
God.
the round backfired. So we loaded up and tried again.
Alright, I'm gonna give us a better start than you did.
Please, please.
To be fair, that's a lot weaker than a human head, but still.
What are we thinking? Alright, you're right.
You get the bomb the first go.
Just shoot, just shoot.
Come on!
No, it's a again!
This is a really bad game to play with this headset.
That means that all of
Good
those ones in the
stuff.
bottom
Yeah.
corner are
The
bombs.
graphics are terrible. Honest. Oh, yes! Oh, yes! That's how we do it.
Okay, we're fine.
Yes.
I just need to remember to click the right one.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
one now will be... Okay, 1, which means this one is right? This
Yeah.
one is also should be right.
Oh, okay. That's clear. This clear.
Right, tap.
I got you.
Wow.
Those are both bombs.
Yeah.
And that misclick would have killed me. And both rounds went off that time. And in the slow-mo, you can see both nails flying straight through the watermelon
Oh my god, they did!
and through the plywood sheet, which means this headset definitely does its job. And I did the calculations.
I love
and they
them,
traveled
like,
45
crossing.
centimeters in 2
That's so
frames at
cool.
240 frames a second, which means they were coming out at 200 k's an hour even after passing through the watermelon. And it also works too well, and that's the problem with building things like this. I can't actually use them and try them on myself and feel the fear. So we're going to do it with these TENS units.
See, I feel like you could very easily feel that fear because that was terrifying to just watch.
And the building is even simpler. All I've done is hook up this button to the relay, and then Code Bullet changed the code to recognize damage in Minecraft. Then I somehow convinced Martin Cedo Pants, Code Bullet, and Boy Boy to play everyone's favorite Sudanese child simulator game, Minecraft. So I've never played Minecraft before, and the plan was just to meet up in game and see if we could get along while trying to survive the night.
I feel like a very important question is whether or not PvP is on, because I could not be trusted in this if PvP was on. I'd immediately attack somebody else.
Immediately off.
Oh, yeah. They're so fucked. They're so fucked. They're so fucked. It's so cooked. They're so fucked. Like, there's no shot that they're not gonna fucking just beat the shit out of each other the whole time.
Already? We just started!
Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm in the middle, and we have to.
Okay.
Let's make something nice.
And stay the away from me.
Get the fuck away
Get the
from me!
fuck away from me. Get it, I'll avenge you. How do I run?
I didn't even get it in. Oh no, I did.
Oh, God,
Okay. What is the point of this game? What are we
Chill,
trying to
everyone.
do?
Alright, please, okay, we've had enough fun. Everyone
We need
stop.
to.
Okay.
We need to.
I'm standing still.
You better go run. I just want to look at
Stop
your
moving.
skin. You got a
Where
really
are
good
you?
skin.
Come back.
We gotta go to.
You gotta buy that tree, bro. You gotta buy that tree.
Okay. Relax.
Everyone, hands where we can see them.
My hands are wet.
Alex,
I want a
yeah.
good view of everyone.
I got a good view of everyone as well. Okay.
Alright.
This is like hostage negotiation.
Okay.
What do we want from this?
So,
Yes! Hands where I can see them. Hands where I can see them.
And once we realized hitting each other wasn't actually that fun and just hurt, we started to work together and built the best house you've ever seen.
Hey, there's a zombie over here.
Oh, cool.
Get
This
the
is
fuck away from me.
Let's get it. You on my property?
Hey, if I put something down, I pick it up.
Can they hit us?
Oh, beat him up, yeah.
I can hear them.
Ah! No!
Oh yeah, if you fail to hit the zombie in this situation, it's just gonna get worse because that means it's gonna get closer and actually be able to hit you. Oh.
Get in the house! Get in the house!
Okay, we're safe. Wait.
Wait, let me in.
Stay in the house. Stay in the house.
Because once you take
Once you
damage-
take one hit of damage, you're
Oh, what the f***? It's a sheep.
done.
If you hold shift.
Wait, how high do we need to build this now?
We can,
I don't want to
we can
respawn,
stop.
bro. I think I'm gonna wait till morning.
Hey! No! How the f do you get in? Holy sh! Ah!
Hold on. I got you.
We did a
Jump
door.
on that.
Let me in, you motherfucker.
No,
Oh,
it's just
fuck. Zombie.
Can I just die? Can I just die? How come it takes so many hits to die?
Let me in the house.
And then we hit each other a little bit more before finally working out how to get underground, where I walked into lava immediately.
I want
Pretty
one of
useful,
those.
huh?
Oh, that's gonna be bad.
Yeah, I can make you one.
No. Why?
Oh no! Jump in the water! Jump in the water!
Worst case scenario.
Yeah, because you'd be taking tick damage, but then you're freaking out, so you get in the water, so you just keep taking the damage and keep getting shocked. Oh my god.
And that was another horrible idea and worked well, but we all have burnt arms now. Big thanks to Code Bullet, Boy Boy, and Martin Cito
Jesus
Pants,
Christ.
who also uploaded a full video of us playing Minecraft. And also, if there are any people
Nice.
watching that are currently building a torture dungeon and want another device, I'll sell you this for $78. I'm negotiable if it's a good cause. Thank you so
It's a
much for
good
watching.
cause.
If you like that, please subscribe and check out some of my other stuff.
Ugh, that was great. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna do a little wrap up for that first part. Oh yeah, that video was, dude, that was funny. I mean, his videos are always funny, but that was great. Oh yeah, so that'll be the end of that section because this is gonna get cut up into a whole bunch of videos. But yeah, so for the YouTube audience, we'll see you all later. Then we'll get back into. I'll just cut what I do at the end of the stream and put it here. And we'll get back into the video.
It's moments like this that make The Last of Us compelling. This quiet respite from the apocalypse. In a game full of so much action and horror, somehow this is the best part. It's not the kind of game I would normally enjoy. I mean, the combat is extremely simple.
Oh, hold on. I'm realizing I should probably do a thing for the beginning of this also. Alright, so now we're gonna be watching the some videos by Bisley channel, whatever. We're gonna be watching. He did 2 Last of Us videos, and then I think probably not be in the same video, but there's also I think Elden Ring video and a GTA video, but The Last of Us will be in the same thing. Well, let's just jump into it.
It's moments like this that make The Last of Us compelling. This quiet respite from the apocalypse. In a game full of so much action and horror, somehow this is the best part. It's not the kind of game I would normally enjoy. I mean, the combat is extremely simple, taking place exclusively around waist-height walls. All the levels are designed like one big hallway. And my biggest thing is that this brand of zombie apocalypse has been done.
I will say, I think Last of Us really kind of was the thing that really kickstarted the whole, like, movie games genre, where it's like, you're basically playing through a movie. Not like a movie tie-in game, but the game is basically a movie. That's essentially what Last of Us is, and I think that it's what really popularized that and made it such a big thing for the next several years.
To death, brought back to life, and shot in the head with the Daryl Dixon crossbow. Zombies have become a genre that I actively avoid at this point. And with all that being said, not only do I think The Last of Us is one of the most beautifully crafted, heart-wrenching games I've ever played, but I would put it in my top 5 favorite video games of all time at this point. Very few games have ever made me feel this strong while playing. And while yes, it's set in the tired tropes of zombie media, The Last of Us really isn't about zombies. At first, it's really just about Joel, a Texas man working overtime to put food on the table for his daughter Sarah. He's definitely more the quiet type, and Troy Baker, who plays him, has absolutely nailed the vibe of a slightly distant Texas father. He gets a watch.
Dude, Troy Baker's so good. Oh my god. I can't. Love that man.
Nailed the vibe of a slightly distant Texas father. He gets a watch from Sarah for his birthday, and then he carries her up to bed for the night. While The Last of Us at this point is about Joel, we don't actually get to play as Joel just yet. Instead, we play as his young daughter Sarah, waking up in the middle of the night to something clearly having gone wrong. Sarah's room is about what you'd expect a little.
It would have been really funny if he actually got that outfit for this bit.
Girl's room to look like, but over on the dresser here you can find a birthday card that she wrote to her dad. She writes,
Aww.
"You're never around, you hate the music I'm into, you practically despise the movies I like, and yet somehow you still manage to be the best dad every year.
Aww.
How do you do that?" Now it may seem like a silly little detail,
Oh my god. That's so sweet. I'm crying.
but it actually does a lot in telling us what the relationship is like between Sarah and Joel. The way that Sarah writes tells us that she's witty and sarcastic, but also very sentimental. She has a lot of love and respect for her father, even if they don't always see eye to eye. And if you know what happens next, then you understand why this is important to establish right now. Beyond Sarah's room, there's a newspaper you can find in the bathroom talking about infected crops coming from South America. This tells us where the infection's coming from and overall just builds tension around it a little more. And in Joel's empty room, there's a news report left on with the reporter clearly in distress. But the biggest clue is right outside the window. It is so cool to have something explode on TV and in real life. I think most people disconnect the terrible things they see on the news from their real lives, and a scene like this just fully cuts through that barrier. And without understanding a word the reporter said, it conveys the very real danger. It gives you an idea of what's happening, but also establishes that the story will be far more impactful if you pay attention to the details. Sarah rushes downstairs to find her dad, Joel, looking for his gun.
There you are.
Sarah, are you okay?
Yeah?
Jimmy?
Dad?
Jimmy, stay back! Jimmy, I am warning you!
You shot him.
There's only so much you can do to comfort a little girl who just watched you shoot the neighbor, but Joel's doing his best. The only real goal right now is to get Sarah into the car with his brother Tommy and get out of the city. What bag? Oh, Joel, even in the beginning of the game here, is a self-serving, pragmatic kind of guy. He only really cares about keeping his family safe. And so when he sees people, say, on the side of the road who need help, he doesn't even think twice about driving past them. Sorry, I can't get the recline on this chair right. And considering how most apocalypse media depicts selflessness as the quickest way to get yourself killed, Joel is pretty much the perfect candidate for a survivor. This infection is spreading fast, clearly affecting pretty much everyone at this point. Joel may have been quick with a gun, but he did make one mistake, and that was driving into the goddamn city. It's so cool that we get to experience this right here at the start. We not only see, but also feel the collapse of humanity happen around us. And they really capture how dumb people get in a crisis, just mindlessly following the crowd. Where the fuck do you think we're going? Everyone here is sprinting for safety, pushing each other aside. And Joel was having none of that nonsense. He was ready to run every single one of them over. Double points for Grandma.
God. Yeah, honestly, it was pretty dumb for him to go into this city. Like, if he hadn't, it probably would have been fine.
Daddy? Hey. Hey!
Get back, get back.
Okay.
When the car gets flipped is when we first get to play as Joel. Sarah's leg has been broken, so he has to carry her to safety. Tommy gets separated from them, but all Joel really cares about in this moment is protecting Sarah. They find a soldier who could help them, but that soldier has other orders.
Stop right there!
We're not sick.
Got a couple of civilians on the outer perimeter. Please advise. Sir, there's a little girl. But... Yes, sir.
That's putting so much. I was watching a video that was talking about this. Something about like horror stuff like this is it honestly puts too much on people as being like humane. Like this is, I guess, an alright example, but what I mean is it's like one, this is like the opposite of what I mean, because like bro would not have done that. And like 99% chance not have followed that order. Two, in a real situation like this, the government would have acted like way earlier. Like the moment they heard something like this was happening, they would have, anything kind of close to it would have been fucking burned. Like the video I was watching, or the thing I was watching was talking about like the quiet place and the monsters are like weak to sound. It's like, yeah, we would have weaponized that within 10 minutes.
We've just been through hell. Okay, we just need... Shit. Please don't. Oh no. Sarah. Move your hands, baby. I know, baby, I know. Listen to me, I know this hurts, baby. I'm gonna be okay, baby. Stay with me. All right, I'm gonna pick you up. I know, baby, I know it hurts. Come on, baby, please. I know, baby, I know. Sarah. Baby. Don't do this to me, baby. Don't do this to me, baby. Come on. Come on. No. No. No, no, no. Please. 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 Please don't. Please.
That is one hell of a way to open the game. You know, we didn't get to see much of Sarah and Joel together, but what we did see was just enough to make it really sting. I mentioned this before, but Joel is voiced by Troy Baker, who has voiced more video game characters than I can count. But it's not just voice acting. For the role of Joel, Troy Baker and all of the other actors had to put on these mocap suits and act all of this out. As he was doing the scene, he was physically holding the actress for Sarah.
Give me just a second.
And all of the other actors had to put on these mocap suits and act all of this out. As he was doing the scene, he was physically holding the actress for Sarah, and goddamn, he just knocked it out of the park. In interviews, he gives a lot of credit to the game's director, Neil Druckmann, for staying on that scene and doing it again and again, making sure that it was right. They recorded the scene several times back to back, and then weeks later went back to try it again, which must have been extremely hard. But the take that ended up in the game was just perfect. The key thing really is that it's not overdramatic. He's so subtle with his words, which leaves so much room for the emotion to come through. You're not overwhelmed by his words, so you're hanging on to every micro movement, every facial expression. This was the worst moment in Joel's life, the driving force for everything that follows, and I couldn't imagine a better setup for everything to come. 20 years go by before we see Joel again. Surviving this long clearly comes with a cost, and here he is waking up another day to pay it. In the years since the collapse, the only government that persisted was the Federal Disaster Relief Agency, or FEDRA. They established these quarantine zones that were meant to be safe places away from the infected, but ended up being just as much of a nightmare as the fallen cities. In the QZ, soldiers can execute citizens with impunity. Ration cards are the only currency that matters. And the problem is, the only way to get enough to survive is to step outside the law and outside the zone. Joel is a smuggler in one of the last remaining QZs, moving drugs, weapons, or even people in and out of the zone. Whatever happened to Joel in the last 20 years brought him all the way from Texas up here to Boston. And the only familiar face around him is his reflection in that broken watch. Though he has made some allies, or really just one ally named Tess, a woman just as cold-blooded as himself and his partner in crime. The nature of their relationship isn't definitively said, so it's not clear if they're just really close friends or two little monkeys sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. It's pretty heavily implied, though, that they were doing the tube snake boogie together. I might be thinking a little too deep into this, but like specifically through their body language and their lack of a touch barrier. And that's such a cool decision, too, letting...
To be fair, I do think that it's like a thing to think about. It's like, in this kind of thing, that's like the only thing you can really do for like entertainment. It's like a bad way of putting it, but like that's why so many people who are alive during the, like adults during the Great Depression, have so many kids. It's because there was nothing else to entertain yourself with other than that, you know? So it's like, when times are tough, that's just like what a lot of people are going to be doing.
Body language tell the story in a video game. Like if you don't pick up on it, there's really no harm. It's not going to change the story much at all. But it's like I said before, paying attention to the details makes the story hit so much harder. Anyway, Tess and Joel have become pretty well known in the QZ for their violent ways and overall job effectiveness. So it seems like some guy they had a deal with named Robert did not get the memo. And he went back on their deal, then tried to get Tess killed. So now we're heading to find Robert and install a new forehead window. If there's one thing this game has over every other video game apocalypse, it's the environment design and very focused world building. Instead of some big long exposition scene about how terrible the world has become, they just show us what the world has become and the people that it's created. Ration lines with people waiting before it opens. Military checkpoints with no shortage of soldiers. And once you approach the checkpoint, an attack by a rebel group called the Fireflies.
Get out of here, Joel! Close it up! Fireflies!
Firefly's ultimate goal is to restore the US government, but all we actually ever see them do, at least here in the beginning, is just bomb shit. Now, the one thing I don't understand is why is everything still so goddamn dirty? Brother, it has been 20 years. I get that it's zombies around, but you couldn't pick up a fucking broom in your spare time? These QZs were established right after the outbreak. It's not like they just got here. And here's this guy, just sitting on the couch doing fuck all. Bro, you got like a random wood pallet sitting around your house. Bucket's gone rogue. What are we doing? I get it, you know, the apocalypse needs to look grungy. And if you don't think about it too hard, this does put you in the vibe. It's just not exactly realistic that after 20 years, nobody would have thought to clean up anything. But whoever this guy is, he's clearly got a deal with Joel and Tess.
Dude, they paid that cat really well. That cat looked like it was legitimately about to jump to the other guy. But yeah, that's a good point. Like, because you never see stuff where it's like a long time after the apocalypse happened. It's typically like right after it happened, or like a few weeks, maybe a year. This is like a long time after, and I feel like nothing's gotten better. Which, to be fair, with bureaucracy, it's kind of fucking hard for things to get better. But I feel like things should have gotten a little better.
To keep this passageway here out of the QZ. The lighting team did incredible work, and the environment is very realistically weathered. I was watching an interview where this guy talked about how they took note of where moisture buildup would be and added increased moss and vegetation growth in those areas. That's just insane. And I love just going around into the buildings, looking at everything they put in the rooms, like what they imagine the people living here might be doing before the collapse. See, like this apartment we're in has an entertainment room and only one bedroom, which means there was probably one guy living here. And I know that he lived alone because if I had a 2-bedroom apartment and I wanted to put a pool table in the center of one of the bedrooms, my girlfriend would use my head like a cue ball. At one point though, some kids must have lived here because you can see their handprints on the wall and their names painted underneath them. But it's more likely this was a group of Fireflies after the collapse, setting up a temporary camp, given the painted symbols on the wall and the beds strewn across the floor. This is something you can do with pretty much any house you walk into, and later on in the game it does become more elaborate, telling the story through things like notes or even just the home decor. At this early on, it's more just to sell the fantasy than anything. The really interesting thing is down below the apartment, where we unfortunately have to go. The air is full of spores, an airborne seed of the cordyceps fungus that, if inhaled, will cause infection.
Jesus. Watch it, watch it. Help me.
The first time we're ever prompted to use our gun is when we're given a choice on whether or not to put an infected man out of his misery. Yeah, it's kind of messed up, but if you don't do it, then he just begs you to come back and do it, and it's just messed up either way.
Don't leave me to turn. Please.
In the other room, you begin to hear the sounds of the infected. Their vision has been heavily impaired by the infection, so instead they rely more on their hearing. And with every step, you risk them finding you. Yeah, they're scary, but not as scary as the fact that I have multiple subscriptions I do not keep track of very well. This video is sponsored by Rocket Money. So right now
Bruh. That's gotta be the goofiest fucking ad switch fucking thing I've ever seen.
saving up to make this huge Skyrim video. It's going to be this massive production, and it's going to cost a lot of cheddar cheese, which is why I've been using Rocket Money to help me save as much as humanly possible. Specifically, I've been using Rocket Money's automatic.
These videos are so good, so high quality, but like you couldn't have gotten a camera with one of them lenses so it didn't show the reflection. You could just pull up the app and record it on the screen. Like you had to edit it out. That's fucking funny.
Automatic savings to help keep me on track. It analyzes your goal and manages. It's too late. I probably have the financial awareness of one of these guys, but not only does Rocket Money remind me of this in the app, go to unlock a lot more for sponsoring this video. You get about as much playstyle choice in this one as any other game like it. Stealth or action. Stealth is usually the best bet, as you don't actually have to kill all the enemies in an area to move on. Though I do find it weird that you could just choke out a zombie. Does it breathe? I mean, I swear I've seen the things get blown in half and then keep coming at you, but I just put a little pressure on the windpipe and that thing is done. How you fight?
To be fair, I mean, it probably wouldn't stay knocked out for long, but like, presumably they still breathe because that's how our muscles maintain, like, that's how they work. They need blood to, like, you know, whatever.
Against the infected is very different from how you fight against the human enemies. And given that this guy, Robert, hired the goddamn goon squad to protect him, we're probably going to be doing both today. Put me in the goon squad.
I'm not going anywhere without Robert.
Bitch, I will bash your skull unless you turn around and get your dumb ass out of here.
Fuck this.
Take cover!
Human enemies prioritize getting back behind cover and moving around to flank you, which I guess is interesting, but it's just so bare bones that the combat doesn't do anything for me. At least for these first 5 hours before you get any cool weapons or gadgets, it's just not that fun to do. Eventually we catch up to this Robert guy, and it seems he decided to sell our guns to the Fireflies. Now, before we can do pretty much anything, Tess decides to just wrap this whole thing up. And now, for some reason, the leader of the Fireflies, her name's Marlene, she's pretty cool, but she's just like skulking around the corner. Like, is that not insane for her to just be there? Whatever. It doesn't matter. This is Marlene. She's important. Remember Marlene. She's down to give us our guns back if we smuggle something for the Fireflies. Marlene's been badly injured, so Joel and Tess are really our only options at this point. But what exactly are we smuggling, perchance, you may ask, you may wonder or ponder? Find out in this current cutscene that you're about to watch.
Whoa. Come on now. Get on up.
He doesn't
Fuck
know.
away from her!
Let her go.
Well, you're recruiting kind of young, aren't you?
There's a crew of Fireflies that'll meet you at the Capitol building.
That's not exactly close.
You're capable. You hand her off, come back, the weapons are yours. Double what Robert sold me.
How do you know them?
I was close with his brother Tommy. Said if I was ever in a jam, I could rely on him.
Was that before or after he left your little militia group?
He left you too. He was a good man.
I could just take her to the North Tunnel and wait for me there.
Jesus Christ.
Just cargo, Joel.
Marlene.
No more talking. You'll be fine.
So like, it's her saying that to her, knowing what they're planning to do, is kind of funny. Because it's like, oh, you'll be fine. They're just gonna cut your fucking brain open without attempting anything else. Like, I always find it so funny when people talk about... I've seen so many people talk about how just incompetent the Fireflies kind of are. Because... like, obviously, the end of the game, they take her, there's the whole thing. They didn't try anything at all. Like, you didn't think maybe try doing a little blood work or anything? Like, see if you could get some, like, this stuff you need out of her blood rather than having to just rip her brain apart. It's like, really? Nothing? Alright.
Now go with him.
Don't take long. And you, stay close.
See, The Last of Us is about Joel, but it's just as much about Ellie. This girl who was orphaned at a young age.
Girl, woman detected.
Plopped into military school and raised by the only person who cared about her, Marlene. She's only 14, meaning she was born 6 years after the collapse of humanity. And she's never left the QZ before today.
Also, I thought it would be fun to get my friend Milo to play Ellie for this video, so this is my friend Milo. We've been going a little crazy for this video, so if you could subscribe.
I'm Milo.
That would be very helpful. This is only a part 1 of 3 parts I'm doing for The Last of Us, so if this part gets 30,000 likes, I'll drop the next one. I'm actually gonna drop the second part whenever it's done, but you should still like the video. It's not clear why, but Marlene wants us to smuggle this girl, Ellie, out of the QZ and over to a group of Fireflies at the Capitol building. It's too dangerous to try and leave the quarantine zone during the day, so for now, we're stuck with her while we wait until nightfall.
Ellie mentions she isn't meant to tell anyone why they're smuggling her. Even with how curious she is, it's pretty clear she's been taught or learned from experience not to trust anyone.
Eventually, Tess comes back and verifies that the merchandise the Fireflies are promising is very real and very worth it. So now they just have to do the job.
For a military camp that's whole purpose is to quarantine, keep people from going in and out, it seems extremely easy to go in and out.
They're not very good at this.
I'm actually outside.
This moment is the first time Ellie sees the outside world in her entire life. And you can tell, just by the look on her face, it's something that she's dreamed about for a very long time. Though that sense of wonder and amazement is short-lived, as a couple of soldiers pretty quickly notice Joel.
Tired of this shit. What's the ETA?
Couple minutes.
Oh, shit. Look.
Okay, I want to fucking talk about... They have, like, a thing to detect it, but they haven't done any... Like, have they not made any, like, advancements, I feel like antifungal shit is like not that hard comparatively. like you have to figure out a way to make it like work in people, but like, is it really that hard?
Jesus Christ. Marlene set us up? Why the hell are we smuggling an infected girl?
I'm not infected.
No? Just lying?
It's 3 weeks old.
No, everyone turns within 2 days, so you stop bullshitting.
It's 3 weeks. I swear.
This is why the Fireflies wanted to smuggle Ellie out of the city, because she's immune to the infection. Joel and Tess are skeptical at first, and Tess even considers shooting her on the spot. But it's hard to deny after seeing that 3-week-old bite. They decide to press on anyway and escape Fedra through the sewers.
Whatever happened to me could be the key to finding the vaccine.
Yeah, Joel's clearly not buying that shit, but hey, at least they're gonna be basically rich after this, so and I go along with it. Once we've left the sewers, the path to the Capitol building.
Something that I think they did better in the show, because the only thing I've really seen is the show, it's like, the wound is like it's like a scar, but it's like healed. Because that like shows, because like, I feel like that makes it very obvious that it's like, this is old. This is not like a new thing. This was ages ago. Because like, if you see like a bite wound, it's like, yeah, that's fucked up. But if you see like a scarred over bite wound, it's like either a regular person bit you, or there's something wrong with you. Well, right, I suppose.
Building leads right through the city, or what's left of it at least. I can't get enough of how they depict this fallen city. The crumbling roads and the buildings about to fall over. All of this destruction wasn't caused by the infection either. It was the military that dropped bombs on the city in the hopes of stopping the infection before it spread too far. And that shit did not work at all, but at least it looks cool. The only viable path to the Capitol building is through these dilapidated skyscrapers. We can hear the infected in the building, but nothing in the immediate vicinity.
Though as we move deeper, we learn there are different kinds.
Okay, I feel like the government would for sure know that just bombing somewhere would not get rid of that kind of thing, because there would be people that got out, the stuff that caused it that got out. Like, are you stupid? Like, that's just dumb. Like, I guess, like, maybe, and I know it's mostly just because they have to do it for the story to exist, but, like, again, I think the moment that something like that got out, like, they heard, they just burn any, like, thing that was close to it. Like, any factories that had that problem, any fields, you know, whatever. Like, I legitimately don't think that shit would have made it out of South America, and if it did, it would have been barely.
Building is through these dilapidated skyscrapers. We can hear the infected in the building, but nothing in the immediate vicinity.
Though as we move deeper, we learn there are different kinds of infected.
The longer a person has been infected, the worse they get. It can evolve into something even more terrifying. Something called a clicker.
Go sleep.
See, the infection in this game is based on something called the cordyceps fungus, which is actually a real thing in nature that will zombify ants. Fungus takes over their body and brain and forces them to move up towards the sunlight where the fungus can grow. At some point in the growth stage, the fungus pops out of the ant's head and spreads itself. When creating this game, they were inspired by a nature documentary talking about exactly this, and decided that the idea of fungus evolving into something that could infect humans, even though extremely unlikely, would make for a cool-ass story. They went through a lot of design variations on the infection.
Also, one of the problems with using that is, like you said, it, like, tries to get you high. So, like, what it would do is it would just, like, it infects somebody, and then it, like, fucking probably difficultly, barely, like, shambles to the top of a building, and then they just sit there. So, like, they wouldn't just be, like, attacking people like this.
infected and the clickers until they landed on this. The clickers would end up having a fungus that grows out of their head, leaving them unable to see. Instead, they use these clicking sounds and their hearing in general to move around. The sounds as well are very terrifying and very intentionally made using the human voice.
It was a little bit of a head scratcher to figure out, okay, how do we make it sound human but not human? Yeah. And that's no process.
Yeah, that's just her voice. We also used a little bit of Phil's voice. Also with an occasional, Derek. That's just me, you know, moving my tongue. Just, this is a composite of all the bits I just told you about.
It's not only cool for world building, but the clickers' designs are some of the most distinct looking monster enemies I've ever seen in a game. When approaching an encounter with a clicker, you have to be extremely cautious because you can't do stealth takedowns on them like you can any of the other enemies unless you've crafted a shiv. And if they do notice you for any reason, they will kill you in one hit.
Damn. Okay, I don't know if it's just editing, but she is short as shit, dude. Like, that was a good pick for a teenager. She's like 2 foot nothing. What the hell?
Ellie, Joel, and Tess make it to the Capitol building, only when they get inside, it's not at all what they expect.
No. No, no, no. Maybe they had a map or something to tell us where they were going.
How far are we gonna take
As far as it needs to go.
It is over, Tess! Now, we tried. Let's just go home.
I'm not going anywhere.
Holy shit. She's infected.
Oh, Christ.
Oops, right? This was 3 weeks. I was bitten an hour ago, and it's already worse. This is fucking real, Joel. You've got to get this girl to Tommy's. He used to run with this crew. He'll know where to go.
No, that was your crusade. I am not doing that.
Yes, you are. Look, there's enough here that you have to feel some sort of obligation to me, so you get her to Tommy's. Make this easy for me.
I can find it.
No, just go!
Tess insists that we leave her behind and make sure Ellie gets to the Fireflies. And considering it's her final request, Joel agrees, reluctantly leaving his partner behind. As we sneak out of the back, we don't see it, but we do hear Tess's final stand. Her screams as she tries to buy us time.
We'll go upstairs. Probably get up from there. Just keep pushing forward.
We escape down into the sewers, and if there was any doubt...
This is The Last of Us? Zombie game. Dude, they made this scene so fucking weird in the show. Because there's like a zombie that like walks up to her and like the fungus comes out of its mouth and like goes into her mouth. It's fucking awful. Yeah, I've never actually played this game before. I watched the show, which from what I understand changed like a decent amount. But never actually watched this or played it. I've never watched anyone play it either. This is like my first experience with the game like on its own. Yeah, I think so. But honestly, because it's such a heavy story-focused game, there wouldn't be much point in playing it since I already know the whole story. Like, that's like all, like, the game's gameplay isn't that cool, so that's all there really is to it. Like, it would have been a good stream game if I didn't already know it so.
Probably get up from there. Just keep pushing forward.
We escape down into the sewers, and if there was any doubt about Ellie's immunity before, it's pretty quickly shot down, as she has no problem breathing in the spores. of the platforming and puzzle solving revolves around you figuring out how to get both Joel and Ellie from point A to point B. At first I thought floating the platforms was kind of lame, but it grew on me over time. The fact that Ellie can't swim and you're constantly grabbing these pallets for her, it's only fun when you actually start to like Ellie's character. Functionally, yeah.
Didn't he? Okay, I'm pretty sure he literally said that she was in like a military school. I know there's not. No, there's like more water than there used to be because like flooding and stuff is not as regulated. Like, I feel like swimming is arguably more important now than it was back before the fucking apocalypse.
Yeah, you're just kind of floating something across the water, but after a while, you kind of just see it as another way that Joel takes care of Ellie. And in my opinion, that makes it good.
Now there's a town a few miles north of here. There's a fella there that owes me some favors. Good chance he could get us a car.
Okay.
Let's get a move on.
It's cool to see how differently the infection and the fall of humanity affected a small town like this one. Instead of being bombed to hell, it was just taken over by one crazy guy with a bunch of traps. See, the town of Lincoln has a population of 1, and his name is Bill. He's a doom prepper and an asshole. And as we're getting swarmed by infected, he shows up to help us to safety. See, Bill was the guy outside of the QZ that would hook up Tess and Joel with their contraband that they would move into it. And it seems like there was a bit of a tab running, as Bill only really helps us due to him owing Joel.
Whatever favors you think I owe you ain't worth that much.
Actually, Bill, they are.
All right, I have a confession to make. I did watch the TV show before I played the game. And so now, having experienced both, I like Bill in the show a lot better. In the show, Bill gets an entire...
For sure. 100%. Like, this is one of, I think, the biggest changes they made from the game to the show. Because instead of just being like a crazy doom prepper that took over this whole town, he's a crazy doom prepper that took over, like, it's not like a... It's more like a small town. Like, it's just a bunch of houses. Like, there's not really stores and stuff. There's a few, but there's not many. That he just, like, fenced off and, like, did whatever. And then there's this other guy, who I think is mentioned in-game, but, like, he shows up, and, like, Bill, like, he convinces Bill to take him in, and then he helps him, and then they, like, fall in love, and they're, like, gay and shit. But it's, like, cool. And then, like he gets old and sick. Not like mushroom sick, but, like, old sick. And then, like, he's, like, paralyzed, and then he's dying. And it... yeah, old man Yowie. And he's like, oh, you know, I want to go out on my own terms. So he buys, like, poison, and he tells Bill to, like, put it in his food, and then Bill puts it also in his own food, and so they die together. And when Joel shows up, they're already both, like, rotten. They're, like, dead, because they, like, just died in their bed together. It's completely different.
I watched the TV show before I played the game, and so now, having experienced both, I like Bill in the show a lot better. In the show, Bill gets an entire episode to himself, and I'm gonna just give you a quick rundown of what happened. Bill is a doom prepper. He lives in a little town, and he put a big electric fence around it with, there's flamethrowers as well, they're involved. Bill doesn't trust anybody, and he's kind of a loner. But then this dude named Frank shows up, and he comes inside to Bill's house. Wait, poor choice of words. Bill cooks him a meal.
Well,
and
not that poor.
And then he says, I'm gonna cook you one meal, I'm gonna let you get a shower, and let you get out, because Bill's house has running water and power and food and stuff. So Bill goes over, no, it's Frank actually. He goes over to a piano in the room because he's about to leave. But then Frank's like, oh no, I gotta play the piano. And he goes to play the piano and he picks out a song. It's like really meaningful to Bill. You can see that in the moment. He starts to play it. Bill gets like upset about it. He's like, stop playing that. And then Bill goes to play it and he plays it beautifully. It's also Nick Offerman. I fucking love that guy. And then kissing happens and they kiss together. Lips. What happens next? Sex for sure happens next. Frank ends up staying there with Bill in the town, and it becomes like their town. At some point, Joel and Tess show up, but it's Pedro Pascal Joel. And they become friends, and then a little bit later, there's a couple of time jumps involved. Bandits show up and they start shooting and stuff. But remember the flamethrowers. Don't forget the flamethrowers. They all get flame on fire. We cut to the future, the further future than the first time we cut to the future, and Frank is in a wheelchair. He's painting though. He's painting and he's doing stuff. And then Frank's like, today's my last day. And then Bill start crying. Bill start crying big time. And it hurt my feelings. And then frankly, hey, hang on. Frankly, he gets a little bossy about it. He's like, you're gonna do this for me. You're gonna do that for me. You're gonna do this for me. And I'm like, what about Bill? Who's gonna think about Bill? I think about Bill. At the end of the night, they cook a beautiful dinner and they get married. And then Frank goes to drink wine with there's pills in it, and Bill drinks wine with pills in it, and then they die. And it's beautiful, and it's heartbreaking, and it's beautiful. In this game, Bill's just an asshole. It's an incredible love story, and one that I relate to. Dude, if there was an apocalypse...
Huh? Hmm? Is there something he's not telling us? Huh? Bro relates to it?
And some guy fed me a steak dinner with wine, I would be his gay lover too. It's me and him till the end. In the show, they never even get to meet Bill and Frank. But in the game, you get to meet just Bill. And his only role is to be a cynical bastard and show us how to make a nail bomb. It's basically a can with a bunch of nails in it and also probably some gunpowder. They're basically just this game's version of a grenade, which are pretty useful when the infected start bunching up together. And they're gonna be mega double useful when we're securing the car battery from the school, which is what we're about to go do. Here, Ellie, catch. A lot of this game's gameplay is based around looting and crafting, and the nail bomb is really the first thing you find that's useful. But my other favorite is the metal pipe that you can get, and it starts off pretty strong already, but you can augment it to have scissors on the end, which makes it like an insta-kill, and it gives it an extra bar of durability. Also, it just looks insane. Oh, watch out. You better be careful, I almost got you. Oh! Kind of a loose cannon. You never really know what I'm gonna do. Once we make it to the truck, it turns out someone got to this battery before us. So, time to enact Plan B, get out. I do kind of wish they had expanded the level design just a little bit more. The entire path from Bill's house all the way to the school is just one big long hallway with a field of waist-height walls every now and again. That's one thing that really frustrates me is that you can be walking through the calmest area in the game, but if you see those waist-height walls, you know a combat encounter is coming. Oh shit. This is the final evolution of the infected, called the bloater. It'll take just about every bullet you have, and the only thing that's effective against it, and really all the infected, is fire.
That.
Bro, they didn't even light it. Like, I know obviously they didn't light it, but like, they didn't even put fire effects on it.
They're extremely hard to kill, but thankfully, when you finally do, the loot is worth it. 6 bullets. I used more than that to kill a fucking straggler. We dip into a nearby house where Joel and Bill argue about what to do next when something catches Bill off guard.
Furthermore, tell Tess that she can take this job. Don't you bring Tess into this. Shove it right up. Nothing to do with...
Jesus. What, you know this guy or something?
Frank.
Who the hell's Frank?
He was my partner. He's the only idiot that would wear a shirt like that. He's got bites. Here. And
I reckon he didn't want to turn, so he...
Yeah, I guess not.
Shut the fuck up. God damn, dude. Dude, I was gonna say, it's so funny that like my base facial expression is smiling Because I was like slack-jawed looking at that, and then I looked down at my model, and he's got this big goofy-ass grin, and it's like, dude, that doesn't quite fit. God.
Frank in the show made a decision to go out on his own terms. And Frank in the game did the same thing, but for a completely different reason. It's not clearly stated, but it's heavily implied that Bill and Frank had a romantic relationship here in the game too. But this story wasn't beautiful. Frank's voice is relegated to a single note. In it he says, "I hated your guts. I grew tired of your shitty set in your ways attitude. I guess you were right that trying to leave this town would kill me. But it's still better than spending another day with you." Frank intended on leaving Bill. He's the one who got to the battery first and had a truck all ready to go. But in the process, he got bit and took fate into his own hand. The way I see what happened here with Bill and what happened with Tess is one huge lesson for Joel. That even if you pretend you don't care about the people around you, that doesn't make losing them any easier. Joel lives by this idea that denying yourself love protects you from loss, but that's just not true. You can see that in him after Tess dies, and even clearer reflected onto Bill. It's not something the game is overtly trying to say either. They just give you these moments, let you feel them, and interpret them however you will. That subtlety in the storytelling is extremely hard to pull off, which is what makes this so impressive. It really is the way they handled the story with Bill in both the TV show and the game that highlights their respective strengths. Even though Bill didn't actually do anything for us here, except almost get us killed, somehow we still ended up with a truck.
Look what I found. It's got some juice in it.
That's my battery. Battery's drained, but cells are alive.
What are you thinking?
Thinking you drive and we push.
So basically we have to push the truck and get it going fast enough so that Ellie can pop start it. It's something you can do with a manual transmission where you push all the way down on the clutch, all the way down on the gas, and once you get rolling, you pop it into first, dump the clutch, and it just takes off like a rocket ship. I know this because my first car was an old Ford Focus with a bad starter. For like a year, I drove this thing around.
Bruh. I love that there are all these like cool, serious conversations that are happening in this video, and you're saying the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. With your fucking damn 4 badges.
First, dump the clutch and it just takes off like a rocket ship. I know this because my first car was an old Ford Focus with a bad starter. For like a year, I drove this thing around, and that is how I started it every single time. I'd always like park up on a hill and then just let it go and blast off. The worst part of it was I took my driver's test with an automatic, and
that sounds, bro is playing a video game in real life. That sounds goofy as shit. Like having to put your car at the top of a hill and then take it out of park and just kind of like rock it until it moved so it could start is crazy.
I started it every single time. I'd always like park up on a hill and then just let it go and blast off. The worst part of it was I took my driver's test with an automatic and didn't know how to drive a manual, so I was constantly stalling, pushing it, starting it up again, and stalling and pushing it. It's only mildly related. It just reminded me of that. Ellie, learning to drive for the first time, gets the truck going, and we bring Bill back to his home before going our separate ways. Joel goes to say something to Bill, but just can't help being a Southern father about it.
Look, Bill, got your buddy back there. That's a tough deal.
We square.
We're square.
And get the fuck out of my town.
With the car, we're going to a place called Jackson, where Joel's brother Tommy is based. And while their relationship is a little rocky right now, it's really their only chance of getting Ellie to the firefights.
Dude, they got some old music in here.
Is this copyrighted? Because it's hard to tell because He has on several occasions in the past. I'm gonna stop it there. So he has on a couple occasions in the past, like, paid to use copyrighted music. So that might have legitimately been copyrighted music. So I'm gonna cut it early. Let me go check. Hold on. Yep, that was in fact. Wait, maybe not. No, yeah. That was in fact licensed music. There was actually another video. I think it was on Far Cry 3 where he did something similar, and he played like there was a mission where it played a certain song, and he was like, "This is like the coolest thing of this mission." So I licensed this song so I could just play the scene straight. So that is always a danger with his videos. It's like he might just straight play copyrighted music, but he can because he's buying them. Dude, he puts so much effort into these videos. It's amazing. But yeah, he definitely deserves to be bigger than he currently is. But anyway, oops. Now we're gonna go to the next episode. We're just gonna keep it rolling. It's part 2. Is this part 2 or is this about The Last of Us part 2?
The Last of Us is the kind of game that's so much better when you take your time.
Oh yeah, so I didn't mention this before, but we're not just watching one video. This is I'm watching a few. So this is going to be like a decently lengthened stream, just so you're aware. But anyway.
The Last of Us is the kind of game that's so much better when you take your time. I always hear people talk about how it's one big long cutscene that lets you walk sometimes, and on one hand, fair. You can watch it like a movie, but all you're gonna get from that is a shallow, movie-like experience. But if you slow down and take your time, maybe read a couple notes, listen to a couple audio logs, creep around in people's houses and touch all their things, you'll find these beautiful little stories that work in tandem with the main narrative to create an overall better experience. Damn. One of my favorites is here in Lincoln when you're moving through that town with Bill. I happened to walk into one of the houses and my eyes immediately darted to the dog crate. I'm like, holy shit, they got a dog. I need to find that dog, pet it, and then do this in front of his face. I looked around a little bit more and then spent some time zooming in on the shelf to see what kind of books they made up just to put on this shelf. Gotta get me a copy of Goose Girl.
Upstairs was a kid's bedroom, which means this was a house with 2 parents, their son, and a dog. The boy who lived here also kept a diary where he wrote about everything going on.
Where we're going, there are no pets allowed. Drove to the edge of town, Gadget.
Not the dog, no!
In the beginning, we saw what happened to the city when the infection started spreading.
Hey, that's better than what most things would do to a dog in an apocalypse like this. At least he might be alive. He would have lived a little longer. Other zombie media would have just fucking put him down. Man. But yeah. Give me just one second, I'll be right back. Bro got bored. I see. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. God. Can't leave you alone for 2 seconds.
Not the dog, no!
In the beginning, we saw what happened to the city when the infection started spreading through these massive, intense cutscenes. But here, even just in this house, we get a glimpse into what happened to the small towns like this one. It seems like it was a much more gradual shift. These people weren't forced out of their homes by infected chasing them down. But they were forced to make impossible choices when no one knew what the right choice was. This is just one family, one small story in a world full of small stories. And knowing little things like how the infection affected a small town like this one makes the overall experience just so much better. There's plenty more things to see like this, but for right now, we gotta pick back up with Joel and Ellie as they drive away in their brand new truck that they got from Bill. This is actually part 2 of my videos on The Last of Us, so if any of this is confusing to you, you should probably go and watch the first one first. And also like the video, because we are not in a car. We are just, this is a lie.
Shit.
We are lying to you. This is a lie.
Hold on. Okay, but like, hold on. Let me scroll down. It literally says, I guess you could have thought, damn it, we should go watch part 1. Yeah. Hold on. Let's go watch part 1 real fast.
So much better. There's
Alright. Back to it then.
Plenty more things to see like this, but for right now, we gotta pick back up with Joel and Ellie as they drive away in their brand new truck that they got from Bill. This is actually part 2 of my videos on The Last of Us, so if any of this is confusing to you, you should probably go and watch the first one first. And also like the video, because we are not in a car. We are just, this is a lie. We are lying to you. This is a lawn chair that I'm in right now.
Immersion broken.
You're not supposed to show that yet.
Aw. Holy fuck.
Eventually, this little road trip leads them to Pittsburgh, where the highway is fully blocked off. We take a little detour through the city, hoping to find another way, but instead we find a man who needs help.
Are we gonna help him?
Put your seatbelt on, Ellie.
Well, what about the
Fucking
dad?
run him
He
down.
ain't even hurt.
The man didn't need help at all. It was just a con to get Joel to stop so they could rob him and kill him. Something that was obvious to Joel because, as he'll go on to say later, I've been on both sides. Now, there's a lot of guys for Joel to take on all by himself, but one thing I don't remember mentioning in my part 1 video, Joel is the Batman. You know how in the Batman games you get that vision that lets you see through walls, same as in the Assassin's Creed games? Yeah, Joel can just do that. And it's not because he has some like cool mask or eagle powers. He's just that guy.
It's called listen mode, and I guess the rationale here is that you're listening so hard you can see people through walls. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You can turn it off in the settings if you want to, and I definitely did because it just, I don't know, it ruins the immersion a little bit.
The whole game so far has been trying to get to this town called Jackson to find Joel's brother Tommy. And this truck was our plan to get there, so we gotta find another way to get there.
All right, it's clear.
All right, wait here for a second.
An important part of surviving in this world is upgrading and maintaining your weapons.
Throughout the world, you can find these little benches where you can upgrade all your gear and stuff. They cost scrap, which is pretty easy to come by if you're a loot goblin vacuum cleaner like myself. They're mostly for little things though, like increasing your ammo capacity or reload speed, which I didn't find exactly game-changing. There's only one that was really useful, and that was the reduced aim sway with the bow.
I played through the game on hard mode, but I turned off all aim assist because I didn't want it to be too challenging, but I also wanted it to feel scrappy. And the bow is a fucking nightmare to aim without any kind of assist. So having just a little bit of that sway gone was a lifesaver.
Crazy. Poor pit.
Is this a quarantine zone? What happened here?
Squid Game. It turns out the Boston QZ we started in.
Squid Game. God, you know what's something that I find interesting about the Last of Us show is that they changed like when it takes place, because in the game the infection started in 2013, which is when the game came out, and then it jumps 20 years later to 2033. But in the show, it started in 2003, and then it jumps to 2023. Which is interesting. Just like a choice they made. Squid Game.
Squid Game. It turns out the Boston QZ we started in, while still nightmarish, was the one that got lucky. Here in Pittsburgh, the military abandoned the QZ over 5 years ago after a citizens' revolt lasted over a year. The people who survived and decided to stay began hunting down those who were in the surrounding area or just passing
Jesus
through. They took to
Christ.
calling them tourists, and it's killing and robbing these tourists that has kept them alive over the last few years. And unfortunately for us, we might as well have a Hawaiian shirt, a straw hat, and a camera strapped around.
A what? Straw hat? Like One Piece? Bro didn't even spell it right. Goofy ass. One laugh at him, chat. What an idiot.
Our necks, because we are screaming tourists right now. But no matter how shitty Pittsburgh has become, it's still worth exploring. Because you might find a comic book that you can give to Ellie and it will make her really happy. And that makes me really happy. But do explore at your own risk, because you might find something deadly.
Hold on. He shaved. Why did he do that? Wait, look, watch.
Our necks, because we are screaming tourists right now. But no matter how shitty Pittsburgh has become, it's still worth exploring. Because you might find a comic book that you can give to Ellie and it will make her really happy. And that makes me really happy. But do explore at your own risk, because you might find something deadly around the corner. Or rather, it might find you. Jeez, it's so hard to wiggle your eyebrows, dude.
Oh, yo! What's going on? We're currently watching a video by a YouTuber named Bisley channel, Bisley, about The Last of Us. Well, technically this is the second video. We just watched the first one a little bit ago. But yeah. No. Last of Us, the zombie game. With the mushrooms. It's working. I mean, I plan on doing that when Legends comes out. It's actually when I'm gonna buy a Switch 2. Because I don't care about... I mean, Donkey Kong seems cool. I'll probably also get that when I get a Switch 2. But currently, I don't really care. Honestly... probably 9. I, like... Pokemon, like, Scarlet and Violet, jumped to being my favorite so fast. Because I just like everything about it. I like the starters, I like all the new Pokemon, I like the story, I like the game. It's just like, it's so good. Like, I will say, I think that Gen 3 has the best set of starters, and some of the best legendaries in the entire, like the Weather Trio are amazing, but like, story-wise, I don't think anything beats Gen 9. And then, like, the Gen 9 starters, while they're not the best, I specifically Skeledirge I like a lot. The other two are like okay, but Skeledirge is like great. He's like really up there and one of my favorites. Yeah, and then the story, dude. The story is so good when you like actually pay attention to it, which a lot of YouTubers didn't do. And then like being able to, like, it doesn't scale, but like being able to like do the whole game at like whatever order you want, and it's like like that was honestly the thing that I had the most fun with Scarlet and Violet, because I went out of my way to play the game as backwards as possible. I went to the latest game areas immediately and played it backwards. The only thing I did earlier than like I would have had to is the, I think, what is it, Bombardier Titan, because you need that to get swim to go fight what is his name? Big whale guy that eats the sushi. That Titan. But yeah, but honestly that was really fun. And then like just that game's great. And it's like I always said my one problem with it was that it didn't run well, and on the Switch 2 they fixed that, which is great. But like, yeah, that's just it. It's just like those games are, those games are just so good. Like everything they did, like even like some of the worst, quote unquote worst Pokemon are like really good. Like I like Flamigo. I know a lot of people don't, but like I don't know. I think it being so goofy and like basic is kind of what's good about it. And then like, dude, Palafin, like immediately, like anytime I thought about that Pokemon, it like jumps to being like higher and higher on my like favorite Pokemon, and now that's like definitively for sure my favorite Pokemon, because they literally just made a Superman Dolphin, and it's like that's so cool. Yeah. I think Mudkip is great. Something that gets me is it's like Swampert. I was always like, oh yeah, I like Swampert. That's my favorite starter. And then I realized I don't really like Swampert. I like Mega Swampert. Mega Swampert's way better than base Swampert, like design wise. In my opinion. But well, yeah, for sure. They're arguing in the chat about Pokemon while we're watching a zombie game. But yeah, I mean, that's true. From like an objective point of view, Mudkip is just the best starter in general. Like, other than like competitive, but like in actual gameplay, Mudkip sweeps because of just all of the stuff it can do. But anyway, we should probably get back to the video, because these are not short videos that are coming up. But yeah, I think the Mudkip line is still one of my favorite starters. I think it might be beat by Greninja and like Incineroar, but it's like definitely third at least. But yeah. Dude, stuff like Oras and like Heart Gold and Soul Silver and stuff, it makes me so sad that how trash the Diamond and Pearl remakes we got were. They were so bad. And I know why they were bad. It's because they had to put all of that, like, no, I haven't. Well, I don't really have too many people to do it with. I suppose I could do one with Jumpy, but I've never been really a fan of, Nuzlocke, honestly. Like, I'm not one of them people who's, like, always trying to look to make Pokemon harder and stuff. You're lucky you're my only mod, or I would have banned you for that. Oh, God. But anyway, we've gotten very off topic. Let's get back to the video, because this video is already an hour. It's gonna be 2 if we keep stopping and talking like this. Oh, pipe. Also, this dude, every time I watch one of his videos, it's so cool how much effort he puts in. Because, like, they had, like, that prosthetic head commissioned. Like this is not, like, a model from the game. This is, like a prosthetic of the game, like, mushroom head thing. And it's so cool. Like the reason I've like been reacting to his content, which I asked permission first. The reason I've been doing this is because he's so cool and he just deserves more like attention for what he does, especially with how much this costs to do. It's so wild.
Ellie has a very strong character in this game.
What is this? What?
Sir, there are children.
More than 15% of the population.
Anyway. Oh. See, when I clicked on the link, it like changed, so I figured it was like changing what you like to just the thing. That shit's so wild. It's funny, honestly. I love how that, like, has evolved so much that so many people forget that that came from Star Wars. Oh yeah, isn't that, yeah, that's Joel emote. Like the fish. I love that that emote's just called Joel. Like, it's such a random thing to call it. I'm so curious what the context is. But, you know.
Ellie is a very strong character in this game, but up until this point, she's played a really passive role. But that isn't really by her choice. Joel just doesn't trust her enough to protect herself. He's refused multiple times to give her a gun and basically mows down anybody that gets near her. But luckily, Joel will always be there to protect her.
This is the first time in the game where I've ever actually started to get a little tense, nervous, palms sweaty, mom spaghetti. I think it's because there's this weird confidence that comes with protecting another person in a tense situation. And since none of the encounters so far were ones you had to do alone, I was thinking, no worries, this is gonna be a piece of cake. And then I got jump scared turning on a generator. Oh, fucking shit! This shit is freaky, bro. I don't care what anyone says. If it's just a cutscene simulator, then why I'm over here trembling on the sticks, turning on the lights, and sprinting my happy ass out of here. We get into a confrontation with one of the hunters. Just as Joel loses the upper hand and begins fading from consciousness.
Squid Game.
Ellie's so cool, bro, and that's really all.
God damn it. What is it? I see. I mean, I suppose. I love those 7TV emotes. Let me check it first. This might be. Oh yeah, I think this is copyrighted music. I don't think I could show this. This looks cool. That's cool though. Yeah, I can't show that on stream because it's no. It's got the same kind of copyright problems that YouTube does. Honestly, it's more because they can take that down like immediately. You gotta be careful about that. But it's a cool video. Yeah, unfortunately, you get in just as much trouble with Twitch as you can with YouTube. TikTok's, I think, the only place you can really do that stuff because they're, like, already chill with it.
Thanks to Ashley Johnson, who plays her in this game. All the actors for this game are fantastic, but what Ashley Johnson does for Ellie is so impressive. There's an interview where she talks about how hard she advocated for Ellie to be actively doing things and standing strong on her own, or at least as strong as a 14-year-old girl could.
It was written that Ellie sort of was just kind of watching on the side, just waiting till he was done, and I was a little frustrated because I was like, well, if this were real life, I would do something.
We did a couple takes, and at some point she walked up to me and she said, I feel like I'd hit him.
So we added in a part, like, you know, right there off the bat, she's not just this damsel in distress. Right there, she wanted to fight back from her very first day of shooting.
Joel, kind of always being in dad mode, leaves him seeing Ellie as this incompetent child who couldn't possibly handle the cruelty of this world. But this moment
is when something switches. She's proved herself time and time again to Joel, but it's not until this moment that all of that is paid off. He realizes that she was born into this world 6 years after the fall of humanity, and she didn't survive it for no reason. He also realizes that if she's gonna continue surviving, she needs to be strong enough to make it, even when he's not around. Joel can't even muster up a thank you or a good job, Ellie, which clearly makes her mad, but he's more a man of action, not words. So right after this, he makes a decision that a definitely unhinged but good dad would make. All right, what you're gonna wanna do, pull this up against your shoulder, rack it back, one shoot. Simple. Here you go. Oh, get it up into your shoulder. Okay, got it? Yep. Pull it up. All right. Yep, perfect. You just line it up down there.
It's not even a zombie, that's a real guy.
Good luck.
Why don't you go kill all those guys?
What?
It's so weird. This is almost exactly like when my dad taught me how to shoot a gun. Except we weren't shooting people, we were shooting Gatorade bottles. And I wasn't 14. I was 8. Joel basically puts his life in Ellie's hands at the—
That's a good dad. That man had a good father. That's what good dads do.
I wasn't 14. I was 8. Joel basically puts his life in Ellie's hands at this point, having her cover him from above while he takes out all the hunters in the courtyard. In the same way that the hotel basement was the first time this game got me anxious, this combat was the first time I had a real challenge with the game. To be fair, it really came down to just not having enough ammo and needing to get creative, but still, I kind of get the feeling that this game pulls its punches for almost the first 5 hours, making that bit a slog to get through gameplay-wise. But it's once you get here that they actually throw a significant challenge at you. I'm curious what y'all who have played it think, but for me, this is about when it started to get good. Shooting and bashing our way through the city, we end up sneaking into a room with these two brothers.
Look!
Leave him alone.
Easy, son. Just take it easy.
It's all right. They're not the bad guys. Lower the gun.
These guys are kind of awesome. They're like the only normal people you meet in the game, and they're definitely meant to reflect Joel and Ellie's relationship. They're also definitely a different kind of people from Joel and Ellie, though. When Sam goes to take a toy from the abandoned toy store, Henry tells him not to because they have a rule about it.
What's the rule about taking stuff? It weighs like nothing. The rule. What is it? We only take what we have to.
That's right. Now, come on.
Also, side note, how cool is it that one of the buildings you walk through is a fully thought out toy store rather than some generic, dilapidated building? I want to find whoever's job it was to make this toy store and shake their goddamn hand because it's so perfect. And I love how not only this, but every place that you go into feels like it was well thought out and put together purposefully, like it's a real place. It's the same reason I love BioShock and Dishonored. I just love when a game gives a shit about its world. But to be fair, it's probably a little easier to do it in games like these because it's more on rails, you know? It's not like an open world where you have to build out every little thing. You can kind of just create the path that the player's gonna go on. But even with that in mind, I still find it so impressive that the team here went through the trouble of putting all of this together so carefully when most other games wouldn't do that.
This is us.
So
there's
something interesting I want to point out about this little bit of this game is that in the show, the younger brother is deaf, I think. Which is just an interesting thing to change.
an abandoned military radio station just outside the city. Any survivors from our group, they're supposed to meet us there tomorrow. You and your girl, you want to join us. It goes down tonight.
I guess we best rest up then.
So Henry and Sam want us to help them get to this radio tower that supposedly has a bunch of supplies, and in return, they'll share the supplies with us. If it were anybody else, I would not trust this for a second, but I think they planted that scene of
Henry telling Sam not to take the toy so that you would trust them and know that Henry is a honest man who only takes what he needs. It establishes his moral code, and if he's not gonna steal a toy, he's definitely not gonna turn on us in the end. Traveling with them is a nice change of pace too, because Henry will help out in combat, and Sam, every once in a while, you'll look over and him and Ellie are giggling and having fun, you know, just being kids. Something that is extremely rare in this world. You know, it's so crazy to me how fast this channel's been growing. I mean, you might not be able to tell, but this is the first video I was actually able to rent out a full studio to film in. I'm not in it right now, I'm just in my basement. Here are a couple pictures. This is what it looked like. It was kind of awesome. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without one, y'all showing up every time I post a video. I really appreciate that. And two, without the sponsor of this video, Odoo. They paid for it pretty much. Odoo is an all-in-one business operations platform. They've got a ton of stuff on there, but what I think y'all would be most interested in is the website builder. I mean, a good website is pretty crucial for any business, and Odoo not only makes getting a quality website accessible, but they make the entire process real easy. All you have to do to build the website is...
Yeah, we're gonna pass this. Such an interesting thing that's been getting sponsoring a lot of YouTubers, because it's like, really? A company builder? Interesting.
In bigger projects. And lastly, thank you Odoo for sponsoring this video. Once again, the path we need to take runs through the sewers, which never goes well, but just at the entrance to the sewers, there's a boat.
Bro's just typing shit. He's just going ham. Good lord. I love that guy. Noted. Wait, hold on. Oh. I didn't update. Damn, I didn't update that shit. I added a few emotes before the stream and I forgot to update my stuff. What night?
Take runs through the sewers, which never goes well, but just at the entrance to the sewers, there's a boat that's been washed ashore.
The hell happened here?
Boat. Exploring the inside, we find a note from a man who owned the boat. A man named Ish. The story of Ish is one that you can completely miss in The Last of Us, and somehow that makes it even better. It's not told through anything other than the environment design and a few notes. It's about a man named Ish who, just before the collapse, headed out on this fishing boat to avoid the chaos. The note tells us that he survived out there for a while, but eventually made his way back. Ish decided to set up camp in the sewers, and at first he was alone, recognizing that the survivors here were just as dangerous as the infected. The sewers would be easily defensible, and the labyrinthine layout would make for an even better escape route. Plenty of twists and turns he could use to evade any attackers. In Ish's third note, he talks about the first person he met that didn't want to shoot him on sight. He debated telling them about his hideout in the sewers, wondering if they would turn on him, and then ultimately decides he just doesn't care. Because what's the point of surviving if you don't have someone to laugh at your lame jokes? Even if the notes just ended here, that's already a pretty powerful story. A man who chooses solitude as a means of survival that ultimately decides a life of loneliness is not worth surviving for, pretty goddamn compelling. Exploring further into the sewers, it's clearly evolved into an interconnected community where people relied on and cared about each other. Ish talked about the survivors having children, and down here we can see that those children didn't just survive, they lived. They had toys, they played games, and they learned together. One of the things we find here is a drawing by one of the kids showing Ish and someone named Danny, who were dubbed our protectors. The person Ish was initially talking about, who didn't want to kill him immediately, was named Kyle. And we first read his name on this blood-splattered note. And the first words we read from him are, "We are trapped, and I think everyone else is dead." The lovely underground community looked more like a horror show the deeper we went. Infected had found their way in and ripped through this little piece of humanity hidden below the world. Up on the surface, there are two more notes. One from Ish, who it seemed was among the few survivors. He writes, "One open door. That's all it took. One of us forgot to close a door and a horde of those monsters made it into our camp. Ish managed to save a woman named Susan, whose children weren't as lucky. Every part of my being wants to give up. It'd be so easy to surrender to this world. I can't
can't do that. I have too much faith in humanity. I've seen we're still capable of good. We can make it. I have to stay strong for her. Ish. He risked everything to not be alone anymore, and just like for everyone else in this world, it ended in disaster. But even still, he presses on and believes that humanity is worth fighting for. A perspective that is fresh at this point in the game. Another note, this one from Kyle, where he talks about taking Ish up on his offer to join him in the sewers. It ultimately led to a brutal fate. It seems that this house was his original home before moving to the sewers, and by the looks of the town, it doesn't seem like he would have fared any better up here. But who knows, maybe he would have survived if he chose something different. And maybe Ish wouldn't have had to watch all of his friends die if he never reached out in the first place. But there is another note that I didn't tell you about the third or fourth one from Ish. He writes to Susan and says, I hope you don't mind, I gave the kids a couple of water guns, so of course, I've been drenched all day. And he's got a big old smiley face on there. See you at dinner tonight, but fair warning though, Kyle is making his special meatloaf again. And I think that's the anguish emoji. They weren't just strangers surviving together, they became a family. Just for a second, imagine that moment. All of them running around in that little sewer home, playing with the water guns, shooting at each other, laughing. There hasn't been a moment in this entire game that is even close to that pure and truly happy. This is the shit that gets me, man. Like, Ish knew from the beginning that this could end in tragedy. And it did. But moments like that with the water gun, a family like that, that's worth risking everything for, dying for. And it's what drives Ish to pick himself back up and keep trying. It just punches you in the gut, man. Like, everything ends, everyone dies, and if you let yourself be so terrified of that truth that you never live, then what was the fucking point? And while I have this existential crisis, Ellie and Sam playing with darts. That's such a fun time. Isn't it so cool to be a child and naive to the ways of the world? I hope Ellie always stays that way and never changes for the worse. This lighthearted moment doesn't last for long though, as a sniper at the end of the road just starts popping shots off at you, quick scoping. You basically gotta work your way up stealth mode, sneaking around the sniper's vision until you can get in the house and beat his ass. And then you get to use the sniper, which is always fun. Sometimes in this game, you just get infinite ammo. It's almost like it's a little mini game. And I know it kind of undermines the whole looting and surviving off of what you can scrounge up thing. It's also fun, so I really don't give a shit. Oh my God.
You're okay.
Still here. Anybody hurt?
No, we're good.
I think it's time we quit this place. Come on. Let's go.
Eventually, the place gets overrun, and we escape out the back, heading to that radio tower with all those supplies. For once, they actually completed an objective, and they got a chance to rest and hang out, eat some canned peaches, and just laugh. Joel talks with Henry about motorcycles he once rode, and the two bond a little bit. It's actually kind of nice. Ellie walks off to go see what Sam is up to, and he's uncharacteristically quiet.
I'd say we all did pretty good back there. Especially you. Is everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Oh. All the serious talk. I almost forgot. There. If he doesn't know about it, he can't take it away.
Ellie secretly stole that toy from back in the toy store and brought it for Sam, which honestly tug on my heartstrings just a little bit. On top of constantly keeping a positive attitude, she's also thinking about others and goes out of her way to do nice things for them. It's almost like seeing a kid with such a good heart who was born in the apocalypse just restores your faith in humanity a little bit and like warms your heart and soul. Oh, damn. Oh, nah. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Damn. No way. Yeah, see, when we were using the sniper, it kind of looked like one of them had got bit. I wasn't sure who it was. At first, I kind of thought it was a choice moment where you get to choose to save one and the other dies. But that is not the case. This is a fixed moment in time, unfortunately. And this next scene, man, this one really got me. So I'm just going to let it play out fully.
Damn. That smells good.
Good morning.
Where's Sam?
I let him sleep in for once.
Oh,
Well, if you want him to join us, you can go wake his ass up.
okay. Sam?
The hell? Shit, he's turning! That's my fucking brother! Screw it!
Shit!
Really? Ellie, are you all right?
Oh my god.
Sam?
Oh no.
Sam?
Henry? Ellie, stay there. Henry?
What have you done?
I'm gonna get that gun from you, okay? Oh, okay, easy.
Is it your fault?
This is nobody's fault, Henry.
It's all your fault!
Henry! Henry, no!
Oh my god.
Yeah. I remember seeing that in the show. That's fucking... That's hard to watch. Honestly, they like added to the scene in the show, or maybe he just didn't show it here. Like, after he shows Ellie, she like cuts her hand and she's like rubs her blood on the wound because you know she like shows that she's immune, as like an attempt to fix it. Like maybe it'll help, and it doesn't.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Are you kidding me? I hope you fall down a flight of stairs, and there's thumbtacks on the stairs, and the girl you like sees the whole thing. After this, the game just picks up like nothing happened, and Joel and Ellie walk their way to Tommy's. A lot of good that fucking car did us. Ellie tries to bring up what happened, but in the same way he shut down the conversation about Tess, Joel doesn't even want to think about it.
That's too small of a grave.
Forgot to leave that stupid robot on his grave. What should I do with it?
Ellie,
What? I want to talk about it.
no.
Why not?
How many times do we need to go over this? Things happen, and we move on.
It's just...
That's enough.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Let's get to Tommy's.
What is it?
It's a hydroelectric dam.
Damn straight.
Hydroelectric dam.
Damn!
Damn.
Damn. Damn.
Planning to cut through the plant and keep trekking to Tommy's camp, we actually get stopped by a group of people holding a bunch of guns. And just before we get our heads blown off,
They're all right.
But you know these people?
Know him. He's my goddamn brother.
Tommy.
Holy shit.
How you doing, baby brother?
Goddamn.
Yeah.
Ellie, right?
Yeah.
What brings you through here?
It's kind of a long story.
Why don't we bring him inside?
Yeah. You hungry?
Starving.
Tommy and his people are actually here to fix the generators and use the power back in Jackson. He gives us a little tour of the place, and goddamn, I don't think I've seen a single group of people work together this well, unless they were trying to kill someone in this game. Also, they got horses. Best day ever. It's kind of just the peak of the game. They say that in Apocalypse, we would all turn on each other, but honestly, I think stuff like this is far more likely to happen. I guess the idea is that only the worst of humanity would survive such a horrible thing, so maybe I'm wrong. I could probably just look up a study or something.
See, I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like the people who would turn on each other would be the ones who would die out first, because if you even showed like a hint of that being a possibility, everyone would turn on you immediately. So only the people who would be trustable and trusting would make it. Like, But yeah, like, I feel like only the people who would be like trustworthy and trusting would really make it, because it's like, who's gonna fucking follow somebody they can't trust? Like, what's the point of that? Especially in like a situation like this. Like, sure, nowadays you kind of have to follow people you don't trust. That's just how the government works. But
would survive such a horrible thing. So maybe I'm wrong. I could probably just look up a study or something. I don't feel like it. It just seems like the more likely thing. I don't know. Tommy's wife takes Ellie off to teach her how to ride a horse, while Tommy and Joel have a little moment together. It's tender, it's sad, it's emotional. It seems like Joel and Tommy had some kind of falling out, likely due to Joel's extremely brutal nature. Hey, were those wayside walls? God damn it. Eventually, when they get a moment to talk alone, we get a better idea of why things are so tense.
I've been on quite the adventure, little brother.
I reckon it's got something to do with that girl.
It's got everything to do with that little girl. She's immune.
Immune to what?
I've seen her, I know, I've seen her breathe enough spores to take down a dozen men. And nothing.
All right. I'll bite. Why bring her here?
I was supposed to deliver to the Fireflies. The way I figure they're your boys. You finish the job, you collect the whole damn payment.
I haven't seen a Firefly in years.
You know where they are. Now, I'm not asking for much.
we're watching a video by a guy named Bisley on YouTube about Last of Us. This is actually the second video. We watched the first one a little bit earlier. And we're gonna keep watching stuff. I've got a whole playlist or a whole set of videos I'm watching. So there's gonna be a few more videos by this guy about a couple. Dude, I'm telling you. I mean, I posted a tweet with all of the. Actually, I don't even think Last of Us was listed there. I didn't list any of the games that this guy's doing. I posted a tweet with like a bunch of stuff that people are that I'm gonna be watching. Oh yeah. This is gonna be a bit of a longer stream. But yeah, but we're watching this, and then we're gonna watch a couple more videos by him after this, and then we're on, I believe, the Amazing Digital Circus is coming after that, and then we're watching Gaslight District, which is by the same people. Maybe I should. Maybe I need to. I don't know. I feel like I like these videos. I feel like these videos are very entertaining. Maybe it'll keep some people around. But yeah. But these are really well made videos, so I would definitely recommend watching if you're able to sit through. We're about halfway through this video, so it's only like, well, I say that, but we've got, so there's a 31 and then another hour and then the 2 Digital Circus and then the, so there's a little bit of time before this stream's gonna be over. But if you're just interested in that, I've got my main YouTube channel. I should within the coming weeks get all of these cut up and posted on there, so you can just watch the edited down reactions on there. If that's all you're interested in, you don't want to sit through all the rest of these videos. But that'll be coming soon. If you're interested. Nope, they left.
I haven't seen a Firefly in years.
You know where they are. Now, I'm not asking for much, Tommy. I just want some simple gear, enough to set me on my way.
What makes you think I'd do this for you?
This isn't for me, Tommy. This is for your damn cause.
My cause is my family now.
Give me just a second. Alright, sorry about that. I got a phone call.
For me, Tommy, this is for your damn cause.
My cause is my family now. You ain't talking about some walk in the park here.
Jesus, boy. Have Maria get some of your born-again friends to do it.
They got families, too.
Tommy, I need this.
So Joel plans to leave Ellie here with Tommy, let him just fully deal with her, and go off on his own. It seems like they've made so much progress in trusting each other and getting Joel to open up that it seems like such an awful step back, such a knife in the gut for him to just abandon Ellie after all this time. But how I see it is there's just this level of self-loathing that will never allow Joel to truly trust himself with this job. He already failed at protecting his daughter all those years ago, and so how now can he trust himself to protect Ellie? If seeing Tommy's face and all this stuff with Ellie didn't already remind him of the life that he lost, then this definitely does.
This is how you gonna repay me, huh?
Repay you?
For all those goddamn years I took care of us.
Took care? That's what you call it? I got nothing but nightmares from those years.
You survived because of me.
It wasn't worth it.
I bring you the cure from mankind, and you wanna play the pissy little brother?
We ain't back in Boston. You lay your hands on me again, it won't end well for you.
The hell is that?
We're under attack.
Oh, and look, we're under attack. Who could have foreseen this? What are we gonna hide behind? I got an idea. I've noticed that a lot of the emotional moments in this game are cut short by some kind of encounter. I thought it might be a coincidence at first, but this is like the third or fourth time it's happened. It may be that they just didn't know how to write a long, drawn-out conversation with a character like Joel, who is actively working against every conversation ever had, but I don't think giving him an out every single time was necessarily the best choice. After all said and done, Tommy agrees to take Ellie, and she notices immediately what's going on. She knows the yelling is about her, and so she does really the only thing she can do.
Joel!
What is it?
That girl of yours, she took one of our horses and rode off.
Damn it, which way?
This already sucks so much for Ellie, but I need you to imagine how many times she's already been abandoned during her life. Orphaned instantaneously, dropped off in military school by Marlene, ghosted by the girl that she likes to become a Firefly, only for her to then come back and die instantly after they have their first kiss. Ellie is losing and mourning over and over again, and now she's got to start again.
Meanwhile, Tommy and Joel chase down Ellie and find her at this abandoned farmhouse.
Is this really all they had to worry about? Boys, movies, deciding which shirt goes with which skirt.
Get up. We're leaving. Come on.
And if I say no?
What do you want from me?
Admit that you wanted to get rid of me the whole time.
Tommy knows this area.
Oh,
better
fuck
than...
that.
Well, I'm sorry. I trust him better than I trust myself.
Stop with the bullshit. What are you so afraid of? That I'm gonna end up like Sam? I can't get infected. I can take care of myself.
How many close calls have we had?
Well, we seem to be doing all right so far.
And now you'll be doing even better with Tommy.
I'm not her, you know.
What?
Maria told me about Sarah.
Ellie?
And...
You are treading on some mighty thin ice here.
I'm sorry about your daughter, Joel. But I have lost people too.
You have no idea what loss is.
Everyone I have cared for has either died or left me. Everyone fucking except for you. So don't tell me that I would be safer with someone else, because the truth is I would just be more scared.
You're right. You're not my daughter. And I sure as hell ain't your dad. And we are going our separate ways.
Get it together. We're not alone.
Oh my god, no way! They interrupted the emotional moment with combat again. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. But it's happening
It's so funny because shut the fuck up. Anyway, I was gonna say, it's something that made me think about is, so I think the scene overall is better in the game, but they don't cut it short like that in the show, which is definitely better. I'm gonna... I swear to God.
combat again. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. But it's happening a lot though, right? Can we agree? Can we brain link right now? Because I feel like it's happening a lot. Anyways, whatever. They get on a horse and they ride into the sunset, and then Joel says some emotional stuff, and it's awesome. Roll the clip, Will. Will's the editor. Shout out Will.
Ellie, get off your horse. Give it on back to Tommy. I'm gonna hang on to this fella, if that's all right with you. Go on, don't make me repeat myself.
Joel is not the type of person to shout from the rooftops how much he loves you, but goddamn, if he means it, he'll show it. So when Joel says, Ellie, get off your horse, what he really means is, I love you and I want you to be my daughter, even though we are related by no blood whatsoever. And also, I'm sorry. And I think Ellie, at this point in the game, has learned to speak Joel's special little language, Joelanese, if you will.
What are you doing?
Your wife kind of scares me. I don't want her coming after me.
Sorry for stealing your horse.
Look, come back to town. Let's discuss it at least.
You know me, my mind's all made up. University, Eastern Colorado. How do I find this lab?
There's so many moments in this game about letting go. Maybe it's letting go of people you cared about who died along the way. Letting go of a life you had that's long gone now. Or letting go of the arrogance that you wear like armor. But this moment here is more about holding on. Even if it's terrifying and you feel like you're gonna fuck it up. Just holding on to what you love while you can. The thing that Bill never could do, that Henry and Sam did up until the very end, and that Ish did even after losing almost everything. All right, Ellie. Get out of here.
Dude, this is what I'm
It's so
talking
crazy
about.
to see how Joel and Ellie's relationship has evolved over the course of the game. What I love so much about it is that you get these moments where the characters are clearly shifting their perspective, but it's never forced or unearned in any way. My biggest problem with the TV show is that it has such a limited runtime and it doesn't allow the relationship to progress as naturally as it does in the game. The show has like half the runtime of the game, and even then they chose to use a lot of that runtime focusing in on other characters in the story, even having a full episode dedicated to the DLC. And sure, they hit all the story beats, but they're not as meaningful without the time spent in between with those little moments. They could never really recapture the emotional hook of being the one pressing the buttons, keeping Ellie safe throughout the entire game. This isn't even really just a problem with The Last of Us. It's any non-interactive adaptation that's trying to retread the ground of interactive media. Video games give us this gateway into a world that really can't be replicated by television or movies. Of course, there are exceptions to this, like the Mario movie, because Mario doesn't have a lot of lore. He's really just a weird plumber who likes to jump on Goombas. I'm Mario. I'm gonna jump on the Goombas. That was my Mario impression. This is my brother Luigi.
I don't think the hat works.
Because it's green.
I was gonna say that.
Okay. In the case of The Last of Us, I do think it's better than any other adaptation we've seen, but I wouldn't say that it, like, goes above and beyond or even meets what the game was able to do. This may be off base, but I think a show about The Last of Us could have been a lot more interesting if they just focused in on stories from other characters within the world rather than just trying to do the same thing. You could have used it as an opportunity.
I do think that's... While I didn't like the Fallout show that much, I thought it was alright. I wasn't super big fan. I think that was a good thing that they did, is just have a whole new story. I definitely think that was a good decision.
characters within the world rather than just trying to do the same thing. You could have used it as an opportunity to add on to characters like Tommy, or even a prequel with Joel. Like, imagine a show that follows Tommy and Joel within that time skip, and you get to watch Joel become that, like, vengeful spirit. They could have done a show following the Fireflies, or, you know, they were clearly passionate about telling a story with Bill. They could have just done that for a full show. If I had to choose from those, I do think a show about Tommy, following him from the time we see him in the prologue to when we meet him at the Hydro plant, could have been really cool. But what do I know? I'm just a YouTuber. Once we're here at the university, we just spent some time wandering the campus, solving a couple minor puzzles, searching for any sign of the Fireflies. The dynamic between Joel and Ellie here is so night and day from the beginning, where he never even gave her the time of day before, and now they just sit around talking about their dreams.
Well, when I was a kid, I used to want to be a singer.
Shut up.
I'm serious.
Sing something.
No,
Come on, I won't laugh.
I don't think so.
They take the horse as far in as they can, and then continue on foot, exploring the rest of the campus.
Beggars.
Of course, we gotta do a little puzzle work to get the door open, but I will say, calling it a puzzle, that might be a little bit of a stretch. It's more of a minor inconvenience than anything. The Last of Us is a fairly cinematic experience as far as games go. And while these distinct visuals go a long way to that effect, you really can't achieve this level of cinematic tension without some amazing sound design. And The Last of Us, the entire game, has some of the best sound design in a video game. The heavy lifter here is the soundtrack. It is so iconic. The strings you hear are South American ronroco, as well as some guitar in there. And the way it's used so minimally and sparingly makes the sound so impactful. I think the best way to put it is that these tracks were made for this game only. You know, in the same way that the Doom soundtrack will always make you think Doom, or the Skyrim soundtrack will always bring you back into Skyrim. This music for The Last of Us pulls me back into this world whenever I hear it, leaving no room for anything else. It was scored by Gustavo Santaolalla, who worked closely with Neil Druckmann to build the score around the game.
I grabbed the ronroco and I knew I wanted in that rhythm. The rhythm is a rhythm basically of chacarera, and I, add this detail, where all that, but there it goes.
That's true, but I also feel like I need to do a regular playthrough of Skyrim before I do like a heavily modded playthrough. Like, I feel like it would lose a little by being just a bunch of mods. But I do have Skyrim installed because I do plan to stream playing that at some point.
That's like a bluesy thing there,
This is a cool little 15-minute video where Gustavo talks about his story and his process of creating music. I found this one really interesting, so if you want
the new one. The special edition? I don't know. Whatever.
Hold that, but there it goes. That's like a bluesy thing there,
This is a cool little 15-minute video where Gustavo talks about his story and his process of creating music. I found this one really interesting, so if you want to watch it for yourself, I'm gonna just leave a little link in the description. And it goes beyond the music too. I mean, the sound design of the clickers, the item interactions when you go to pick things up, the footsteps in various areas. It all comes together so well in service of this game's very distinct atmosphere. In my opinion, it's paying attention to little details like this that takes a game from good to great. Listening to the audio log someone left here, it seems the Fireflies that did live here have all fled to Salt Lake City. Yes, they went for the same dead end a second time, but seeing how easily the QZs and even just any city can fall, it's not a shock that the rebel militia moves around a lot. Joel and Ellie are also getting their information from people who do not have cell phones. Tommy has not been a Firefly for years now, so it's not like what they're hearing is ever very up to date. Good luck with that. That out there. Get down! Seemingly out of nowhere, these hunters show up at the university. Joel may be the fatherly apocalypse Batman, but he's not invincible. A fall off a ledge leaves him with a massive wound to his lower abdomen.
Joel? Joel!
Oh, fuck!
Just stay still.
Oh, I'm so fucked! Oh my god! It's over, dog.
No.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, it's you're
Dude,
fine.
just- nah,
no, we
dude,
can
nah,
totally fix
dude,
this.
nah,
no,
dude,
no, okay,
nah,
okay.
dude.
Ready?
Fuck this.
No, we can do this.
Oh
We can do this.
no!
No,
You want me to? You want me? No!
Yeah, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, fuck that! Fuck that! Oh, big time! Fuck that!
on,
Like,
God.
start writing the eulogy. Say nice words. Oh, Jesus, Mother Mary, titties! Joel fights his way through the dizziness and loss of vision associated with excessive blood loss. He and Ellie mow down the remaining raiders and make it back to the horse. And even though they got away, Joel has clearly lost too much blood.
But he lives. Nice work, dumbass.
We pick back up in the snowy forest where Ellie is attempting to hunt for food. What happened to Joel is left entirely to the imagination at this point. All that's clear is that Ellie is surviving by any means necessary. She eventually finds and catches a deer, but along with it, some unwanted attention.
Who's there? Come out!
Hello? We just want to talk.
Any sudden moves and I put one right between your eyes.
Name's David. This here's my friend James. We're from a larger group. Women, children. They're all very, very hungry.
Yeah, this dude's got a nasty vibe pretty much right away. I mean, you can kind of smell it on him. He's got that creepy uncle energy. What I didn't smell until much later, though, is that this guy is played by Nolan North, the guy who played Nathan Drake in the Uncharted games. He does not sound like Nathan Drake at all. If anything, he sounds like Nathan's creepy uncle who hugs for a lot longer than you want him to. His name is David, and Ellie proposes a trade with him and his little buddy. She'll let them have the deer in exchange for medicine. And you know what that means? Joel's alive, baby. Why else would she need medicine? Joel, my boy, get back up. Let's do it again. That's a dubski, my boy.
I don't know how he's alive. That man is gray. That's not a color that human beings should be. This is not what someone who should be alive looks like.
Boy, Joel's back in the mix. Now, David doesn't do any back up. Let's do it again. That's a dubski. My boy Joel's back in the mix. Now, David doesn't do anything overly weird that you could like point to and call him weird, but it's a weird vibe for sure. All I'm saying is he's getting a little too friendly too fast, and he had just so happened to send his little buddy away so that him and this 14-year-old girl could be alone in the woods together. You know, just do with that info what you will. Connect whatever dots you may see fit. What is this fucking receipt for? Target?
You know, you really shouldn't be out here all on your own.
I don't like company.
I see. What's your name?
Why?
Look, I understand it's not easy to trust a couple of strangers. Whoever's hurt, you clearly care about them. I'm sure it's gonna be just fine.
Weird vibes, Dave. Weird vibes. Now, this is the first time in the game we get to play as Ellie, and it's kind of crazy how different it is. I mean, she can shoot pretty much the same as Joel, but she's a lot more dexterity-based than our 5'11" King, Joel Miller. In my script, I wrote 9'11" King. I don't know what I meant by that. Dude, if he was there, he would have stopped it. I'm pretty sure.
True! Bro would have caught the plane with his bare hands.
9/11 king? I don't know what I meant by that. Dude, if he was there, he would have stopped it. I'm pretty sure. Do we think Joel could have stopped it? Let me know in the comment. Drop a comment, dude. You move so much faster, which is awesome, but the trade-off is not really being useful at all in a hand-to-hand scenario. This little section where you have to fight off the hordes alongside David was kind of frustrating for me because it just kept running out of ammo. I actually think overall throughout the game, they do resource management pretty well, but it's moments like this where we're switching over to Ellie, we haven't had a chance to loot, and the game just arbitrarily decides how much ammo we have, that the lack of ammo was just annoying for me because it was no longer my fault that I didn't have ammo. It was the game not giving me enough and then putting 1,000 zombies in front of me. I mean, I guess David kept trying to give me ammo, but I don't want your ammo, dude. I don't like your aura. Your chakras are way off right now. You know what? I'm gonna take all that back. Who needs ammo when you have the rawest stealth takedown of all time? After dealing with the horde, David's friend comes back with the medicine. And you know, I definitely thought it was gonna be a trap, but he actually came back. So, you know, David seemed to have this forced positivity with Ellie, like he wants something from her. And as that becomes a bit more obvious, he finally reveals his true intentions.
He said that the others had been slaughtered by a crazy man. And get this, he's a crazy man traveling with a little girl. You see, everything happens for a reason.
Ellie rushes back to Joel, who she has stashed away in a nearby house. She has no idea what to do with the medication, and honestly, why would she? So she just kind of stabs him with it and hopes for the best. She lays down next to him, and I just love at this point how she fully accepts him as her papa. Like, I mean, David was trying so hard to get her to warm up to him, and she wasn't hearing none of it. That, compared against how she's acting with Joel now, is one of this game's subtle but not so subtle ways of showing the relationship growth between these characters. Because, you know, at one point she was treating Joel that way, and now they are buddies. It's a nice moment that's short-lived as David's men have followed Ellie back to this town. Ellie does the only thing she can think of to protect Joel and lures them away on horseback. Now, based on what they're saying, it seems like David has ordered these men to take Ellie back alive, but the problem is Ellie has murdered like 50 to 100 grown men. They are definitely not looking to bring her back alive. They are fully ready to kill this 14-year-old girl.
No, the horse!
Mommy.
How you gonna kill a horse? What the hell? What are we doing? Come on! Horse may have been shot, but that's not gonna stop Ellie. She is just trucking it, and she is so goddamn fast. I don't know how Joel ever ran away from anybody. That dude must got rocks in his pocket. He moves slow. I really think of all the games I've played, The Last of Us has the best voice acting. All of the voice talent is on point, but also the cast is an incredible lineup. Nolan North on Creepy Uncle. Obviously, Joel and Ellie are perfect casting. And I don't know if you've noticed, but all the goons are voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, the guy who plays Spider-Man, and Sam Riegel, who was in a bunch of stuff, including Critical Role. It's actually crazy how many Critical Role voice actors are in here. Eventually, David finds you and chokes you out, claiming that he's saving your life.
Keeping you alive here.
It's just a weird way to save my life, bro, but you know, I guess whatever.
Yep.
It's kept fairly subtle. They don't make a ton of mention of it, but this group be eating people. Human being. Leg of lamb? Nah, we eating leg of Larry. It was at this point in the playthrough that I had a little bit of a realization. There was a game that came out before The Last of Us that was basically just The Last of Us, but like a little different. Some of you probably know it. Those of you who do probably love it. It was Telltale's The Walking Dead. The story of an older man with a history of questionable moral decisions who found himself taking care of a young girl, ultimately developing a father-daughter relationship with her and preparing her to survive in a world full of zombies. What reminded me of this was in Telltale's The Walking Dead, they also had a run-in with cannibals, but that one was a little more visceral. These are two fundamentally different games, but the parallels are kind of crazy. Could you imagine working on The Last of Us for years only to just a couple months before The Last of Us releases, see Telltale's The Walking Dead release and shit a whole brick. Telltale has always been a little hit or miss for me, but these Walking Dead games were so good. I remember playing it right when it came out. I rented them bitches on Redbox, right in front of the Walgreens. I would get a Mountain Dew Voltage in my game and I would finish it in like a day because I had to return it the next day. I just remember binging that whole thing in a dark room, vibrating, pissing blue. Do they even still sell Mountain Dew Voltage? Yes, they do. Why don't I ever see it on the shelves? I feel like it's a health hazard. They probably shouldn't sell it anymore. If you can believe it, The Walking Dead was actually more story focused than The Last of Us. There's not actually a lot of gameplay to it. You just kind of make decisions, and sometimes you can walk around a little area as a treat. It was just your standard Telltale branching narrative thing, and I remember it would stress me out so bad. Every time there'd be a little pop-up in the corner saying Clementine will remember that, and it was just nauseating. I don't spoil anything about that story, but it was definitely tugging on my little heartstrings by the end. Now this one might be controversial, but I actually think there's a few things they do better in Telltale's The Walking Dead than they did in The Last of Us. It's how they handle certain characters and like big moments. I don't really want to spoil anything. If you haven't played this game, you really should. It really comes down to like one major event that both The Walking Dead and The Last of Us tried to do. The Walking Dead did it great. The Last of Us, it wasn't great. Anyway, let's move on.
How are you feeling?
Super.
Here. You should eat. You kill to survive. And so do we. We have to take care of our own, by any means necessary.
So now what?
She ate that?
You gonna chop me up into tiny pieces?
I'd rather not. Please tell me your name.
You're so full of shit.
On the contrary, I've been quite honest with you. Now I think it's your turn. It's the only way I'm going to be able to convince the others.
Convince them of what?
That you can come around. You have heart. You're loyal. And you're special.
There it is. I told you. Bad aura. Chakras off. Misaligned. No. Nasty.
You're surprisingly mature for your age. God. Awful. Foul. Terrible.
I told you. Bad aura. Chakras off. Misaligned. No. Nasty. Kill him. Ellie breaks his fucking thumb, goes for the keys, and even though she doesn't make it out, she does deliver the hardest line in this video game.
Ellie.
What?
Tell them that Ellie is the little girl that broke your fucking finger.
When Joel wakes up, the first thing he does is look for Ellie. What a good papa. He immediately steps out into the snow on a warpath to find her. I love how they portray the different seasons in this game. It very much gives you a visual distinction between the sections and acts as a good indicator for the passage of time, really selling a lot of the character growth because you can see clearly a lot of time has passed. And while Joel has grown a lot, some things just never change.
Gotcha, asshole.
Joel knows these people know where Ellie is, and he wastes no time torturing the information out of them. It's a good reminder that, well, yes, we've seen a softer side of Joel lately as he opens up more to Ellie. He's still got this crazy murder hobo side to him. And if anything, now that he has someone he's willing to die for, we see what he's capable of when he has someone he's willing to torture and kill for.
Focus right here, right here. I'll pop your goddamn knee off. The girl.
She's alive. She's David's newest pet.
Now you're gonna mark it on the map. And it better be the same exact spot your buddy points to. Mark it.
It's right there. You can verify it. Go ask him. Go on. I tell you, I ain't lying. I ain't.
They didn't even just choke him out. He
Fuck
killed
you,
that guy.
man. I told you what you wanted. I ain't telling you shit.
That's all right. I believe him.
No, wait.
Yeah.
Anyway, when Ellie wakes up, she's immediately kicking and biting at these psychos who are trying to execute her.
I warned you.
I'm infected! I'm infected!
Really?
So are you. Right there. Roll up my sleeve. Look at it!
Ellie uses her bite to convince them that she was infected, and it took a little second for me to understand why that would make them not want to kill her, but then I realized they weren't just trying to kill her, they got a butcher knife. They was gonna cut her up and eat her. They was gonna make an Ellie sandwich with extra cheese, because she's so cheesy, she makes her such cheesy jokes. That was a good one. Technically, she still is infected, right? She's just immune to the zombie part. So if she bit somebody, wouldn't they still get infected? Like the cordyceps is still wrapped around her brain. She's just still in control of herself. Okay, Den of Geeks article says it don't work like that, so I guess it don't work like that. I trust you, Den of Geeks.
Damn. But yeah. But alright. Sorry, I was fucking zoning out. But yeah, I mean, with how much shit I have left on this list, I'll probably still be here when you get back. God. Alright.
Ellie uses this opportunity to escape and frantically runs away under the cover of the snow and fog. Before she can fully make it out, though, David catches up to her, and the only boss fight in the game begins.
You're easy to track.
How did you do it? That's all right.
This boss fight is actually pretty clever. You can't attack David head on. You have to get all sneaky and sneak up behind him. But moving around the play space, you have obstacles like broken glass that every time you step on it, David will come sprinting over towards you. While Ellie is fighting with David, Joel is blasting his way towards her. And I feel like in a lot of other media, what would have happened is Ellie would have been painted as a damsel in distress that needed Joel to come in here and save her. But instead, they let her have this moment entirely and find a way to save herself, even if it's really, really, really hard to watch.
You think you know me? Huh? Well, let me tell you something. You have no idea what I'm capable of.
Let's go!
Stop! Stop!
fucking touch me!
It's okay. It's me. It's me. It's me. Look. It's me.
He tried to...
Oh, baby girl. It's okay. It's okay.
Joel.
It's okay.
Their mouths are still moving, but the dialogue is completely taken away at this point. Not that you even need it, because looking at their faces, you can see, you can feel exactly what both of them are feeling. It was probably one of the hardest scenes for me to watch in the game. Even if I just like watch the clip on YouTube, I start to eat it. I mean, the way that Joel doesn't make it in time to save her, but is just right there instantly to hold her in that moment. And like, it's the moment that you kind of realize Joel is not Ellie's protector. He's just the guy who's meant to be there. Tell her it's gonna be okay. And that's a job that is just as hard, especially in a world where you don't know if it's all gonna be okay. It's one of the most emotional scenes in the game for me. And one of the least emotional scenes in the television show. Oh my God. I don't have a ton of gripes with the TV show. This is one of them. This shit pissed me off so bad. Why is it in the TV show, she runs out of the building and then he hugs her, and then she just has this like blank fucking stare on her face? Like, I get what they were going for. It is way worse. It is so much worse. Like in the game, Ellie goes from fight or flight to full on just letting herself go, letting herself sob into Joel. That is what he is to her. In the show, what are we doing? You don't get any of that. Okay, to me, the biggest problem is that the show is so two-dimensional. In this scene, they're focused on Ellie and Ellie alone, and Joel just kind of exists. And in a lot of Joel scenes, they're focused on Joel and Joel alone, and nothing else exists. But in the game, everyone is playing into each other in a way that builds the characters and the relationships between them at the same time. I'm sorry, I still think the show was good for what it was, but it wasn't this, you know?
God.
When we pick back up with Joel and Ellie a couple months later, the dynamic seems to have changed. The snow has melted and they've made it to Salt Lake City where the Fireflies base is. Ellie just kind of has her mind elsewhere, and where Joel in the beginning would have begged for this kind of silence is now just concerned about her. And he does that classic dad thing where he tries to keep the conversation going and bring up like your interests.
Yeah, once we're done with this whole thing, I'm gonna teach you how to play guitar. I reckon you'd really like that. What do you say, huh?
It's just that innocence, that childlike wonder she's had for the entire game that feels buried. You know, it's not gone, but clouded. What happened with David and what's happened over this entire trip is taking its toll on this young girl. Trying to fall into our normal routine of going and getting a ladder, boosting Ellie up. It just doesn't go the same. And they don't say much, but you can really feel it.
Ellie? Ellie?
What?
The ladder. Come on.
Right.
It's really impressive to me that they could make a silence in a video game so palpable, say so much. When she does get up there, she gets distracted and starts running. Whoa. Immediately, I'm thinking, God damn, here we go again. You're about to get yourself killed.
You gotta see this.
What is it?
Are you kidding me?
Giraffes.
Come on, hurry up. Oh. You see this?
It's all right. Come here, come here. Hey, fella. Hurry up, come on. Come on.
Hey there. So fucking cool. Oh, where's it off to? Oh, man. Wow.
So, is this everything you were hoping for?
got its ups and downs, but you can't deny the view, though.
This moment of downtime here is the last one we get. And you can sit in it as long as you like. They don't say anything, but the music just plays softly. I sat here for 10 minutes just staring at it. And I can't even really say exactly what it was that made me feel so strongly, but goddamn, I was feeling it. Staring at a little patch of something so beautiful, surrounded by a world that's so bleak, it was just overwhelming. I'm not sure exactly what message they were going for with this, if they were going for one at all. But to me, this kind of represented what Ellie was to Joel. I mean, for the last 20 years, that dark, violent world was all that he knew. And then along came this girl who he seemed to think needed him, but he had no idea how much he needed her. That little patch of something good. But that's the thing, there's no overt message that they're trying to shove down your throat necessarily. It's just a moment, and they let you feel it, whatever it may be for you. Also, sorry, my beard's gone. I had to refilm this bit. The Fireflies' base is on the other side of town, and to get there, Joel and Ellie need to cross through some underpass and tunnels. They have a quick final encounter with the infected, who give everything.
I love that that's the first time he's mentioned it, because I've noticed it a lot. It's very noticeable.
Cross through some underpass and tunnels. They have a quick final encounter with the infected, who give everything they've got. Multiple bloaters, hordes of clickers, and an ant colony of base infected attacking them. This is definitely the most infected for one encounter in the entire game, but it was actually stupid easy to just sneak through. While doing some platforming on cars over running water, both Joel and Ellie fall in. Ellie gets swept away and drowns, but Joel kicks his ass into first gear and starts revving them legs up. And as he's trying to save her, the Fireflies find them and knock Joel unconscious.
Welcome to the Fireflies. Sorry about that. They didn't know who you were.
And Ellie?
She's all right. They brought her back.
Take me to her.
You don't have to worry about her anymore. We'll take care of her.
I worry. Just let me see her, please.
You can't. She's being prepped for surgery.
The hell you mean, surgery?
The doctors tell me the cordyceps, the growth inside her, has somehow mutated. It's why she's immune. Once they remove it, they'll be able to reverse engineer a vaccine. A vaccine.
But it grows all over the brain.
It does.
Find someone else.
There is no one else.
Listen, you were gonna show me where...
Stop.
Again, one thing that got me about this when I was watching the show is they didn't try anything else. They just immediately jumped to let's cut her brain out. And it's like, dude, try fucking anything. Take her blood, test her, like, if you can make a vaccine out of the fucking shit in her brain, you should test and see if there's shit in her blood first that you can take instead. And then maybe, if that doesn't work, which knowing these fucking idiots, it probably wouldn't, then you can try cutting into her brain. And do you really need the whole thing? Like, you just take, like, pieces of it, like a fucking plant?
Show me where...
Stop. I get it. But whatever it is you think you're going through right now is nothing to what I have been through. I knew her since she was born. I promised her mother I would look after her.
Then why are you letting this happen?
Because this isn't about me, or even her. There is no other choice here.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that bullshit.
March him out of here. He tries anything, shoot him. Don't waste this gift, Joel.
He can't lose her. And he does everything he can to make sure he doesn't, no matter the cost.
Where was the operating room? I ain't got time for this. Where? Top floor, the far end.
Jesus.
A choice was presented to him, one that I would say is a false choice. Save the world or save this one little girl. I think the game intends for the player to be torn on this, but Joel, answering this for him was as easy as breathing. And as the player, I never felt for a second like Joel was doing the wrong thing. I'm not exactly clear on it, but I've seen some discussion online about an audio log confirming that there were other immune people like Ellie in the world. And when they tried this operation, it still killed the patient, but didn't even produce a cure. From what I can find, this audio log was removed from any subsequent releases of The Last of Us, likely to make this ending bit a little more morally ambiguous. But even without that little audio...
Dude, that's insane. That's a crazy thing to do. Oh my god, holy shit. Like, yeah, that does kind of ruin the moment. Because it's like, they're just doing this over and over again for nothing. This hasn't worked at all. And they haven't even tried anything else. Like, that just makes them seem even more incompetent.
Make this ending bit a little more morally ambiguous. But even without that little audio log to confirm that the cure might not even be viable, who's to say that this dying militia of people who cannot get their shit together would be able to produce a cure from this? And even if they could, who's to say they could even distribute it among the people of the world? I mean, Ellie for them was the cure. And what did they do? Stick her with some random guy. Those are the people who are supposed to cure the world? I don't know. I don't think so. And sure, you could say it's immoral to go on a murder rampage against a bunch of people. But I would say that if you're murdering a group of people who all got together and are really focused on murdering a little girl, that's just fair. I think it's fair.
What are you doing in here? I won't let you take her. This is our future. Think of all the lives we'll save.
Dude. So, like, if anyone who's seen The Last of Us 2 will know what the whole deal with this scene is, but, like, if they hadn't taken that audio log out, this man died for nothing. He died for nothing. Also, what's her name? Like, it's very fucked up, but, like, what's her name knew how Ellie became, like, immune. Because the whole thing is her mom got bit right before she gave birth. So the fucking shit got into her just a little bit from, like, the moment she was born. And that's why she was immune. You could just recreate that a lot. Like, bro. What?
The lives we'll save.
Good game. In the end, we take control of Ellie as her and Joel walk back to Tommy and Jackson. Carrying Ellie out of the hospital was the last time we get to play as Joel. Compare that to the first time we played as Joel, carrying Sarah through the city. He failed then, so he couldn't now. No matter the cost. This little girl is everything, not only to the world as a cure, but to him as a daughter. From the very beginning, this world tossed her aside, beat her down, and treated her like nothing until she was useful to it. And even then, she was more useful dead. Joel made a selfish decision. But maybe Ellie deserved to have someone who would make a selfish decision for her. A single person who didn't care what she could do for them, but just cared about her, would do anything for her. I mean, again, who's to say that killing her would have even led to a cure? And the thing I keep coming back to is, would this world even be worth saving if it meant sacrificing people like Ellie? I don't think so. I think where Joel messed up was lying to Ellie about what happened with the Fireflies, and not lying well either. Like, you gotta think about it from her perspective. She drowned in the water and then woke up in the car. She didn't get to see the Fireflies, she didn't see the base, none of that. This whole thing they've been working towards, she just woke up and it was over apparently. And the final scene of this game is her confronting him about that.
Hey, wait. Back in Boston, back when I was bitten, I wasn't alone. My best friend was there, and she got bit too. We didn't know what to do. So, she says, let's just wait it out. You know, we can be all poetic and just lose our minds together. I'm still waiting for my turn.
Ellie.
Her name was Riley, and she was the first to die. And then it was Tess. And then Sam.
None of that is on you.
Oh, you don't understand.
I struggled for a long time with surviving. And you... no matter what, you keep finding something to fight for. Now, I know that's not what you want to hear right now.
Swear to me. Swear to me that everything that you said about the Fireflies is true.
I swear.
Okay.
And that was The Last of Us Part 1. Genuinely, a game that I always looked at and thought wouldn't be up my alley, but not only was it up my alley, it has become one of the most impactful gaming experiences of my life. It's kind of crazy. I don't think I ever would have played it if I wasn't making a video on it, so I appreciate y'all for facilitating this whole situation. Now, I know y'all are gonna want me to talk about The Last of Us Part 2. It's gonna come up in the comments. I already know it, so let's do it right now. Okay, so in The Last of Us Part 2, Joel gets a Carhartt jacket, and it looks pretty good. Yeah, that's about all I want to say about The Last of Us Part 2. I'm sorry, I didn't like that game very much. Can we just pretend that it ended here? They went back to Jackson and it was fine. Can we just, I don't want to talk about it. That is everything and then some that I have to say about The Last of Us. If they come out with a Part 3, you know, maybe I'll have some more words, but for now, that's it. Click the card right here to go and watch another one of my videos. Thank you so much for 460,000 subscribers. I'm running out of words, man. I don't know. Thank you. This was a long one and we put a lot into it. So I really hope you enjoyed it. The next video I'm working on is for Oblivion. It is gonna be a big son of a bitch too. It's gonna be a pretty large video. Anyway, yeah, thank you so much for fucking however many subscribers. Click the card. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay. Pause it there. Because that's probably gonna be where I'm splitting these two. I figured, because he said he was thinking about doing 3 parts. I figured he was gonna be doing. Oh boy. I figured he'd be doing part 2 also, but honestly, I think a lot of people didn't like that version of the game. It's just like. But either way, but yeah, that'll be it for this video. The stream's gonna keep going. We've got 5 more videos to watch. So let's just jump into that. actually. Yeah, so that'll be it for this video. And I'll see you all next time. Remember, always make reasonable life choices. Bye-bye. And then we'll cut back. We're going to be watching his video on Grand Theft Auto 3, 4? I don't know. And then next is the Oblivion video he was just talking about. But yeah, no, this is definitely 3. Miami Vice, whatever.
Grand Theft Auto Vice City was an incredible game when it first came out. But when I play it now, I just can't help but think it would have been so much better if they gave it the development time it deserved. A lot of people don't know this, but GTA Vice City was originally planned as a DLC for GTA 3. But after GTA 3 came out, they decided to make it a full game for some reason. Not sure why they would do that, money. They churned this bad boy out in 9 months. And as great as it is, you can tell. Don't get me wrong though, I love Vice City. The concept of 80s Miami is perfect for a GTA game, and Rockstar knocked this aesthetic out of the park. I'm not saying any of this because I don't like the game. If anything, I'm saying it because I love this game, and I really think that it deserved better. In this game, you play as Tommy Vercetti, who was just released from prison after 15 years and sent here by the Liberty City Mafia to oversee a deal. But when that deal goes south, he's left with nothing and has to explain to his boss, Sonny, why he lost all of his money.
Hey, Sonny! Tommy! It's been too long.
Yeah, it's been a while, you know, and I just want to say, you know, you smell great today. I can kind of sense that through the phone. Anyway, I just...
Go down. You sitting on some white gold?
Yeah, that's what I was calling to talk to you about. So don't get mad. Even though it's not really Tommy's fault, it's still his responsibility to get that money back by any means necessary. And now, with the stage set, we are let loose like a rabid dog on the neon streets of Vice City.
It's gonna be cool to see this place again in the new GTA.
It's hard to deny how incredible this vibe is. Cruising down Ocean Drive in a classic sports car, palm trees whizzing by, listening to that iconic radio, just looking up at the neon lights. It's so perfect for a Grand Theft Auto game. The studio president, Sam Houser, called the 80s the grooviest era of crime, where it didn't even feel like it was crime. And if that doesn't encapsulate a goddamn Grand Theft Auto game, I don't know what does. And somehow, through some kind of anti-aging Paul Rudd magic, it still looks absolutely incredible. Sure, the graphics are dated, yes, the lighting is dated, but it was all so stylized at the time that even now, it is such a pleasure to look at. Just like Paul Rudd. He got to be drinking the blood of the innocent or something. I don't know what he's doing. Tommy's only contact in Vice City and only hope of finding who set him up.
I love how, like, crusty he makes all of the footage for this video to match the game.
I don't know what he's doing. Tommy's only contact in Vice City and only hope of finding who set him up is a lawyer named Ken Rosenberg.
Shut up, sit down, relax. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. You're gonna find out who took our cocaine, and then we're gonna kill them.
That's a good idea. That's a great idea. Let me think. Oh, there's this retired colonel, Colonel Juan Garcia Cortez. He's the one that helped me set up this deal well away from Vice City's established thugs, okay? He's holding his party out in the bay on his expensive yacht, and all of Vice City's big players are gonna be there, okay? I have an invite. Of course I have an invite. But there's no way that I'm going out there, sticking my head out the door. No way, I not told gonna you, happen.
Shut up. I'll go myself.
Whoa.
A lot of the characters in this game were inspired by various pieces of 80s media, and Ken Rosenberg is definitely one of them. Now, the main inspirations were Carlito's Way, Goodfellas, Miami Vice, and of course, Scarface. Throughout the game, we'll see a lot of this influence on the story, characters, and even some pretty cool Easter eggs, like this one right back here, that I'm not gonna show you until later. Guess you gotta watch the whole video. Look at you, you're curious. The General's having a yacht party that we've got a way into, but there's only one catch. You can't show up in this. You think Amazon would let me return a suit if I tell them I only bought it for the bit? See, Vice City came out in 2002. So while it was remarkable for the time, there are just some things that are standard for open worlds today that aren't here. For one, the clothing shops you normally find in games like this, where you can actually spend the money you've earned on cosmetics for your character, are non-existent in this game. Instead, there are these glowing little circles on the ground, and when you jump into them, it'll change your outfit. That is one of the things I actually don't mind so much, because Tommy's outfits are so relevant to the time and iconic to the character. The suit with the sleeves rolled up is straight out of Miami Vice, and it's perfect. I just wish it wasn't so hard to keep the sleeves rolled up. I feel like I'm casing sausage over here. But there are a few other little things like this that do show the game's age. Like, for one, the original camera movement on the PS2 game, good Christ, it is nauseating. And the shooting mechanics are so bad they make me want to reenact this violence in real life. That's not true, but when the game came out, they thought it was true. They thought people were gonna do that. Humans aren't always the smartest creatures. Now, it is marginally better than GTA 3, but when you look at what they were able to accomplish with GTA San Andreas just 2 years later, it pales in comparison. I may be biased though. I love San Andreas with all my heart. And the saddest part is, Vice City actually had an opportunity to be modernized with the definitive edition that came out in 2021. But instead of Rockstar using the $8 billion they made from GTA 5 to make something that was actually decent, do this game justice for once, we got this. The most half-hearted Pixar AI filter of a remaster I've ever seen in my entire life. They had such an amazing opportunity to take these beloved classics, the games that built the foundation for their current success, and revitalize them, give them the love that they deserve. Instead, they just took the original game, tweaked the controls to be semi-usable, and slapped a new coat of paint on that thing. My biggest nitpick is that this game says it uses Unreal Engine, which is an incredible engine capable of a lot of great stuff. But this game does not use Unreal Engine. The graphics use Unreal Engine. Under the hood, this is still the same old game, just the graphics specifically are running through Unreal Engine, which is something that can work. It's been proven by the Oblivion remake that recently came out, and it's so good. I just don't know why Oblivion's so good and this one's so bad. Imagine all that work just for your...
Because they tried. They put work in, they tried to make it look different and better.
Oblivion's so good, and this one's so bad. Imagine all that work just for your game to look more like the Family Guy video game than the originals it's based on. Come on, bro. We might as well put Lois in the game, then it's a 10 out of 10. Now, the definitive edition is better than when it first came out. They've done some updates to the lighting and the textures, and this might be crazy to say, but with all of its flaws, I still do think this is the best way to play GTA Vice City. However, that does not mean it's good. It's just the best of a bad situation that could have been easily fixed by just giving a damn. I will say visually, I still prefer the look of the PC version. It's just the gameplay mechanics and the camera movement, the shooting, all of it is absolutely miserable. Now, the craziest part in all of this is that there was actually a group of people who actually care about Vice City who all got together and made a mod called the Next Gen Edition, basically porting all of Vice City, all of its missions, everything into GTA 4's engine. It loses a little bit of that Vice City feel, but it's still so impressive and way more effort than even Rockstar cares to give to one of its beloved classics. On this yacht, there are a couple figures that will be relevant later on in the game, but the only one that matters right now is the General. We don't get too much information out of him now. It's more just establishing that relationship and the fact that we're both looking for who jacked the deal. It's not until we learn about a slimy little freak named Kent Paul that we get a lead. Rosenberg tells us we can find Kent in a club called the Malibu, so that's where we'll go.
You Kent Paul? I'm a friend of Rosenberg's. Listen to me. I'm missing 20 keys and a lot of cash.
Drugs, mate? It's a mug's game.
What do you know about it?
Oi, well, what I was coming to was, there's some chef come trumpet shifter who deals at kitchen of a hotel on Ocean Drive. He's been looking real pleased with himself lately. You could go and check him out.
I will. And I'll be seeing you around.
I love how they took into account the party and substance culture of Miami in the 80s. It just feels so authentic. Obviously, though, I was not alive at this time. I was not a twinkle in the eye of my papa, so I can't really attest to that firsthand, but I guess what I mean is it feels very thoroughly researched and crafted with a genuine appreciation for the culture of this time. There is one thing I can attest to firsthand, though, and that is just the state of Florida overall. I'm a Florida man through and through. Yeah, I might not live there anymore, but you can take the man out of Florida, Can't take the Florida at the man. Give me a gator, I'll wrestle him.
Tap out. Come on, tap out. Tap out, you ain't got nothing. I'm gonna crack a Bud Light with your teeth.
Walking the streets of Vice City, you'll see just about as many crackheads as you will normal people, which is pretty accurate, I'd say. They're not as interactable as real crackheads, though. Real crackheads will like sing to you or like scream at you that God really needs you to take off your shoes right now, dude. In the middle of a Walgreens, God needs you to take off your shoes. The devil's gonna get you if you don't take off your shoes, dude. But they did get the waddle down. They got it perfect. I mean, with the dogs out, too. The city is twice as large as Liberty City from GTA 3, but to be fair, a lot of that is water. It was modeled with real-life Miami in mind, but the developers didn't want the gameplay to suffer for the sake of realism, so things were definitely twisted and just to make it a little more entertaining. Like the different sections of the map have a lot more visual variety between them. You'll see a lot of different cars or pedestrians in different areas based on level of income. And they went pretty hard on the interiors, like this one for the Malibu Club. The lighting is perfect for a nightclub. And up on the stage, they got the village people dancing. You know, the guys that do
they're
that.
all-
YMCA.
They're all on their
I just want to
tiptoes.
say it, the YMCA. Ra-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Da-da-da. A lot of this game is just drive over here and then talk to a person who will tell you to drive over there. I mean, at least for the first little while, it's just a bunch of this. Over time, though, it does become more about the missions themselves. It's still a huge improvement over GTA 3 in terms of narrative. With a 9-month development time, we didn't actually get to see too many improvements, but the major one here is that the protagonist actually talks. Claude in GTA 3 never said a goddamn word, but for Tommy Vercetti, they got Ray Liotta from Goodfellas to voice him. The entire cast is actually pretty star-studded. There's a lot of famous people here. I'm not gonna name them all. You recognize any of these people? They're in the game.
Hey, what you looking at? You better start talking. Hey, make me, you prick. You're all idiots down here!
Oh, way to go, tough guy. Beat him to a pulp. That should make him real chatty.
You want some too?
Hey, chill. I want what you want, brother.
Oh, yeah?
This is another prominent character in Vice City named Lance Vance. His brother was actually the guy who died at the beginning of the game. And he was also the protagonist of the PSP spin-off GTA Vice City Stories, which I've never played before, but I've heard is pretty good. Lance saves our life from an angry mob of chefs that's coming to chop us up with a butcher knife. And then he takes us to the Ammunition, GTA's premium gun store. You're listening to 103 The Gunch. Ammunition. Sorry, I don't know why I did that. A cool little fact about Ammunition is they originally gave all the guns in the store names, but due to copyright reasons, there's copyright laws on guns, they had to change them all to very generic names. That's not the only copyright problem they had either. This game is full of licensed music, and probably the most iconic song from it is Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. Well, Billie Jean and multiple other songs had to be removed from any subsequent re-releases of the game because they couldn't maintain the copyright, which I think is kind of crazy. I feel like Billie Jean is so iconic and mentally linked to this game for me that it just doesn't feel right. Well, now we have the lead. Diaz, the guy who was talking to the general on the boat, is the guy who stole the merchandise. There's actually a little hint to that on the boat where he says, "Barbarians at the gate." I think we are the barbarian. But we don't really have a way to get at him just yet. So in the meantime, we've got a couple jobs to do. We got to go do a favor for the mob by intimidating some jurors.
Hey, man, my God! Leave my damn car alone, man!
And then go destroy some trucks for Avery Carrington, another guy we met on the boat. At this point, the game starts to slowly lean away from its heavy narrative focus and becomes more like GTA 3, where you're just kind of doing jobs for people. I mean, at this point in the game, it makes sense, you know? Tommy has no money to his name and has to work up the totem pole one way or another. All these menial little tasks actually lead to one of the most memorable missions in the game for me. But for that, we're gonna have to slip into something a little more comfortable. Yep, that's right. Another costume change. We lose everything except our melee weapons. And while you can use any of them, I'm pretty sure all of us used the golf club.
Are you a country member?
Apparently, there's a way to get into the golf course with all your weapons by jumping a ramp, but I never found this one myself. There's really not too much to this mission. Maybe it's just how specific and themed it was that stuck out to me. And Vice City shows its age pretty much everywhere, but the most egregious example is the Demolition Man mission. A lot of people complain about this one. It's not that bad. It's just the controls are very aged. This guy we've been doing jobs for, Avery, is a real estate goon, so all of his jobs pertain to real estate related things. That's probably why we're always meeting him at a construction site, actually. That makes sense. I didn't even think about that till right now. This little mission for Avery where you have to fly the helicopter up into the building so you can blow it up is just so absolutely frustrating and dated. For me, it's not necessarily that it's hard, it's just that the controls are so clunky and bullshit that it makes the whole thing so tedious. Anytime I replay this game, I always dread doing this mission. The story rarely actually matters when going to do these missions. It's more just an excuse to put the missions in the game. You think I can take this off now? I'm gonna take this off now. It's weird because I'll excuse the flaws of Vice City for just being a product of its time. But not only did San Andreas fix all of those flaws, only 2 years later, it went above and beyond, adding in so much more. Vice City is conceptually amazing. I would even say it's the best setting and story setup in the entire series. Except Chinatown Wars, but the world ain't ready for that conversation. I love Tommy Vercetti, and I love this era of Miami, but I don't love the fact that these ideas were only given $5 million and 9 months of development time. I mean, goddamn, you can't even swim in the beach game. Vice City has the most water in any GTA map. There are multiple boat missions, and yet, if you fall into the water, you die. I've read online that they wanted to add swimming, but just didn't have the time, and that sucks. Why didn't they have the time? You know, I think as much as GTA Vice City is fun and a classic, it very much deserved better. This concept, this story, it deserved the love and care that San Andreas got. I think what rubs me so bad about the definitive edition is that they had another chance to make it right, and yet you did the same thing again, rushing something out the door long before it's done. I have plenty more thoughts on this, but it's mostly in regards to what happens later in the story, which at this point, the story's still pretty good. It stays on a very strong track. After doing some odd jobs, eventually we meet up with Lance again. Another little fun fact for you, Lance was actually voiced by Philip Michael Thomas, the actor who played Tubbs in Miami Vice, and that is just cool. It's at this point he reveals it was his brother who died in the deal gone wrong, and he wants to work with Tommy now to get revenge. Although first they gotta find a way in, so they actually do a job protecting Diaz in a deal of his own that goes wrong. And Diaz is so impressed with them both that he starts hiring them to do things for him.
That gang place is a fortress at ground level. So Quentin here. Quentin! He'll fly you over the area. Eradicate them!
Diaz is where a lot of the Scarface influence comes into play, but there's really influence of Scarface on this entire game. Like the story of Tommy Vercetti coming to Miami after a long stint in prison and working his way up the drug underworld. Not to mention the Diaz mansion is like a recreation of Tony Montana's mansion in that movie. I know you've been waiting for it. There's also an Easter egg here in this motel room where if you go into the bathroom, you can find blood all over the place as an homage to the chainsaw scene from Scarface. Grand Theft Auto has always been this weird kind of reflection of American culture. It's like staring into a funhouse mirror that makes you feel a little bad about yourself, but then you go down the slide and you get some cotton candy, you're having a good time again. It's not like for developing this game, they could go back to the 80s and see what it was really like then. So the bulk of their research would have had to have been on media from that time, or reflecting that time. Having only seen a handful of the media that they're referencing, I would say they do a pretty good job of portraying the vibe of the era and creating their own twist on the ideas they pulled from. But the 80s wasn't just famous for long hair and bisexual lighting. There's a lot more going on back then, and one of the big ones was action movies. Some of the most iconic franchises we still know today came from this era. Predator, Die Hard, Rambo, Terminator, Top Gun, Lethal Weapon, RoboCop. The list is as long as it is muscular and hairy. I wouldn't say we see a lot of that in Vice City. It's definitely more a crime drama focused period piece, but there's still definitely some elements of that present here, especially in the next couple missions we do for Diaz. Like one of them is a chase over rooftops hunting down someone that Diaz said betrayed him. He jumps through exploding barrels, so that's one action movie box check, and then he jumps in a dune buggy for a shootout on the road, which is I think like 2 or 3 more boxes checked. We don't actually take him down here either. We just see where he goes and then report back to Diaz. And only then do we show up in a helicopter shooting a minigun out the side. That's like 75 more boxes checked. I've checked all of them. It's not that fun because the mechanics are half-baked, but it's cool conceptually, just like the whole game. I'm sorry. Diaz begins to trust us a bit more and keeps calling us in for jobs. What I love about this character is how much personality they were able to give him in such little screen time. Every time we show up to him, he's doing some other crazy shit.
Not so pleased with yourselves now, huh?
He's clearly batshit insane with power, similar to Tony Montana at the end of Scarface. And remember, he's the one who ripped off the deal in the beginning. So technically for Tommy, this would kind of be getting two birds stoned at once. You know, you kill him and you get revenge, but you also get the keys to the castle. And in the beginning of the game, I really thought it was Sonny who had set Tommy up as a way to keep him under his thumb. Because when you call him, he has like the drugs and the money all sitting out on the table. But I did what I always do when I don't know what I'm talking about, and I go on Reddit to steal someone else's opinion. And and somebody made a good point that the drugs couldn't actually get there in that amount of time, so it was just unrelated drugs, I guess. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know. I just always thought it was Sonny. Let me know in the comments if you also thought that, or if maybe that is true. I'm still a little confused. Lance and Tommy want to take out Diaz eventually, but Tommy wants to wait until the right moment, and Lance is an impatient little wiener boy. I actually hate Lance throughout this entire game. They make him cool for 5 seconds, and then he just whines in your ear the rest of the game. And he's constantly making problems for you. Like, I don't think he's done a single helpful thing in the entire game. He wouldn't even listen to Tommy and wait until the moment was right. He tried to take down Diaz himself and got himself captured.
You know that wanker Diaz, the Bugelmeister? He's got your boy Lugs. Word is your mate tried to jump him. Didn't jump high enough, if you know what I mean.
Where did he take him?
All right,
In plain English.
Keep your party on.
This forces us to save Lance from Diaz hit squad and fast track our plans of taking down the crime lord for good.
There goes my careful planning blown to shit. Thanks to you. You screwed up real good, Lance.
You killed my brother. What do you expect me to do, mow his lawn?
We infiltrate his mansion through the back and mow down his great deal of goons, working our way up to him. How does anybody get this many goons? Diaz walks out like Tony Montana with a machine gun, but he's no match for Lance and Tommy. And with a single bullet, Vice City is ours.
Say goodnight, Mr. Diaz.
It's a pretty quick rise to the top. I mean, all of this only took about 2 hours of gameplay. And in my opinion, it would have been so much better if they took everything we just experienced and spread it out a little bit, maybe over like a 10 to 12 hour game. And not in a padding it out kind of way either, you know, just maybe actually exploring all the ideas they've presented. Because I mean, this whole taking over Vice City's criminal underworld thing wasn't something I as a player felt like I earned in any way. And then when everybody started celebrating, I was just confused, kind of like, that was it? That was all it took? I don't know, to me it just kind of felt way too easy. And I would have been okay with it if the rest of the game was as strong as that first 2 hours, but it's definitely not. We have a couple of jobs to do to maintain control, like extort the local businesses and keep our employees in line.
What's the problem? Some bars refusing to pay. They reckon they're protected by a local gang of thugs. But don't worry, Tommy. I can handle it.
You call this handling it? You two, off your asses. Let's go.
And after you do those, then you do the side missions. That's what you do next. You do the side missions next. I'll give them this. There's some pretty cool side missions in the game. I want to run through them real quick. They're not necessary, but again, they are cool. I actually only recorded them on the definitive edition though, so if you're wondering why the footage is switching, that's why. So another big thing in the 80s was hair bands. People would line up for miles just to see a Draugr from Skyrim with long hair and eyeliner perform Fus Ro Dah at the devil. And for Vice City, they made sure to capture that. Instead of adding on to their star-studded cast by bringing in a real band, they created a band for the game. Love Fist. All around the city, you can see billboards, posters of this fictional band. And even if you never noticed, you probably heard some of their songs come on the radio because they made songs for this game. These songs are from the game. Love Fist is on tour for one night only in Vice City, and it's our job to make sure they get high as fuck.
We need some drugs, pal!
We get a side quest to go pick up ingredients for their insane drug concoction, and then a couple others to track down their stalker and find them security. And that leads us to a biker gang who we want to try and hire to be the security for Love Fist, but in order to get them to be security, we have to prove that we're metal So we have to go in the street and kill a bunch of people. Maybe the media had a point a little bit, just a little bit. Yeah, you seem cool, dude, but I really need you to prove that you're cool by going out and killing a bunch of innocent people. The missions aren't anything crazy for Love Fist, but the one thing I love is how ingrained they are in this open world.
See the pounding rock from the band that brought you hits like Chin Stainer, Liver Buster, and Dangerous Man, Dead Family. Come get Love Fisted.
The next big set of side missions is getting involved in a war between the rival Haitian and Cuban gangs. The leader of the Cubans is actually played by Danny Trejo, and he just asks about your cojones a lot.
Show me you got some big cojones, and not some little bitty chiquita ones.
No, they're not big, but they are definitely long, like a tube sock with meatballs in it. I like that this part of the game just feels so
insane.
separate from anything Tommy was doing, and it barely makes sense for him to even be there, but it just kind of doesn't matter. Again, this is a time when video games were more mission focused than story focused. We didn't have the walk and talk movie simulators yet, and so I imagine they just made the side quests and then bullshit a reason for Tommy to be there story-wise. And it makes even less sense that he works for both sides. And their reasoning for that is every time he visits Auntie Paulette, the leader of the Haitians, she drugs or hypnotizes him into doing the things he's doing.
Now be a good boy, Tommy, and go and get the powders for Auntie Paulette.
Yeah, sure.
Neither side knows that Tommy's working for both. And I don't really think Tommy knows either. Now, the most memorable mission in this for me is when you've got to take your big cojones, hop on a boat, and park right in front of like 20 dudes. The cutscene ends with you in front of 20 dudes. You have absolutely no cover, and you have to shoot them all before they get you. And what I'm wondering is, what sick bastard at Rockstar thought this was a good idea? You can beat the entirety of GTA Vice City in like 4 to 5 hours. This mission alone took me an hour. And every time you die, you have to start all the way from the beginning. It is actually a nightmare. How are people complaining about the Demolition Man mission when this affront to God is in the game? There are plenty more side missions to do, like the payphone missions or finishing up the stories of all the guys you were previously doing stuff for. But after you've completed all of those, you, I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to do. Do I leave? Is it over? What am I supposed to do? Asset missions? What the F? Okay, jokes aside, the ending of this game is locked behind some things called asset missions. A really cool concept that I really hate because they don't tell you that. You might not have seen it, but outside all of the properties we've been to, there's a little option to buy them. And that is how you beat the game. You need to buy at least 6 of them and do all of their missions in order to unlock the ending. Don't get me wrong, they're fun enough to play, but they're all pretty much unrelated from the main plot, aside from the asset missions you can do for the mansion, which is technically one of the properties. Although those come with their own problem, which is Lance Vance acting like a crybaby on the phone.
I ain't interested in what you gotta say. Why should I be? You don't care about me, do you? You gotta look after me a bit better. Give me a spare slice, you know?
After 2 to 3 hours of doing things completely
your
unrelated
girlfriend?
to him, Sonny Forelli just pokes his big fat head into our business and wants a little cut. And Tommy is not hearing any of that.
You sent me to kill one man. One man. They knew I was coming, Sonny.
Tommy, watch your tone.
So Sonny sends a bunch of goons down here to steal our money. Where's everybody getting these goons? After you kill all the goons, that's when the mob rolls into town and we begin the final mission. To be fair, I spent much longer than the average playthrough just taking my time through the game, which meant those 2 hours of story-driven gameplay at the beginning weren't exactly fresh in my mind. Sonny shows up in Vice City, and Tommy actually does something pretty clever in trying to trick him with fake money. But our old pal Lance, that we trusted, even though he never contributed once, and in fact only made things harder for us, reveals he's been helping Sonny all along.
You sold us out. No, I sold you out, Tommy. I sold you out.
We break into a shootout once again, just like in Scarface, and then follow Lance up to the roof where we kill him off.
This is the last dance for Lance Vance.
And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the best line in the whole game. I love it so much. With Lance dead, we go down to deal with Sonny, who we just shoot from afar, and then the screen goes black.
Tommy? Oh my God, Tommy, what happened?
What does it look like? That stupid prick Lance.
Tommy, I never liked that guy, okay? He's neurotic, he's insecure, he's self-centered. The guy's an asshole. I'm glad you took him out.
I don't think we're gonna be getting any more heat from up north either. Because there ain't no up north anymore.
Wait, does that mean what I think it means? Tommy, baby!
What do you think it means?
That we're in charge. I mean that you're in charge. Oh, Tommy!
You know, Ken, I think this could be the beginning of a beautiful business relationship. After all, you're a conniving, backstabbing two-bit thief, and I'm a convicted psychotic killer and drug dealer.
I know. Ain't it just beautiful?
Truly is a match made in heaven.
There's a lot to love about Grand Theft Auto Vice City. I think the setting is one of my favorites in any open world game. The dialogue is hilarious and it always hits. And if all I had to judge this game on was driving around the city listening to the radio, I give it a 10 out of 10. I've said it plenty throughout the video, but it really is hard to judge a game that is this old. I mean, the standards were just so different back then, and I wasn't even alive, so it's hard for me to have perspective on that. The only reference point I have is other games that came out around that time, like GTA San Andreas. Only came out 2 years after this one. And yes, this game is good, but imagine if the concept of Vice City was given as much love as San Andreas. It would be the uncontested favorite of the series, I think. But sadly, that's just not the case. And while yes, it sucks, and I do wish this game got a little more attention, it is still so much better than taking 13 years to make a video game. As gaming has gotten bigger and bigger, it's become so much more common for games to take years, sometimes decades, to release a sequel, trying so hard to meet player expectations and blow their previous game out of the water. So by today's standards, instead of getting GTA 3, Vice City, San Andreas, and then GTA 4, we probably would have only got GTA 3 and then GTA 4, and tack on an extra 5 years in between just for good measure. I don't know about you, but I prefer the way they did it back then, you know, when not everything being made had to be leaps and bounds ahead of its predecessor. Another thing to consider, San Andreas took $10 million to make, and it's very possible that when making Vice City, Rockstar did not have $10 million to justify throwing at one game. Could be that they needed to do Vice City in order to afford San Andreas. This is an idea that kind of hits close to home for me. I know it's very different, but I always want to make my videos bigger, better, more impressive than the last one. But trying to one-up yourself on everything you do just leads to these feelings of self-doubt, second-guessing like everything you're doing, and making it ultimately just take way longer than it should because you're stuck up in your head. And beyond that, it just raises the bar even higher for next time. It is such a self-defeating cycle. I wasn't expecting my GTA Vice City video to be like this, but in writing about it, in researching it, it made me realize something, you know, that just because something hasn't lived up to its absolute full potential doesn't mean it doesn't deserve to exist. And even this video that you're watching did not live up to its full potential. I've been working on this thing for like 5 months. I had these plans to rent a sports car for this. I was gonna go all out here. But when I finished the script for this video, it felt right to pull back on that stuff a little bit, you know? I think Vice City deserved better. Hell, I think this video deserved better. But despite all of their flaws, I still think they were worth making. I'm really curious what you guys think about this, both in the context of Vice City and my videos. Do you want to see more videos back to back? Stuff easier to produce, and then I just kind of space out the movie style videos? You know, what do you think? Anyway, click the card right here to go watch another one of my videos. Thank y'all so much for 385,000 subscribers. That is just such a crazy number to me. It's just unfathomable at this point. I'm curious what the actual number is going to be when this video goes up, because it always changes between when I upload or when I record it and when I upload it. But yeah, thank y'all so much. Click the card. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oblivion is one of the coolest games I've ever played in my life.
Shit, stop. Okay. Anyway, well, that was way too fast. Anyway, that was his video on Vice City. This is good. And this Elder Scrolls video is the last one before we get into all the glitch videos, the Amazing Digital Circus and Gaslight District, whatnot. But anyway, that was great. I don't know if that one's gonna be a video necessarily. It was not super impressive. I didn't have a lot to say about the video itself, but we'll see. But yeah. So that'll be the end for that one. See y'all next time. Remember, always make reasonable life choices, blah, 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 blah. We'll get back into the next section. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be its own video. But yeah, so now we're watching his... Switch this back. So now we're gonna be watching his Oblivion video, which is another big one. And this is gonna be it's gonna be good, because anytime he does one of these big videos, it's always amazing. But yeah, but let's jump right into it.
Oblivion is one of the coolest games I've ever played in my life. The atmosphere is incredible, the exploration is constantly rewarding, the cult at the center of it all is insane, and the set pieces just constantly blew me away. I couldn't help but fall in love with this game, so naturally I spent 3 months making this massive video to show you exactly why, and take you on an immersive journey through Oblivion. Enjoy.
For ages untold, the legends of Oblivion echoed through the lands. Whispers of another world waiting to be explored. Many dismissed them, heeding not the distant call. But fate, it seems, had other designs. In the capital of Tamriel, just south of the province of Skyrim, a great calamity lies in wait. The Daedric Lord looms beyond the veil, and the fate of the realm rests upon unlikely shoulders.
Huh?
Hey, prisoner.
Oh.
What are you in here for?
Oh my god, I'm so happy to see another person here. I listen, I don't know, actually. I think it's some kind of mistake. I'm not supposed to be here.
A mistake? Huh. Yeah, right. Well, let me just say firstly, welcome to prison. And I actually really hope you die in here.
Yeah, hey, thanks, man. What?
Yeah, I said that.
Why? I just met you.
Actually, now that I think about it, are you sure they didn't arrest you for looking like Sid the Sloth?
From Ice Age?
Oh, okay, he gets the reference. A little bit of a movie buff here, a little bit of a film guy. This guy watches movies.
You're talking to nobody. There's nobody else here.
No.
You're talking to nobody right now. There's no one here.
Loser.
There's no one else. It's you and me.
Oh, hey, I've actually got a present for you.
No, I don't want anything from you. I don't want it. Nope, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh,
nope,
come on, man.
good.
It's just for you.
All right, what is it?
All right. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. Wha-bam! Oh!
Were you just not loved enough as a child, and so now you're like this?
No, actually, I was abandoned as a boy and forced to fend for myself. There wasn't a warm bed or a meal that I didn't have to fight for. It's a cruel world out there. Cold, harsh, and unforgiving world. I suppose I've just become a reflection of that.
Oh, actually, that's terrible. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Almost as terrible as your face! Oh, boom! Yeah,
Okay.
I did that.
All right,
I just did that. You just got on.
Now, Oblivion starts you off in a prison, obviously, but it's not necessarily to set you up as a criminal. It's more to give you the cleanest slate possible, justify why you don't have any gear or money. And I'd say being in prison is a pretty blank slate, all things considered. You can fill in the blanks pretty easily, like maybe you were falsely arrested, maybe you were a thief, or maybe...
Welcome back.
As a criminal. It's more to give you the cleanest slate possible, justify why you don't have any gear or money. And I'd say being in prison is a pretty blank slate, all things considered. You can fill in the blanks pretty easily, like maybe you were falsely arrested, maybe you were a thief, or maybe you threatened the families of a couple merchants. Probably no big deal if you did that. You're probably still a good guy at heart, I think. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. What's most important is that it starts your character at their absolute lowest, making their journey to the top feel like a grand adventure.
Oh yeah, you missed the entirety of the GTA video. But also, it wasn't that great, so you didn't miss much, I'll be honest. I'll be honest, I'm probably not gonna turn that one into a video. I'm probably not gonna bother cutting that up, but, it'll be on the VOD channel. So... Yeah. Dervingi. Dervinge. But yeah. Anyway, back to the funny Skyrim video. Not Skyrim.
Journey to the top feel like a grand adventure.
Boris, lock that door behind us.
Well, 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 look at that. Guards are coming.
Stand back, prisoner. We won't hesitate to kill you if you get in our way.
No sign of pursuit, sir.
Hey, can you guys, like, kill this guy, like, really, really slowly and in front of me so I can see the whole thing and make sure you make him suffer the whole time? That'd be great.
You? I've seen you.
Me?
You are the one from my dreams. Assassins attacked my sons, and I am next. My blades are leading me out of the city along a secret escape route. By chance, the entrance to that escape route leads through your cell.
Okay. Yeah, that just seems like a bad place to put it. It's like you probably shouldn't have put it in here.
Pushing in a stone, the secret passage is revealed, and they just let me come with them for some reason. I don't know.
I play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, and if you don't know what that is, then you probably have a healthy relationship with your parents, and it's better I let you discover that on your own.
All you need to know.
Hold on. I disagree with that. Also, who the fuck doesn't know what Dungeons and Dragons is? That's like bottom 2 fucking like bottom 10. Like, you should know what that is. It's like within like the most common fucking known things in pop fiction, culture bullshit.
Don't know what that is, then you probably have a healthy relationship with your parents, and it's better I let you discover that on your own.
All you need to know is that D&D was the first RPG ever made, and is based usually in traditional fantasy, a genre popularized by the novels of J.R.R. Tolkien, the guy who made the Lord of the Rings books like 5.8 billion years ago. And even with how much I play D&D, traditional fantasy has never been a genre that I naturally gravitated towards. It's just not something I found myself interested in movies or games. I know I'm gonna be shunned for saying this, but I didn't actually watch the Lord of the Rings movies until a couple weeks ago when my editor Geek came over and wouldn't leave my house until we watched the entire extended edition. And I will say, after watching it, I at least get it now. I think it all happened at the perfect time too, because this Oblivion remaster dropped pretty shortly after. So the movie kind of set the stage for me to fall in love with this game. From what I can tell online, the team at Bethesda saw Lord of the Rings as one of the biggest inspirations for Oblivion. Of course, both worlds have their own lore and unique stories to tell, but I can say, playing this right after watching the first Lord of the Rings, I could feel the influence. These hooded figures are likely who the Emperor is trying to get away from. Luckily, he's got a hero like myself to save the day.
You stay here, prisoner. Don't try to follow us.
No, I can help though. This journey through the sewers acts as a tutorial for a lot of the basic stuff you'll do in Oblivion, such as fighting big rats.
I'm supposed to eat this?
Desecrating bodies. Fighting goblins.
Got the next one. Don't even worry about it. Yep. Just, I'm right here. I'm right here. You can just up. It's up a little bit. Just aim up. Yep. You got it. Ah. Sorry about that.
What was that? Lockpicking.
Okay. No. Hang on. Easy. Get out.
Oh, I found out. I kind of want to play the Oblivion remaster. I found out there's a glitch in Oblivion where you can just lockpick an already picked lock, and it won't break your lockpick, but it'll increase your lockpicking skill, so you can just max out lockpicking immediately. So, like, you just keep pushing up on one of the things that's already been pushed up until you hit level 99. Well, yeah, it's like a fucking 20-year-old game. I'd be pissed if they made it $60. Maybe I should get that and play it. Speaking of getting things, did you get off? That sounded bad. The video game. I'm not talking if you were jorking it. Oh, God. Damn. Well, you might want to hurry. I don't know how long it's going to be on sale. Yeah, once you get that game, I'm gonna beat off live on stream. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
King. Okay, no, hang on. Easy, get out of here. Hang on, I'm focused. Okay, no. I got it. I got this. I don't got this. And seriously, just having no regard for the loss of life if it means you might get 3 gold out of it. I killed a bunch of goblins and found this staff that has a goblin head on it. Kind of freaky, but when you shake it around, the mouth moves, so I love it.
Oh, very unrelated. But did I tell you that they announced the next emojis that are like being added to like universal emoji shit? So it's not like a ton that are great or that like I care about, but they're doing Bigfoot, Fight Cloud, and the like blown out, like zoomed in blushing face. Those are all going to be in the next set of emojis that everyone has to add. So that's great.
Gold out of it. I killed a bunch of goblins and found this staff that has a goblin head on it. Kind of freaky, but when you shake it around, the mouth moves, so I love it. Eventually, our little detour leads us back to the Emperor and his guards, who have been fighting off assassins left and right.
Die, you scum! Getting tired?
I can go no further. You alone must stand against the Prince of Destruction and his mortal servants. He must not have the Amulet of Kings. Take the amulet, give it to Joffrey. He alone knows where to find my last son. Find him and close shut the jaws of oblivion.
Okay, wait, I'm seeing a little problem with this plan, because if you die right now, I'm holding this thing, it's gonna look real bad. So we're gonna have to find like another way to get you out of here. Maybe there's like a double secret tunnel or something.
I knew he was gonna turn back.
Oh, I'm going to jail. Fuck it.
I figured he was gonna say I'm going to jail again. This reminds me of the fact that apparently they gave Patrick Stewart. Nice. The fuck? Ew. It's a nasty looking emote. Anyway, but they apparently gave Patrick Stewart like a fucking book about the lore of this character, and he's in this game for all of like 5 minutes. It's so funny.
Double secret tunnel or something? Oh, I'm going to jail. Fuck it.
And so, this lowly, nameless prisoner is now charged with a burden of immense weight. To find Joffrey and deliver him the Amulet of Kings. To emerge from the sewers and into this world that only he can save from oblivion.
He said the thing! No.
Look, there are a lot of things Bethesda is not good at, but if there's one thing they're really great at, it's this. I never played the original Oblivion myself. My first experience with it was watching my dad play it. This might be one of the only games he ever finished, and now playing it myself, I understand why. The setup is so simple, but it sets the stage for such a grand adventure, and the world is so enticing to explore that as soon as I picked up this game, I did not want to put it down until I had seen everything. But technically, it's still the same original game, the same game engine, but with all of the graphics running through Unreal Engine 5. That way they can achieve these incredible graphics and lighting while still retaining the same game feel from the original. But what I've heard from other people who really loved the original, this is a lot more of an overhaul, and the word remaster is kind of used loosely here. Some of the biggest changes that I've heard about are, one, the animations. I mean, that one's pretty obvious. Holy shit, this is the best a Bethesda game has ever looked in third person. Even if when you run, it does kind of look like the band kid is heading in your direction swiftly, it's still so much better than whatever the fuck they were doing in Skyrim. And I've heard some bits about the leveling system. Honestly, I didn't know how to level up in this game at all until way later than I should have. I should have figured that out way sooner. You'll see. If you want to hear a more specific comparison to the original, there's a YouTuber I found while I was eating dinner. I was just on YouTube on my TV. The channel is called Milk Drinker. I think that name alone deserves a sub, but there's a video on that channel kind of going over the differences between the original and the remaster. So if you're curious about all that stuff, go watch that video. I do not know that person at all. Look, I know a lot of people don't like Unreal Engine and associate it more with the slopification of video games, but it really is capable of, at very least, some cool visuals. I am not a game developer. Not for lack of trying, I'm just kind of stupid and it's easier to talk about other people's games than to make my own. I'm not even really a reviewer. I don't even know what you would call this. I just kind of look at stuff and go, hey, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's not very cool. Oh, but that is pretty cool. I think the only category you could put me in is caveman gamer. All this to say, I will not pretend to understand how running a game in one game engine and then the graphics through another completely separate game engine works at all. I do not get that. But I will say that from a player perspective, just caveman gamer mode, it looks great and it runs pretty good on my system. Okay, it does crash sometimes. The map of Oblivion is fairly large. There's plenty of cities to explore, all different from the last. But our journey starts here in the Imperial City.
I will say, if I remember correctly, I believe you can see Skyrim in this game somewhere, which wasn't a thing in the original, but like geographically should have been, I think. So they added it to the remake, which is cool. Sometimes. The map of Oblivion is fairly large. There's plenty of cities to explore, all different from the last. But our journey starts here in the Imperial City. This is the capital of Cyrodiil, and Cyrodiil is one of the 9 provinces of Tamriel. That probably doesn't make a lot of sense, but let me break out the map for you. Okay, so this is a map of Tamriel. This is the continent that everything in this game takes place on. You might be familiar with some of the provinces that make up Tamriel, like Skyrim or Morrowind, and that's because they both have games based in those provinces. And this one, Oblivion, takes place right here in Cyrodiil. Okay, and now here's a map of Cyrodiil. This one is way higher quality. You can see we're right here in the Imperial City, and all the rest of this stuff is the map of Oblivion of this game. You can see the borders here to the familiar provinces like Morrowind and Skyrim, but in this game you're pretty limited to just these borders. Also, how do you like my maps? I got them printed out at Staples. Shout out Staples. Staples sponsor me. I'll bring back your business. The craziest part about all of these locations, at least for me, was how fleshed out they all were. The years of history written and readily available in the form of books all around the world. I mean, you can spend hours and hours just reading about this continent. Now, at first, it was daunting how much established lore this world already had, and trust me, there was a lot. But the way that this game hooked me was by drip-feeding little pieces of lore through exploration, just enough to get me curious and go read the books. That's sick. That's honestly really cool. I didn't know that. Exploration, just enough to get me curious and go read the books. Imagine reading. Could never be me. I won't pretend to know everything about this game. I mean, I've only just started playing, and most of y'all have had like 20 years playing this game. This video is more just about me sharing what I learned, the experiences that I have, because I figure the only thing better than falling in love with something is watching someone else fall in love with something that you already love. Except maybe like your wife. I didn't think about that. I mean, you know, teach their own. They don't put those
chairs and hotel rooms for nothing. We're still pretty early on in the game, but my main thought at this point was that I just loved how the Imperial City was structured. It sits on an island in the middle of Lake Rumer, creating something of a moat between it and the rest of Cyrodiil. There are multiple districts, segmented like spokes on a wheel, all surrounding a great tower that stands as a landmark for the entire province. The districts all serve different purposes, but the one I wanted to explore first was the Market District. I mean, listen, if I'm gonna embark on a royal quest, I'm gonna need all the best gear, and I know exactly how to get it. Now, the merchants in this game have something called a disposition score, and the higher you can get that score, the better the prices you can get. All you gotta do, turn on the charm. Okay, let's start with admire. Oblivion merchant, you so sexy. No, not feeling that one? Okay, let's do a joke. Knock, knock. I didn't even get through the joke. You know what? That's okay. This is how the game works. You gotta find 2 that work and 2 that don't, and you gotta spam the ones that work when it's got the most lines. All right, let's do a boast. Do you want to see how fast I can chug a drink? All right, ready? Here we go. Oh, it's so cold. Oh no, are my prices better? Yeah, I'm done. Did you like? Why didn't you like? Why I was supposed to work? It's 2 work and 2 don't. That's not right. What's the next one? Coerce? I'm gonna kill your fucking family. It's just that easy. You know, it's all in the approach. It's how you go about it, right? It's a charm thing, and it's a
Dude, you know, I think he had it. I think he did a good job.
You know, it's all in the approach. It's how you go about it, right? It's a charm thing, and you know, some people have it, some people...
Stop! You violated the law.
Okay, so I stole it. I'm gonna break the fourth wall here for a second. That costume that you just saw is one of the multiple costumes I bought for this video because I thought it would be cool for me to pick up different gear throughout the entire video, kind of like you pick up different gear throughout the game. Probably not necessary, and I probably spent way too much money on all these different costumes, but I can do that, thankfully, because this video is sponsored by Odoo. Odoo is an all-in-one business operation. You about it, I'm completely patient with them, and Odoo, and even use
How many
Odoo.
business owners does this company think watch YouTube all the time?
For sponsoring this video, seriously, y'all have been great to work with. The Amulet of Kings needs to be delivered to a man named Joffrey, who is secretly the head of the Blades, a faction bound to serve and protect the Emperor of Tamriel. Joffrey hides in plain sight as a monk in Wayne Priory, so that's where we have to go. On my travels to Wayne
Who's Lisa, and why were you planning to beat her?
So that's where we have to go. On my travels to Wayne Priory, I experienced my first night in Cyrodiil, and it just absolutely blew me away. The shimmering lights in the sky, the moon, just so...
Oh, completely unrelated. Have you ever heard of the Archipelago Randomizer? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have before. But it's like a server thing that lets you randomize games with other games. Yeah. Basically, you like link up a couple games. And you they like share all their stuff and whatnot between them. But honestly, it'd be cool to do one of those. There's a guy who does those like pretty consistently. Maybe I'll join one of his one day. But what I found out that I thought was really funny is there is a term in Archipelago Randomizers called being Burger Kinged, which is when you've gotten all of the things that you could but you can't progress until someone else picks up an important item for you. And it's called being Burger Kinged because there was a guy who was playing this with somebody, or doing a randomizer with somebody, and he got stuck. And then he went to Burger King and then came back and he was still stuck. Yeah, so I just thought that was funny. I figured I'd bring that up. Anyway.
To Wayne Priory, I experienced my first night in Cyrodiil, and it just absolutely blew me away. The shimmering lights in the sky, the moon just so massive, and that incredible soundtrack kicking up at the perfect time. This game just has such an incredible atmosphere. I mean, say what you will about Bethesda, but there are very few games that can rival them in terms of that. It's this combination of how they use color and light, along with how they build of that. It's this combination of...
Why did it do that? Why did it cut like that?
But there are very few games that can rival them in terms of that. It's this combination of how they use color and light, along with how they build their worlds. Like that long bridge coming out of the Imperial City, for example, was likely made so long to give you that feeling of embarking on a grand journey. Even when the actual travel time isn't all that long. It's never so dark that you can't see, but still dark enough to emphasize the glow of the torchlights from guards patrolling the area on horseback. The way stone ruins stand in view from the path, begging to be explored. And even if there's not much there, it's always at least something. See, look at that. Got a little equipment and a place to sleep for the night. All I had to do was take a life. Again, it's not much, but all that matters is I walked to the end of the rainbow and I got a little change for it. I mean, just look at the way that these sharp towers silhouette against the blue night sky. Just seeing that has to make you want to go over there and explore the area. That's what Bethesda games seem to be made for. And honestly, it works like a charm. Carefully crafting this fantastic world in a way that's specifically designed to pique your curiosity, and then rewarding that curiosity every time, either in a big way or a small way. I think this was something they really perfected in Skyrim, but it seems a lot of that was just carryover from Oblivion. It is kind of weird coming over from Skyrim first to this game because they are just so different, way more different than you'd expect. The fantasy here feels way more Lord of the Rings than the Nordic vibes of Skyrim. I'm not even sure why I expected them to feel similarly, but especially now with this remaster having that UE5 polish, it almost feels like a different game series entirely, and that's not a bad thing. I'm loving this. The best way I can put it is that this feels more whimsical than Skyrim. A lot of the dialogue is more campy than Skyrim, and the story so far is such a traditional hero's tale. Knights in shining armor guarding over the Imperial City, where all the architecture is so grand and over the top. I mean, Skyrim just had this grunge to it, right? That kind of grounded it a little more, but also set it apart from other games like this. Oblivion also just feels less cinematic than Skyrim, although I guess I'm making it seem pretty cinematic filming it like this. Most of my time in this game so far has been pretty quiet. I guess the better way to put it is that this epic journey in Oblivion isn't laid out as clearly to you and for you specifically. In Skyrim, you start with a direct path you're meant to follow, moving up from small locations until your arrival in Whiterun, where you find out that you're the fucking chosen one and that you can eat dragons. It definitely makes the story all about you and hold your hand through the entire plot just so that nobody gets confused. We wouldn't want anyone to get confused for half a second. Oblivion is like the exact opposite. They just throw a ridiculous amount of lore at you right away, remind you that, yes, while you're the hero in this story, the story is not about you at all. You're really just the hype man for the real big guys. And then they drop you in the biggest city in the entire game and go, here you go, bro, figure that shit out. And throughout the entire game, they leave room for you to do your own research, leave questions unanswered so that you can figure it out on your own. Basically, the game doesn't think you're stupid. It's not as accessible, sure, but it makes for a much more engaging world that more heavily rewards curiosity. Like I said, one of the best things about Bethesda games. Now, I do think there are some things that they did improve in Skyrim, but I'll show you that tomorrow. let you in on a little secret. I'm not actually in a tent in Cyrodiil. I'm on the floor in my fucking basement. And the only reason I can make it look like I'm in a tent in Cyrodiil is thanks to my editors who put in a lot of work, and y'all who watch these videos and support it. Now, this is already a pretty long video on Oblivion, but there's no way I'm gonna be able to cover every—
Dude, we've been betrayed. We've been gypped. You're telling me he's not in Cyrodiil right now? He didn't teleport himself into the world of Elder Scrolls just to make this video? Why am I even watching this?
Now, this is already a pretty long video on Oblivion, but there's no way I'm gonna be able to cover everything or even half of the content in this game. It's really just the main story. But if y'all want to see more of this game, more of this world, just subscribe and like the video, because doing that basically tells the YouTube algorithm that this is good and they should push it to more people. If this video gets like 60,000 likes, which is a fucking hefty goal, I'll make another video on Oblivion going over all the factions, the side quests, and maybe even the DLC.
Okay, go like the video.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend to go to sleep now.
As a matter of fact, hold on. My hope is that not only does this video do well, but that leads other people to start reacting to his content, thus pushing it out more. It's hit. I've got the bell on. Anyway, but not only does it, like, cause more people to react to this, but then it's, like, pushes it out more so more people see his stuff, so that, you know, it does better, so he makes more, and, you know, I want to blow up, but I also want to help him blow up. My mango is to blow up. Bro is too slow. So true.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend to go to sleep now. Oh, this? Yeah, it's just the Amulet of Kings. It's not even a big deal. You know, the amulet that belongs to the true ruler of Tamriel. It's kind of just nothing to me, though. It's like, yeah, I'm on a royal quest, but it's not even like my whole day. You know, I got a lot of stuff going on. All right, I got a little bit of a joke for you. What happened to Mehrunes and all of his disciples when I showed up? Now that I'm here, they gone. All right. We're having fun. Oh, yeah, this is pretty cool. So the way that you level up in Oblivion is by sleeping. And I actually didn't know that for the first few hours of my game. And so I just never slept. And then the first time I did, I leveled up like 4 times. I thought they just put the icon up in the corner for fun. I just kept sleeping for an hour and leveling up again and again and again. I wish I could say I did the research and learned what all these attributes do specifically and how they impact gameplay, but I wanted it to be a blind playthrough and kind of just experience the game for myself without the help of the internet. So I just kind of picked the stuff that felt relevant to me. My first thought was that I wanted a magic focused build, and given how intelligence is the wizard spellcasting modifier in D&D, I kind of figured I'd dump as many points into intelligence as possible. After that, I just prioritized strength, hoping it would improve my abilities with my sword, and after that, I really just freeballed it. An interesting thing that I found was that this is how you level up your general abilities, but you can do things to level up specific skills like your proficiency with light armor or weapons, or even the different schools of magic, like you can level up destruction magic. You can really only level up those skills by training with an NPC or just using them a bunch. So basically, you pay gold or you shoot fireballs at the wall for 2 hours. And I'm not talking in-game hours, I'm talking real life hours. Now, the biggest thing I think Oblivion lacks that they really fixed in Skyrim is engaging dungeons. On my way to Wayne Priory, I stopped in a dungeon hoping to find some cool loot. But what I found instead was maybe 3 gold and 100 wolves spread out across 50 of the same exact room. If I could have your attention, please. Look at this room. And now look at this room. would you have been able to tell me that these are two completely separate rooms on opposite sides of the goddamn dungeon? Looking into this online, it seems to be due to the fact that Oblivion's dungeons were a bit of an afterthought, and instead of carefully handcrafting each dungeon, they just kind of copied and pasted a bunch of shit. Now, there are some that are a little more interesting than this. I think I just happened to find the worst one first. But even still, all of them kind of follow this same copy-paste formula, which is really unfortunate because this is what broke the barrier for me and just removed any level of immersion. And this is just a remaster, so I don't really judge it too harshly for it. And if anything, I consider it kind of a compliment because it took a while.
I don't know if we could do that. That doesn't seem like a copyright okay thing to do. I don't think Toei would give me the okay to watch One Piece. Maybe I'll watch it and I'll just keep the stream in pre-stream mode. So y'all don't actually see it. It's just playing for me. You're like, whoa, One Piece?
I don't really judge it too harshly for it, and if anything, I consider it kind of a compliment because it took a while before the game's age was even really that noticeable for me. I love that they do these little...
I just realized that it was just you. I thought that was like a... Because I saw just like moments before that there was a fifth person watching the stream. And I was like, whoa! And then I realized it's just you. Not that that's a bad thing. But... I thought it was like someone new following the stream. Which is funny because, I don't think the sound alert between new follower and any type of subscription is different. But anyway.
It's even really that noticeable for me. I love that they do these little pop-ups for the quests. It's so stupid, but it's cool. Hey, excuse me, sir. I'm looking for someone named Joffrey. Is there a Joffrey around here?
I'm Brother Joffrey. What do you want?
Oh, perfect, great. I'm kind of on this, on this royal quest here. I'm supposed to bring you a necklace. I'm supposed to bring you this necklace.
This cannot be. No one but the Emperor is permitted to handle the amulet.
Yeah, well, you know, but some things happened. He handed it over to me, told me to bring it to you, so I'm about to close shut the jaws of oblivion. And now I'm hold on, but yeah, no, you can totally here, hang on, here you go.
By the Nine. This is the Amulet of Kings. As unlikely as your story sounds, I believe you. Only the strange destiny of Uriel Septim could have brought you to me carrying the Amulet of Kings. When an emperor is crowned, he uses the amulet to light the dragon fires at the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. With the emperor dead and no new heir crowned, the dragon fires in the temple will be dark, for the first time in centuries. It may be that the dragon fires protected us from a threat that only the emperor was aware of. Many years ago, I served as captain of Uriel's bodyguards, the Blades. One night, Uriel called me into his private chambers. A baby boy lay sleeping in a basket. Uriel told me to deliver him somewhere safe. He never told me anything else about the baby, but I knew it was his son. His name is Martin. He serves Akatosh in the chapel in the city of Kvatch, south of here. You must go to Kvatch and find him at once. If the enemy is aware of his existence, as seems likely, he is in terrible danger.
Cool. So just a quick question for you. Are y'all paying for these royal quests, or is this like a pro bono type of thing? Because I don't really have much on me. I could take gold, or even just like a place to sleep. I kind of just got out of prison. Do you normally just not look at people when they talk to you? Because I feel like I'm doing a whole lot for you, right? And you're not even looking.
The portal to hell.
Yeah, this is one of the coolest video games I've ever played in my entire life. Talking to the guards, it seems this hellish doorway opened up and Daedric fiends began laying siege upon the city of Kvatch. Given that we just learned about the Emperor's last remaining heir, Martin Septim, serving in the temple here, it's fair to assume they've come for him. The gate to oblivion blocks our way into Kvatch, so the only answer here is to close it.
Holy fuck.
I'm gonna say it again. One of the coolest games I've ever played in my life. I wrote that into my script right here because while I was recording this game, my mic was on and I said out loud, one of the coolest games I've ever played in my life. It reminds me so much of how they depict the Dark Lord Sauron in Lord of the Rings, with just these heavy, heavy reds and blacks, the jagged towers and the armored enemies that stand in our way, as well as just having a similar design. Now, unfortunately, these Oblivion Gates do act as a kind of dungeon, which means they follow that same copy-paste formula. But at least they are visually distinct, and exploration can still be a little rewarding, because I found a little Easter egg here in the first one. You remember in Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, when Anakin gets burned up into lava and get all crispy? They got a crispy Anakin over here. It doesn't do nothing, but it's cool that they put it here. It's funny too, because as I was running through here, I was saying to myself, it's over, Anakin! I have the high ground! You were my brother, Anakin! I loved you! I hate you!
They should have put like a fire sword on that body.
I don't know why I'm doing that. And unlike the dungeon we explored before, the Oblivion Gates act more as a combat challenge, throwing hordes of little freaks and big freaks at you. I've tried not to look too much online, but I have seen a couple people complain about the combat here, and I'll say it again, it's not that bad to me. I had a good time. It also helps that melee combat was kind of secondary to me and magic was my main squeeze. My favorite thing to do was summon a skeleton and treat him like my little buddy. The only problem with that is I had to re-summon him every time the fight moved 15 feet away because for some reason he can't run to follow you. He has to walk really painfully slowly. And then every time I would spawn him in again, I would say, go, my thrall! I think my ideal playstyle in an RPG is magic focused. The problem is, I never have fun with the magic systems in games. I mean, in Skyrim, I feel like I was running out of magic instantly. In Elden Ring, bro, I got tired of twinkling that staff so goddamn fast. But here...
Hold on. I've got the most fucking sensitive smoke detectors you've ever seen. If someone so much as turns the oven on and then opens it, they all go off. It's fucking awful. And they're also fucking loud as shit, dude. Like, holy fuck. Anyway. But yeah, that wasn't even like a chirp. That was them full on going off. God, that reminds me of the time I was going to make ramen. So I started boiling water, and then I fell asleep, and then the pot melted on the stove. Have I told you about that? I still have a chunk of it somewhere. Like it was one of them like circular like metal bar stoves. But yeah, I fell asleep for like an hour and I woke up, all the water was gone and the pot was literally molten metal. It was liquid metal. It had melted on the stove because apparently those stoves can get that hot for some reason. But yeah. Luckily the house didn't fucking burn down. Fucking a divine intervention or something. That shit was insane. But yeah, I need to find where that is. I will keep the most random shit because yeah, I do still have that. It's literally just a chunk of metal. I don't know what kind of metal it is. It was just what the pot was made of, but it was just a chunk of metal. That I just had because I fucking melted a pot. It's crazy. And it wasn't like a little melted. like it had like melted off of the pot, and it was like a puddle that later cooled down that I pulled off the stove, and that's what I had. Like it full like liquefied. But anyway.
In Elden Ring, bro, I got tired of twinkling that staff so goddamn fast. But here, in Oblivion, I swear to God, it's like a dream come true. I can utilize magic, and not only is it as effective as my sword, most of the time, it's more effective. I've never felt like such a badass wizard in a video game, and truly, I tell you, this is my only dream. And the magic leveling system actually makes it feel rewarding because utilizing a school of magic consistently will increase your level in that school. And as you reach milestones in your level, it will increase the rank of spell you can cast. And as long as you've ranked up your intelligence high enough to cast it, you could just do it. But then you also have to increase your intelligence every time you level up, just so that you have enough magicka to cast these higher ranked spells. I told you I'd figure out what the level ups do. It strikes this perfect balance of not being too much of a grind, but still making you earn that big jump in power that comes with a higher spell rank. But as far as real-time RPGs go, Oblivion has the best magic system I've ever played. These towers are a siege to the top, and once you get there, you find the Sigil Stone. That flaming beam shooting up through the tower leads up to this, and so removing it will begin our fulfillment of the prophecy and close one of the many gates of Oblivion.
I'll be so dead ass with you, Chief. My brain, like, only registered half of that. I just saw I need to get hard. I'm like, bro really is getting off to the stream.
I'm gonna say it one last time. One of the coolest games I've ever played in my life. I regrouped with the soldiers who were shocked to see I had closed the gate, but agreed to fight alongside me and destroy all that remained of the Daedric army. It seems that Kvatch was decimated by this invasion, and most of it burned to the ground. But somehow, the Temple of Akatosh still stood, and hopefully, Martin protected by its walls.
I heard about how you helped the guard drive the Daedra back. Well done.
That is Boromir from Lord of the Rings, and Ned Stark from Game of Thrones. It looks exactly like him, and sounds exactly like him. Probably because that is him. Sean Bean, the actor, plays Martin Septim in this game. How fucking cool is that? But
no.
hey, bro, your dad's the Emperor, so there's a good news. Bad news, they did kill him, they being a crazy, evil, freaky cult, and they only opened this gate here to get to you and kill you, so basically all this is your fault. But, you know, that's okay. I need you to come back with me to hang out with a weird priest and put on a necklace for us.
I'll come with you to Wayland Priory and hear what Joffrey has to say. Lead on.
Wait, really? Holy shit, that was easy.
The last remaining heir of Uriel Septim has been saved by the one they now call the hero of Kvatch. And the two would journey together back to Waynon Priory and into the hands of destiny.
Hey, there's a town over here if you want to stop for the night. We can just...
Or they would do it tomorrow, I guess. I don't know. Whatever.
There are a lot of cities around Cyrodiil, and while they aren't all that different, I'd say they each have their own unique charm to them. And they also each have their own welcome book. Let's see, this one is called Skingrad. Kind of a What a nasty name. All right, let's see. It says they're famous for their wines and cheeses and being clean. I mean, it definitely looks like that kind of place. Such ornate stonework and tall, beautiful structures. It also says the Fighters Guild here makes a specialty of goblin hunting. That's pretty awesome. In Oblivion, yes, the main content is a big part of it, but just like any Bethesda game, the side content is just as thought out, if not sometimes more well thought out than the main story. There are multiple guilds you can join and side quests you can do. I obviously went to join the Mages Guild first since I was playing a wizard, but to join them you need a recommendation from every chapter of the Mage Guild in Cyrodiil. This is one of my problems with Oblivion. There's so much cool content. Like the Mages Guild, that entire quest line is awesome with the necromancers and all that stuff. But to get to that fun quest line, you gotta jump through a ton of hoops. Going around to the Mages Guild in every single town and doing tedious little missions for each of them is not nearly as fun as the actual Mage Guild quest line. And I bet you a lot of people didn't even get to the fun part because this part was so boring. It is interesting if you're really paying attention and does play into the overall Mage Guild questline, but only maybe like 30% of the time. It almost feels like padding out for time, but they didn't need to do that because there's so much good content in the game. This just wasn't necessary.
We can't talk here. Too public. Meet me behind the great chapel at midnight. Don't let anyone follow you. I'll make it worth your while.
Okay. This is a side quest called Paranoia. It's a mystery why they call it that. I don't think anybody knows. Basic idea is that this wood elf man named Glarthir is worried that people are following him. A secret shadow group is working against him, and he wants us to help him figure it out. So we're either gonna solve a mystery, or he's gonna kill us behind the chapel. I guess we'll see. All right, what's up, bro? I'm here to help.
Ah, you came. You're sure you weren't followed?
I'm followed? No, I don't think so.
Good. I thought I could trust you. Nobody else in town. They're all in on it. All watching me. Here's my problem. I'm being followed. Watched.
Yeah, I believe him.
Why would they be following you?
Marukotti selectives, maybe. Not sure. I'm a threat, you see, to their plans. I know too much.
You want me to help you with that? You want me, some guy you do not know, to help you with that?
Well, yes. I need you to do something for me. I'll pay
Does
you.
everybody think I just want to do fit? Say again?
You like gold, don't you? Lots of gold.
Gold? Yeah, I like gold. What do you want me to do?
I need you to check out some people for me. The ones who are following me. Watch them. See where they go. Who they report to. Will you help me?
Yes. So the first person we have to follow is Bernadette Petals. It's pretty obvious she's not following him. And so at some point, I just walked up and asked her, and she said that he was being weird and he was the one following her.
Lately, though, he has been stranger than usual. I think maybe he's been following me.
Yeah, it's pretty uneventful. She doesn't do anything crazy or follow Glarthir around. And later that night, if you're walking around, a guard will approach you and tell you that Glarthir is crazy, and that if he asks you to do anything strange, you should go and tell a guard.
Since you're courteous enough to tell the truth, I'll do the same by trusting you to talk to a guard if he asks you to do anything strange.
There are two other people that he wants you to follow around, and I followed both of them, found absolutely no evidence that they were following him. Everyone on the list either doesn't know him or recognizes him as the guy who's been standing around acting shifty. And I tried to explain that to him, but he was not having it.
Just as I suspected, they've gotten to you too. Now I know for sure that they are all in on it, and therefore they all have to die, starting with you.
And then nothing else happened. I was really trying to roleplay as a good guy, but I feel like I keep ending up in situations like this. I will say one thing I love about this side quest is that there are multiple different ways that this can go. Like, yeah, there's
Motherfuckers be talking right in front of my damn door.
Is a good guy, but I feel like I keep ending up in situations like this. I will say one thing I love about this side quest is that there are multiple different ways that this can go. Like, yeah, there's no evidence of anybody watching him, but hypothetically, you could just lie and say they are. Whoever you tell him is watching him at the end of the quest, he'll give you this note that asks you to kill them. And you can either kill that person and Glarthir will give you a lot of money, or you can give the note to a guard as proof that he's crazy, and the guards will come and kill Glarthir.
You'll never...
If you say no right in the beginning, he just kind of wanders back to his house for a little while, comes out of his house with an axe, and kills all of the people himself. It seems like a pretty straightforward quest, and once I killed Glarthir, I used his house key to explore his home a little more, maybe get some more insight on why he thought people were watching him. He's got some notes written out about the whole thing, but reading them doesn't really help his case that he's just paranoid about the whole thing for no reason. But after going online, reading a couple forums, I've seen that a few people maybe think the conspiracy is real. There were some people claiming odd things would happen while investigating, like a bounty mysteriously getting placed on you, or talk of secret notes that I can't seem to find about how the guards really are in on it. I was still so convinced that Glarthir was just crazy until I had kind of a revelation, you know? Like, I did the quest a couple more times, just really trying to figure out what he was on about. And I thought to myself, you know, that guard came to me in the middle of the night and told me that Glarthir was crazy and that I should tell the guards if he's doing anything. Why would he know to come and talk to me and warn me about Glarthir? And if he maybe knew that I was working with Glarthir, perhaps he could have warned the people that I was watching to act natural? And I haven't been able to replicate the bounty thing, but if that is happening, there's some pretty solid evidence that the guards are in on it. What if there is a conspiracy and I just did all their dirty work? And am I getting paranoid now? Because I'm starting to believe it a little bit. And you know what? I think David's the ringleader, because there are notes in here about how there's something buried in David's yard. And when I went over to David's yard, there were holes in there. But it could just be that Glarthir went over and dug holes in his yard, thinking there was something there, even though there was nothing. Imagine going outside your house and seeing somebody digging holes in your yard, just going like, I know all about you. You think you're slick. You think you're getting around me. Nope, not me. I really do like this side quest. Honestly, a lot of my favorite RPG side quests are mystery oriented. It always sends me down a rabbit hole, spiraling, trying to find every little aspect of it. I'm curious what y'all think about this one specifically. There's really no evidence to point to anything but the fact that Glarthir is paranoid, but I'm really starting to have my doubts. I think the forums might just be getting to me, though.
And so again, the last remaining heir of Uriel Septim has been saved by the one they now call the hero of Kvatch. The two would journey together back to Wayne Priory and into the hands of destiny. Only those hands would hold a tight grip.
Help! You must help. They're killing everyone at Wayne Priory. I think they're right behind me.
Yeah, man, they could be right behind you. I mean, you know, it's hard to...
He's right behind me, isn't he? God.
They're right behind me.
Yeah, man, they could be right behind you. I mean, you know, it's hard to tell. Who knows for sure? But, like, he could be right there behind you, potentially. He's right behind me, isn't he?
You must help us.
Okay, Martin, let's get going. And just hope that they haven't found the Amulet of Kings in Joffrey's super secret closet. No way they could have found it, but just saying. You know, I don't want to be a dick or anything, but like this was kind of your only job, and you fucked it up really bad. Like as bad as it could have been fucked up. They definitely took that shit. I don't even know. Like I said before, Joffrey is the leader of the Blades, and so he suggests we bring Martin to the hidden fortress of the Blades at Cloud Ruler Temple.
The hidden fortress of the Blades in the mountains near Bruma. A few men can hold it against an army. We should leave at once.
When you lay it all out, Oblivion's main plot is actually pretty simple, but I'd say it's still an engaging journey that just prioritizes the slow build of intrigue around the plot. They take the time to flesh out characters and slowly, not forcefully, build questions in your mind. The main one being, who's behind all of this? And the secondary one being, Why is everyone in this town invisible?
Excuse me. We have a small problem that we hope you can help us with.
On my way to Cloud Ruler Temple, I picked up a side quest here in this town where everybody had been turned invisible. So I had to go and find the wizard who casted a mass invisibility spell and get the counter spell from him. He was kind of an asshole, but also chill at the same time. Like, he was fully invisible, but like, he didn't really care. It doesn't take much. You can kind of just turn everybody back to normal, but very simple, but still fun. I think the reason I like stuff like this so much is because it makes the world feel alive and like it's still moving when I'm not in the area. Like this whole invisibility crisis, nothing to do with you. It's just a thing that happens completely independently from you. It makes the NPCs so much more fun to engage with when the game can convince you that they are living their own lives, have their own adventures. And it really works in a game like this where the structure is so distraction focused. It really works for the worm in my brain that just wants to go, oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? And just run around. It's the detours that make the journey feel so grand. And while, yes, the main story is meant to hook you in, literally everything else is meant to deter you from that path. I mean, even just the leveling system, for example, requiring you to go to sleep to level up, will require you to find a place to sleep. And unless you're sleeping in the same inn or for some reason spent your gold on a house early on in the game, it can usually lead to meeting new people, discovering new things, and sometimes those new people or things are invisible. There are also these encounters along paths that seem to be random chance, but I can't really tell if they're random. Like sometimes a bandit will show up and try to rob you, or a wolf will come and try and kill you. And even if you try to run away on your horse, it doesn't matter because they'll just keep chasing you, like all the way to your destination. Your best bet is to like run by a guard and make it his problem. All of this adds up so that rather than a quiet horse ride to Cloud Ruler Temple, it feels like a hefty journey that's taken multiple in-game days to get here. The temple sits above the snowy city of Bruma. The Bruma book says that because it borders on Skyrim, there's a heavy Nord population. The Nords are famously good blacksmiths, so you can buy good weapons and armor here, but they're also famously dumb, so you can't buy books. Kind of crazy to say all Nords are dumb blacksmiths, but I mean, fuck it. I've played Skyrim, it's not that far off. The trek up to Cloud Ruler Temple as the snowy wind picks up feels monumental, truly as if you are climbing up to the clouds with the new ruler, taking him to his temple. Holy shit, I think I know why they call it that.
Blades, dark times are upon us. The Emperor and his sons were slain on our watch. The Empire is in...
Yeah, I was gonna say something about that. I was like, that sounded really bad for a second.
Blades, dark times are upon us. The Emperor and his sons were slain on our watch. The Empire is in chaos. But there is yet hope. Here is Martin Septim, true son of Uriel Septim. Your Highness, the blades are at your command. You will be safe here until you can take up your throne.
Joffrey, all of you, I know you all expect me to be Emperor. I'll do my best. But this is all new to me. I'm not used to giving speeches, but I wanted you to know that I appreciate your welcome here. I hope I prove myself worthy of your loyalty in the coming days. That's it. Thank you.
Through talking to Martin and Joffrey, we learned that the Emperor is the only one who can use the Amulet of Kings to light the dragon fires. It's likely that those dragon fires were the only thing maintaining the barrier between Tamriel and Oblivion. With Emperor Uriel Septim dead and the Amulet of Kings stolen, the dragon fires remain unlit, and the gates to Oblivion continue to open around Cyrodiil. This leaves one pressing question. What is that tower over there? I don't know what it is about that, but I need to go see what's in that. I mean, come on, that thing looks cool, right? I took a little bit of an interesting route to get here. It'll all be worth it when I find out what's inside. Inside, a frozen hand holds a book, the final words of the wizard who once lived here. On his deathbed, he wrote a journal detailing the things that he built here in Frostcrag Spire, and asked whoever finds this mystical place to take it as their own, maintaining the tower and his legacy with it.
Sweet, new house.
Originally, Frostcry Spire was part of a DLC, but the remaster just includes all that stuff. Frostcry Spire costed a whopping 150 Microsoft points, which in reality is just $1, but that's $1 of real money. So if you're one of those people that buys, say, the Beavis and Butthead Call of Duty skin, yes, that's a real thing in the game, so much. This is so cool and not at all infuriating that Stan Smith from American Dad can kill me and turn me into weed particles. Just, what are we doing anymore? Given that I mostly focused on the main quest in this playthrough, I didn't exactly have a lot of money to my name. But luckily, Frostcry Spire is a free home, and all you need to buy is the furniture, which really isn't all that much. It would act as my home for the rest of the game. The perfect home for a mage. I love the magic in this game so much. It's got a vault where you can store all your stuff. There's a little area where you can spawn different androaches. And if you get the candles lit, you can do something called spellcrafting, which is usually reserved for advancement in the Mages Guild. But if you got the tower, you can kind of just do it here. I didn't get too deep into the spellcrafting thing, but what I did do was really awesome and definitely felt broken. There's one thing you can do that's really fucking funny. I learned this from a YouTube short. If I summon my thrall and then I get a couple spells that increase his speed, and then I get a spell that'll let me absorb his speed, you can get your speed up to like a couple million. And so all you have to do is just get up to a high place and go.
Somerset
It seems Somerset Isle is a dangerous place.
Back in the Imperial City, there is one man who can help us find the Amulet of Kings. Boris.
God. Bro, just turned into a fucking ICBM. It's crazy.
Listen, I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him.
I'm gonna go for different reasons than those two people or others. Now you see, Boris here has been in the Imperial City learning as much as he can about this cult that killed the Emperor. It seems they're part of a Daedric cult called Mythic Dawn, who worships the Daedric lord, Mehrunes Dagon. Finding the Amulet of Kings now will require learning everything we can about the Mythic Dawn. And so I brought this book to the Arcane University, hoping to get a little more insight. From her, we learned that there are actually 4 books. The first 2, easy to find. The third one, very hard to find. And the fourth one, near impossible to track down. And hidden within these 4 books is the key to finding the Mythic Dawn Shrine and proving yourself worthy of joining their cult. She gave me the second book, and the third I located in the first edition bookstore. But it was already ordered by someone named Gwynnis. And so I waited for him to come and pick it up so I could confront him about all of this.
I'm here for my book, Menkar Cameron's Commentaries, Volume 3.
Ah, of course. Here you go. Keep us in mind for any future needs.
Thank you, thank you! I can't tell you how long I've been looking for this book.
Hi there.
Help.
What do you want?
Man, so crazy. He just gave me the book. You know, I guess kindness really does go around. Hard to say no to a smile, I guess. He also told me that the only way to get the 4th book is by studying the first 3 and then passing an initiation test with the Mythic Dawn. He had already set up a meeting with the Mythic Dawn to take this test, but I'll be showing up instead. Here's the thing, in order to get the 4th and final book, you need to pass the initiation. And I took this to mean I needed to study the 3 books I did have and answer questions based on those books within the initiation to get that final book. And so that's exactly what I did. I went out to Walgreens and I bought a journal and colored pencils. I spent multiple in-game days, hours of my life, writing down every little thing I could find, even like drawing out some of the symbols and pictures and stuff. I didn't stop at just the commentaries either. I was reading any book I could find. It's crazy how many books are in this goddamn game. I mean, there's a full-on bookstore. I was reading everything I could find. Slightly unrelated, but I made an Instagram reel about how I was reading all the books and how good Oblivion was. And not only did that Instagram reel get like 800,000 views, I got reached out to by something called Lad Bible, who wanted to repost it on Facebook. And I was like, I don't give a shit, who cares? Facebook, what does that matter to me? And it went on to get like almost 2 million views on Facebook. Bro, I don't know anybody under the age of 30 who is on Facebook. So all I'm trying to say is boomers know about Bisley Channel now. We're big in the boomer demographic. I did have a lot of fun journaling my way through the game though. I figured since I started, I wasn't gonna stop, so I wrote in my journal pretty much all the way through to the end. And I'd recommend it too. Like if you're playing a game that has a lot of lore and stuff, pull up a journal with some colored pencils and just start having fun. We can talk about good or bad game design all day long, but I think a game is truly at its best when you as a player fully commit to it. And I don't know how I could have committed any more than this. Either way though, I was prepared for my initiation ceremony into Mythic Dawn. I brought Boris down to the initiation with me and was so prepared to ace this test. And just as I was about to start, Boris' bitch ass got caught and I never got to take it. I studied for a full day for this test and that was it? I drew the runes, bro. What do you mean? The runes. On the one hand, it was a heartbreaking experience that I may never recover from. But on the other, I got the book, which is good because it said that only by studying all 4 books can you find the Mythic Dawn. And so I just had to study the 4th, and in theory, I would find them. I took the book back to my tower and pondered further. For many hours I pondered, days even, all spent pondering. I figured it out. I think this is my favorite part in the entire game because you just have this riddle to solve. And technically you can solve it just with the 4 books, but if you want help, you can go to the Arcane University where once a day you'll be given a hint. And if you go enough times, eventually you'll be given the answer to the riddle. But you shouldn't do that because the answer is right in front of you. I was looking through the text thinking there was some like profound answer I was going to find, and then I noticed that all of the paragraphs have a big capitalized first letter. And so I got my little journal and wrote out every one of the letters, and it spells out Green Emperor Way, where tower touches midday sun. I figured Green Emperor Way was a place and I had to find some tower there, but there was one problem. Where the fuck is Green Emperor Way? Looking at the map, I see a place called Green Road right outside of Bravo, and so I figured that's a good place as any to start. So that is where we will go. The thing about traveling in Oblivion is that once you've been to a few landmarks, you can kind of just fast travel your way around the map, removing all exploration. That's convenient when you want to just complete a quest, but I do think the game is more compelling when you're taking your horse and traveling there yourself. It's finding things along the way that makes the world so immersive, so why skip it? I didn't find anything on Green Road, so I just went to an inn for the night, figuring I'd have an easier time searching in daylight. But as I approached, the sky grew red. An Oblivion gate had opened nearby, so I went to close it. The design of these Oblivion gates does get a little repetitive, but it's hard to be mad about that when there's only a few required to beat the game. I mean, there are tons of them all around Cyrodiil, but most of them are optional, and if you do complete them, there's a pretty banger reward at the end. Now, you're gonna laugh at me, but it wasn't until this point in my playthrough that I realized the sigil stones you get at the end of the gate are actually useful and not just a weird paperweight sitting in your inventory. I had just been holding on to a couple of them, but it turns out you can use them to enchant your weapons and armor, which is so necessary to make them actually useful. I swear I only carried around the claymore for most of the game because I thought it looked cool. And so with the sigil stone, I enchanted my sword to have damage health on strike, which I don't know what that means. I guess just more damage. But it definitely works. It does a lot more damage now. This thing is kind of a beast. Now, when you enchant an item, you have an option to rename it. And so I dubbed my sword Pandora's Blade. Both because when I unsheath it, a chaos is released that cannot be tamed, and also because my dog is named Pandora. This is her. Everybody say hello. Ooh, she farted. Ew. Oh my God, it stinks. I also enchanted my hood to cast Feather for 75 points, which means my carrying capacity goes up by 75, and I called this one the Hood of Unburdening. I was actually pretty proud of that one. I eventually made it to the inn, got a little sleepy buys, and I explored a bit more, but after a few hours of exploring this road and its surrounding woods, I eventually realized that Green Road would not lead me to Green Emperor Way. I don't know, I feel like that was a fair assumption. Green. The answer to the last puzzle was the first letter in every paragraph. I feel like we're not exactly solving quadratic equations over here. Though I did end up in the city of Leowin. The guards here were dressed more traditional. It seemed like a smaller, less wealthy city than the ones I've visited before. Worn stone covered in moss made up its walls, and upon walking in, it seemed they'd learned of what happened in Kvatch.
Everybody's talking about the hero of Kvatch. They say he actually went into an Oblivion Gate and destroyed it.
Really? Such a small detail and probably pretty easy to implement, but holy shit, it is so cool to me when the NPCs in the game know what's happening in the game. Now, I'm not really sure how they'd be able to identify me specifically as the hero of Kvatch, but even just the fact that they talk about it at all, it makes this world feel more immersive and connected. Here I went and bought a couple soul gems, which I don't think I fully understood before now. Because I recently enchanted my weapons, I saw that they have a little bar that shows you how much magic charge they have left. And when it depletes, the only way to charge it back up is to pay $1 billion or use soul gems. You use them by buying them uncharged and then straight up killing people and capturing their souls. Super fucked up, but kind of awesome. So I bought a bunch of them. Now whoever I kill will end up in my rock for eternity, or at least until I use their life force to make my sword do more damage.
Crazy.
Green Emperor Way, where tower meets midday sun. Well, a Green Road was definitely not the connection here. I have walked all the way up and down Green Road, nothing. You know, Emperor, tower, it could just be like in the Imperial City, around the tower. And I look for something green? I don't know. So in the morning, I set out for the capital city and straight to the tower. Oh, I'm dumb. It literally says Green Emperor Way on this door. And it's the part that surrounds the tower. I should have just gone to the tower first. Yeah, I think I'm just actually stupid a little bit. Obviously, I'm just acting this out after the fact, but this was my actual journey of finding Green Emperor Way. And I really felt stupid as soon as I saw that. I waited until midday and tried to line up the tip of the tower with the sun, which also felt kind of stupid, but it actually led me to this. According to this, the Shrine of Dagon is in Lake Arius Cavern, just outside of Shadenhall.
I am Harrow, Warden of the Shrine of Dagon.
Oh, kind stranger, would you mind pointing me to the bath? I'm just kidding. I'm here to join your cult, your Mythic Dawn cult.
You have arrived at an opportune time. You may have the honor to be initiated into the Order by the Master himself. As a member of the Order of the Mythic Dawn, everything you need will be provided for you from the Master's bounty. Give me your possessions.
Yeah, okay. Here. Alright, there you go. Yeah, sorry, I had a lot of plates.
And put on this initiate's robe.
Okay, alright, just throw it at me, why don't you? You want me to change, like, here right in front of you? Oh, wow, yeah, that's a little big, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. You guys make these yourselves? It's nice.
Very good. Follow me. I will take you to the shrine.
The Dragon Throne is empty.
The author of those 4 books we read was a man named Mankar Cameron. And now here, speaking to the Mythic Dawn cultists, is that same man. And behind him, a statue of the Daedric Lord, Mehrunes Dagon.
Hear now the words of Lord Dagon. When I
What's up, bro?
walk the earth again, the faithful among you shall receive your reward, to be set above all other mortals forever. As for the rest, the weak shall be winnowed, the timid shall be cast down, the mighty shall tremble at my feet and pray for pardon.
So saith Lord Dagon, praise be.
Your reward, brothers and sisters. The time of cleansing draws nigh. I go now to paradise. I shall return with Lord Dagon at the coming of the dawn.
After Mankar Cameron leaves through a literal portal he just opens up in the room, we are asked to complete our initiation into Mythic Dawn.
You have come to dedicate yourself to Lord Dagon's service. This pact must be sealed with red drink, the blood of Lord Dagon's enemies. Take up the dagger and offer Lord Dagon the sacrificial red drink as pledge of your own life's blood, which shall be his in the end.
You thought I was gonna do it. Come on, I'm not gonna do that. Are you kidding me? All right, come on, guys, let's get you out of here. Obviously, I wasn't gonna kill this random guy, so I tried to free him and just grab the book on the pedestal, but the problem is, as soon as you grab the book, the statue falls and kills him. I tried a bunch of different ways, but always either died or ended up killing the guy, and I wanted to keep him alive, so I ended up going back to a previous save before I gave up my equipment and just ran my way in to kill everybody. I even tried killing Mankar Cameron, but he is fully invincible in this scene. Kinda sucks. I think it would have been cool if you could just do it here. I was eventually able to save the hostage and grab the book from the podium before going full linebacker on the rest of this dungeon. Ugh, man, I always do this where I think a fake beard is gonna be a really funny idea, and then I end up eating half of it, and it goes on for way too long. Jesus Christ. Oh. Okay, so for context, the 4 books that we read to get here were the commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. And this right here is the original, and also the cover of Oblivion, which I like. My girlfriend painted this and also this costume. We went to Michael's today to get the stuff for it. Everybody say thank you, Cynthia, in the comments for the props.
Say it, chat. You gotta say thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, I think I might need to cut this short after this one because this stream has been going for 5 hours. It's getting very long. I'm getting very tired. I might have to just pick this back up tomorrow.
Went to Michael's today to get the stuff for it. Everybody say thank you, Cynthia, in the comments for the props. Honestly, I don't know how Mankar Cameron had commentaries on this book at all. This shit is just runes. Looks like something you'd order off a witch on Etsy. You guys ever seen that? The witches on Etsy who will hex somebody for $10? It'll be like, Etsy revenge spell. And the review will be like, 5 stars, my ex-boyfriend got in a car crash. Can't cheat on me in hell, bitch. We can't read it because we're not the hero of this story. We've got to bring it to the man who is. I've said it a few times already, but I really love how this game's story is structured. And I mean, as much as I love a good Chosen One story, that trope just boxes you in so heavily, which rarely works for an open world game like this. Just having a very pressing main quest in general really just isn't that much fun for me. It's my biggest problem with Fallout 4. If I'm going to look for my kidnapped son, it does not make a lot of sense for me to spend 8 hours playing with trash Legos. That's why I love Oblivion so much, because you're just a pawn in the real Chosen One story. So if I want to go do some random shit, it still makes sense for my character to do, but I still get to play a role in the grander adventure and kind of do all the work too, but whatever. Long day.
Ah, you're back. I told Joffrey not to worry. I can see you've had bad news. You didn't recover the amulet, did you?
No, I didn't get the amulet, but I got this book. Got a bunch of rooms in
By
it.
the nine, such a thing is dangerous even to handle. Forgive me. You were right to bring it, but you'd better give it to me. I know some ways to protect myself from its evil power.
Is this the first time that you've ever claimed that an artifact was too dangerous for other people to have and that you should be the one to hold it to save your people? I mean, I'll let you have it. I'm just saying, I feel like this is a theme with you.
I suspect that the secret of how to open a portal to Cameron's paradise lies within these pages. But I will need time. Tampering with dark secrets, even just reading them, can be very dangerous. I'll have to proceed carefully.
The key to all of this is recovering the amulet that was stolen by Mankar Cameron. The amulet that we had for like the entire beginning of the game and Joffrey just kind of let loose. But that's okay, I don't hold a grudge. Joffrey's dead to me, but I don't hold a grudge. After giving the book to Martin, he studies it for a while and discovers that Mankar Cameron took the Amulet of Kings to almost like a pocket dimension thing that Mankar Cameron calls Paradise. A universe of his own creation. And our only chance of getting that amulet back now is following him into that paradise. The book told of a way to follow Mankar Cameron into that paradise, but required multiple artifacts to open the portal. The game opens up pretty hard here to some semi-unrelated quests, so just to keep things moving here, because this video is already way too long, it's like my second longest video ever, and I'm dropping it after I just dropped my longest video ever. I grabbed all those little doodads, got my shiny new armor, did a couple side quests, joined the Mages Guild, and did that entire storyline. Honestly, it was pretty awesome. I'd recommend it. I started to play the Dark Brothers storyline, but got a little scared, so I just kind of grinded some spells for a while. Seriously, I spent like 3 whole days just shooting fireballs at the wall to improve my destruction magic. I met the Adoring Fan, and nothing bad happened to him. And then I brought all the artifacts back to Martin Septim, who would open the portal. I do want to say before we go in that there's still so much in this game that I didn't talk about. I mean, I'm likely still playing this game in my spare time as you're watching this. I cover a lot in this video, yet still I'm just scratching the surface. I didn't cover any of the guild stuff, most of the side quests, and even skipped over a lot of the non-essential main plot things. I wish I could have covered everything, but the video probably would have been like 4 hours long if I did that. And that's not even including the DLC that apparently, according to my editor Geek, is better than the main story. My experience with this game has been very strange because while I remember my dad playing through the entire thing, I don't actually remember anything about the game itself. I just remember that he did it. So I felt this overwhelming nostalgia, yet still got to experience a lot of this for the very first time. Here at the end, looking back at it all, I gotta say the one thing that really stood out to me in this game, the thing that felt so special, was just the world so built to get lost in, to explore, to live in. The perfect balance of beautiful modern visuals and old school gameplay that doesn't hold your hand all the way. That is something you can only get from a remaster or a remake like this. Sure, some of it's dated. I'm not sure they could have done much for the enemy AI. The NPCs kind of act insane. But that little section in there where I was journaling, trying to figure out a mystery that the game laid out for me and didn't just hand me the answer to, I can't remember the last time I was that immersed in a video game. Like, genuinely. I wasn't even planning on making a video about Oblivion. I honestly feel like it's a bad idea and I shouldn't have gone this hard on an Oblivion video because there's not that much interest in it. But it was after I got done that I knew I had to talk about it. I genuinely loved this game, no bullshit. I loved the entire time I spent with it. That's honestly why I didn't break this one up into parts like I usually do for my videos, because I figured I wasn't gonna get people in on a second part, so I kind of had to blow it all in one go. I'm working on a video for Resident Evil 2 right now, and the same kind of remaster, remake philosophy applies to that. You know, you get the mixture of the modern gameplay and graphics, but you get that older, less forgiving
make
game
sure you
design.
go
My
and
true
leave a
hope
like on
is
this
that
video.
in Elder Scrolls 6, if that ever comes out, they don't shy away from this. They don't shy away from letting you live in the world and figure things out, get frustrated. You know, I love Skyrim, but I think everybody can tell that in the pursuit of a broader audience, they've kind of just lost a little bit of this charm, the stuff here in Oblivion. And I'd love to just get a little bit of that back, whether in another Elder Scrolls game or just in more games in general. I don't like this shit on games. I don't know if you can tell. I don't talk like about a game negatively. Usually, I really wanted to make a video on Avowed when it came out, and then I played it, and I didn't like it, so I didn't make the video. And that game, like...
Hey, that's why I didn't edit down my Hollow Knight streams. I've been thinking about this so much, because I played through all of Hollow Knight, specifically with the idea and intention of making videos for my YouTube channel, and then I didn't, because half of my gameplay was me not talking, and the other half of my gameplay was me complaining about how awful that game is. Like, it's a good game conceptually. It looks really nice. It's like, the idea is really good. The story is cool. The game sucks ass. You can tell that that game had no playtesters. There are so many sections of that game where I got through it and I was like, I can tell that developers, whichever developer worked on this room, got through this room one time and called it a day. It's horrible. And it honestly makes me excited for Silksong because they actually have playtesters now. But like, oh my god, is Hollow Knight not good? Holy shit. Like, I'm sorry to the people who made it and the people who like it. I just hated that fucking game so much.
About a game negatively, usually, I really wanted to make a video on Avowed when it came out, and then I played it, and I didn't like it. So I didn't make the video. And that game like perfectly embodies the problem that I have. I'll say it again, I'm not a game developer. I don't really truly firsthand know how hard it is to make a game. But as a player, I know what I like. I really like this, and I would love a little more of this. One more thing, because I'm thinking about calling this video the best Elder Scrolls game. I might not go with that, but if I do, I just know there's gonna be some people showing up in my comments like, oh, no, the best one is Morrowind, dude, it's Morrowind, what are you talking about? And so, if you're one of those people, well, this little section is just for you. And if you see any of those people in the comments, just send them this timestamp. Morrowind fan, you come to me with anger in your heart. But truly, I tell you, your game is a relic of a bygone era. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sure that game was fun to play like 100 years ago, but it is just hard to play now. I promise, if Morrowind ever gets a remaster, or if it just becomes playable on modern consoles, I will give it a chance. I will give it a fair chance. But until then, please return to your tomb. I mean, you're pushing 40, bro. Is this really the hill you want to die on? Just, like, focus on your retirement for a little while instead of complaining about old video games on the internet. And you know what? If you leave the comment anyway, I'm going on Etsy and I'm buying a $35 hex and I'm putting it right on you, bud. Yeah, I'm serious. I'm really serious. I've never been more serious about anything. You don't want to play. You don't play with the Etsy witch. And just in general, stop taking the title of videos at face value without watching the goddamn video. Okay, and with that out of the way, we can finally go to paradise. Oh, it's open. I can go now.
At least 8 DIY closets.
So, the cat's paw of the Septims arrives at last. You didn't think you could take me unawares here, of all places, in the paradise that I created. Look now upon my paradise. Gaia Alata in the old tongue, a vision of the past and the future.
The vibrant colors, the sunlight dancing through the magical trees, and the path leading you right where Mankar Cameron wants you.
I have waited a long time for you, champion of old Tamriel. You were the last gasp of a dying age. You breathed the stale air of false hope. How little you understand.
Yeah, I don't care, bro.
You cannot stop your...
The game does show its age here in this fight because you can just run straight up to him and do a shitload of damage before he even starts to react to you. Enemy AI definitely could have used a little bit of an update here, but I mean, the way she goes, man, I don't know. They've still gone so far above and beyond for something that they're calling a remaster. After defeating him, we grab the amulet and also his clothes, those are mine now, and rush to bring it to Martin Septim, who will use it to light the dragon fires. Oh, all right, it's done. I did it.
Oh,
I did it.
You found a way back. Does this mean...
Oh, yeah. I got it. I took his robe. He's so naked right now.
You have the Amulet of Kings.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. I do have that. Yeah.
Let's go to the Imperial City at once, before the enemy can recover from Manka Cameron's death.
Lead the way.
Ooh.
We march with Martin to the Imperial City, but it seems we're too late.
We're too late. Mehrunes Dagon is here. Lighting the dragon fires will no longer save us. The barriers that protected us from oblivion are gone.
Oh, really? I didn't notice the big 30-foot four-armed demon!
Mortal weapons may hurt him, but now that he is physically here in Tamriel, they have no power to actually destroy him.
Okay. So what do we do?
Wait, yes. The amulet was given to mortals by Akatosh. It contains his divine power. But how to use this power against Dagon? The amulet was not intended as a weapon. I have an idea. One last hope. I must reach the Dragonfires and the Temple of the One. You'll just have to trust me. I know now what I was born to do, but I'll need your help. I have to get past Mehrunes Dagon somehow.
Okay. I'll get you there.
Then I'll do the rest. Lead on, my friend.
Let's go.
I do what I must do. I cannot stay to rebuild Tamriel. That task falls to others. Farewell. You've been a good friend in the short time that I've known you. But now I must go. The dragon waits.
Wait, what?
Dude, it's like 30 cigarettes. And a White Claw? Bro's going beast mode for real. And more cigarettes! Hell yeah.
In the end, Martin Septim made the decision only the true king would, answering the calling of his blood, ultimately closing shut the jaws of oblivion.
Holy shit, that was a lot of work. Don't mind the outfit, I'm just working on the next video right now. But I just want to pop here and say, click the card right here to go and watch another one of my videos. Thank y'all for 473,000 subscribers. We are creeping up on 500,000. Quickly as well, I want to say thank you to Jackson Field for being in the video. That was awesome. Thank you to the voice actor I found on Fiverr for this video. We're gonna put her link in the description. Thank you to Geek for editing this behemoth of a video, and Will, who jumped in whenever necessary. And thank y'all for watching, subscribing, liking, all of that stuff. You know, I know it's corny to ask for those kinds of things, but we all worked really hard on this one. It would be really cool if it did well. But click the card. Thank you.
Okay. So we're gonna cut this stream short, unfortunately. It's just been so fucking long. But luckily tomorrow, we should be able to get everything done all together really fast. Because it's only 3, 30-minute episodes. It takes like an hour and a half. Anyway. But yeah, so we'll be back tomorrow with that for sure. So I will see you all then. Have a good one. And remember, always make reasonable life choices.